play goes haywire for either way. Oh, Crimson, public execution sets
Oh!
up the Dardock to steal the dragon right under Blue Otter's nose. Music is popped like a balloon, and CCG pulling a fast one over the eyes of Blue Otter. Quacker will fall next, and I just imagine that's just Otacon for free. And oh, Breezy, preemptive face call, and the knock-up levitate is caught out, and the Hound's pursuit will allow Dardock to close his fangs around Levitate's throat. Dark Wings looking for another play here. Weaver's Wall comes in, Spyrax under fire, and there's the seismic shove combo, but was not on top of the Unraveled Earth because he had flashed away before. Zamudo now comes into the flank. This is a Lich Bang Gwen. I want to see how much damage this guy is actually going to do, but he gets popped. Another 20 seconds on Kizno. All the damage that is in spades for Dark Zero. They've got plenty in supply, and Conviction have none in terms of the life bars. Spyrax approaching with the left flank, has teleported in, finds Dark Wings, but is still looking for Chrome. But the rest of Conviction Esports are losing ground. They're getting pressure on both sides. Spyrax finds Chrome somehow.
Might be a one-way trip for the turret bounty.
Might be as they try to get this play. Dude, no, he doesn't even get it. Oh, the flash headbutt pull? Sazel, you dirty monster! Fear the beard, Tomio away! Keel should be able to just chase him down. Stray gonna have an angle here as well. And looking for the charge, looking for the punch, and Stray gets that one. Here comes Stray to make something happen, but now he's caught out by himself. The team can't be there to help him, and Zamudo has come from the flank with a giant flame spitter, and he goes unstoppable. Welcome one and all right back to NACL 2025. I can't believe it. We're already in week number 5, day number 2, and I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, my dude. We got some hot and heavy best of threes coming at us here today.
We do, and you said it. Time has really flown so far this split. We are more than halfway through. A lot of the standings are starting to already solidify, and there are some people who are still kind of fighting to change what seems to be their destiny.
And that's the craziest thing is we still have a lot of contentious spots in that bottom side of the bracket there. We'll be obviously getting that a little bit later. Did you have any thoughts coming into week number 5? Do you have any like crazy initiations of kind of where you wanted to go, what you wanted to see coming into it? A little bit of teaser?
The thing I was most excited about was Dark Zero versus Near Airport. We kind of hyped it up for weeks. It didn't go the way we kind of expected, but we did have that understanding that Dark Zero was working with a 10-man roster, and yesterday we got to see that in action. So, good series, but it is what it is.
But if you want to catch up on all the latest news, all the latest action, make sure you go follow all of our socials. Obviously, you see them in the top left of your screen, but make sure you're keeping tabs because we've had a lot of really fun stuff going down the last couple of weeks. So make sure you go tune into all those socials. But that being said, we also get to look at what happened yesterday because it maybe wasn't as long of a day as some people would have gone into the day thinking, but we did get to see the Dark Zero Light squad go against Near Airport.
Yeah, and it's fun too because when we talk about last split performances from players like Kryra, Toasty, Cryogen, there's a lot to be excited about with them getting more time in the NACL. So credit to Dark Zero for expanding their roster like that. And even as we can see in some of these replays, there were still some really good moments from the squad, even though they didn't end up taking a series. So it's nice to see these players get some match time, and excited to see more from them.
Yeah, if I had to choose one player I feel like had a standout from Dark Zero Light, it definitely had to be Toasty. I think Toasty had a really good series. I think there were some moments that you could ask, where's that newness coming from him? But obviously, it was really nice to just see all 5 of these players on the Rift in an ACL, a place that they deserved to be to start the split, but obviously didn't pan out that way. Just really nice to give them an opportunity. And against Near Airport, see what they got against one of the top tier teams here in the ACL.
Hey, it must be fun too, because coming up in the North American Tier 3, Tier 2 scene, Near Airport are just full of players who you've watched growing up when you're newer to League of Legends in North America. So it's probably a great feeling for them to be able to play. I'm sure they were just as hungry to win, and I'm sure they are going to take a lot from this match.
I mean, hey, I will say I'm taking a lot from it too. Near Airport looking damn good, man.
Yeah.
Like, this team has ramped up. I loved hearing the interview afterwards with TF Play. Finally getting to talk to him, but him saying the things just feel like they're starting to come together. The practice, like they're starting to take it more seriously than they maybe had intended coming into the year. And I think that's just super cool to hear because that competitive drive, it's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, and it's a big deal, too, that Dark Zero got their first loss of the split. So it does give an opportunity for Near Airport or maybe LG, depending on how these last couple weeks go, to unseat them from their spot in first place where they've been kind of sitting pretty these last 5 weeks. Speaking
of, we did have a little bit of a topsy-turvy match to follow that one up. I will give it to Low Jazz. Had some great moments, had some interesting moments as the jungle for AMI, but LG were favored and LG delivered.
That's just kind of how it goes with our top 3 teams in this league. You got to give props to AMI. This team always has a plan. They always do things with intention. It doesn't always pan out, but I think it's a big reason why we've seen some of the wins that they've been able to earn and why I'm less worried about them when it comes to the promotion relegation conversation in that bottom 2.
Yeah, which is so crazy to think about when you came into the season. You're like, oh, these 5 rookies that, like, you know, made it through this miracle run in the qualifiers.
Yeah.
Oh, they're definitely going to be back in relegation, right? No, they're looking good, man. It's 5 guys in a dream. And I don't know. I feel like we're getting that a lot more often in NACL recently, and I love that. But it was a situation where LG absolutely delivered on every single bound. I mean, they looked really good across the board. The team decision making in team fights is just something I've really loved from LG all split long, and it looked so good here in this series. And I really want to see how they lead that forward because obviously this is one of our top teams. We have 3 teams tied at 5-1 now, but they will have matches against CCG and Conviction left, and some maybe topsy-turvy matches in that regard too.
Yeah, NA rather aren't the only team that are turning things up here as we get past the halfway point. LG are stepping up. Dark Zero, for the most part, have been as well. So
besides
really
when they're in Florida. You know?
Yeah, exactly. But it really continues to establish that top 3 dominance we've seen so far and how difficult it is to really break into there. Even CCG, who's really a clear 4th place in my opinion, are going to be hard-pressed to actually overcome any one of these teams, even though, to their credit, they were really close to toppling Near Airport.
Exactly. It's been getting closer and closer. As you take a look at the standings here, though, you have to remember there's only 2 weeks left after this week, which is absolutely wild. But you have to also remember our standings, our playoffs are very different from the years before. Now, the thing that is the same is 9th and 10th will go to relegation. Right now, Supernova, Polestar, big eyes on them. But it's only top 6 that make it into playoffs. So 7th and 8th, they will sit out, and they will have a little bit of breathing room there to not be in that relegation squad. But you're really looking at that top 6 placement here to get in the playoffs.
Yeah, and if you look at records in the teams that are 5th and 6th place, not too different from teams like Apex Mission Impossible, who, you know, just need another win or 2 to suddenly bump up to playoff contention. Blue Otter, who have been struggling to get more than their first win this split. They have 2 matches this week. They win both of those. Suddenly they shoot up to that top six conversation as well. So even though we're getting close to the end, only 2 weeks left, as you say, there's still opportunity for movement below 4th place.
And I'm just going to say, there's always one, baby. That's the thing I love about NACL. There's always a team. AoE Ginger Turmeric, Wild Card, we had Fear. You have all these stories, man. There's always a team. As we take a look at the day's schedules, though, it is going to be a banger of a day as we do have a fun one to start us off with Conviction versus Blue Otter, trying to figure out that middle of the pack standing setup. And then Polestar has a tough opponent against CCG.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. A lot of implications are going to come through today. I think the second series is going to be that most interesting because Polestar, only team at 0-5. If they do end up losing, obviously they will be at 0-6, which is going to be a difficult spot for them. Technically not mathematically eliminated, but once we get there, it's really hard to imagine digging yourself out of that hole. So that's going to be that question for them. Can they really step it up today?
And obviously, the situation wasn't always the best. Again, this was a team that didn't qualify through the qualifier. It was a team that was picked up. But they still have a lot of tough opponents ahead of them. So picking up a win wherever you can is super important. Not only do they have CCG, but then you have Conviction, then you have Supernova, then you have Near Airport. So definitely a hard hard finish to the season here, at least to start it off, and just trying to find wins where they can. But let's go ahead and take a look at this first series here, because this one I think is going to be very contested in a lot of regards. I think this one's one I'm super excited for, not only just test Blue Otter's waters, but trying to also see if this Conviction team can put themselves into that top conversation moving forward.
Yeah, Conviction, especially being a team where they have a lot of I don't know if veteran's quite the right word, but experience in this Tier 2 roster. We can even take a look at the roster and talk about this experience. These are players who have been here, Hoarders with the exception, it being his first split here starting in the NACL. But overall, Kizno, Darkwings, Crow, Manui, they've all been here before. And it is exciting to see how these players are stepping it up, using that experience to push themselves to that next level. And although it's not really locked in yet, they're a team that I'm pretty confident will be able to make it into playoffs.
And I know when it was coming to it, the matchup that Conviction had against Dark Zero, more importantly, Kizno and Yuji, I mean, this is like, to me, the next iteration of the biggest rivalry between junglers here in Tier 2. I think Kizno has a lot of weight on his shoulders, but he's been able to handle them with very, very good attitudes, and the way that he approaches improvement is second to none. I think this guy has been such a star for Conviction, but it's about trying to get all those stars aligned with this team. You have some very big veterans, but you also have some newer faces. I know you were talking about before we even came in that Hoarder had been surprising you a little bit, and I think this is a guy that definitely has stepped up in his role as well for Conviction.
100%, and even just to bring it back to Kizno, he's come such a long way since we saw him on Supernova, and he's just been continuously looking better and better. He even he told me even about how last split when he was playing for Lit was a really big wake-up call for him to really put that effort in, not just in on the Rift, but also outside of it, which is what led him to join Manui, Toasty, and Shochi to go for that bootcamp that they did in Korea. He actually hit rank 2 while he was there on the Korean server, and actually got some eyes on him in terms of other orgs in the LTA. So the fact that he's improving so much, he's getting eyes on him in just such a short amount of time is what makes this player so exciting.
Now, there's a name in there that I love that you mentioned, because this guy has been covered out of his shell in the support role. Manui, man, it has been really fun to watch. Yes, I will say there's been some question marks. There's been some
as long as we're admitting it.
As long as we're admitting it. But in the moments where, because he has been very vocal of the fact that he wants to be a leader on this team, he wants to have that direction, the shot calling, and I think in their best moments, you can really see that come through. So I love to hear kind of that cohesion behind the scenes and then play it through onto the Rift every single time we see them. And we'll see if that is going to be the case today, because on the other side, you have Blue Otter, who themselves are trying to keep above that red line, I guess, where the sharks be in the water. And this team definitely has a lot of growing pains to go through, but I know you spoke to Samikin and had some good things to say coming into this week.
Yeah, growing pains I really think is the perfect way to describe it, because this team went into this split, according to Samikin, trying to improve themselves, and it led to what he called a revamp of how they plan, how they communicate, and how they play the game. And from his words, it did get rid of a lot of the bad, but it also felt like they were starting over in a sense. So that's been, in his mind, the reason for some of the struggles we've seen from this team so far. But worth noting, he said, these are his exact words, that the team have had an epiphany this week. And during this Super Week, where they do have to play 2 matches, he says it's the perfect time for them. He thinks things are working out really nicely, and that we should expect better performances.
Yeah, just taking stock right now. If they were to win these 2 games this week and nobody else played any games, that would immediately put them in 4th place, which is heads and above where you'd expect to be when you're sitting at 8th going into these games this week. So I think it's really important for Blue Otter to use that kind of epiphany moment, use that eureka moment to have a build into of what works in these setups. And especially for me, it's finding these strats that work. I know we've seen music on carries and on facilitators, but as long as they have a cohesive plan with their drafts, that's what I need to see from this team.
Yeah, and the hope is that they'll be able to deliver on that big time this week. So definitely a lot of pressure. Conviction are by no means no slouches. And when we think about how you mentioned this is week 5, only a couple weeks left, the margin for error is getting smaller and smaller for a team that is sitting at 1-3 in Blue Otter. So if they are going to step it up and not only get out of the bottom 2, but also be a playoff contender, it has to start today.
And it's just so crazy, the predicament that we're in, kind of going back to that conversation of the bracket where we have some well-known names in the scene, especially here in NACL, on the verge of potentially going to that relegation tournament. So making sure you keep yourself away from that is the most important thing moving forward when we are running out of time. The fact that there is that only 2 weeks left. But as we look forward into this matchup, you know we got to do it. You know we got to take a look at the predictions here very shortly, because I'm very curious to see exactly, 'cause I know what way I'm leading, obviously, but in the fact that this can be a very contested series, a contested best of 3. It looks like it's contested on the table here too by the would-be analysts. Me and you sitting on the same side though, Conviction.
This is us smart guys, you know, just great minds think alike, Lennon. It's really not a big deal. It's not that serious, you know.
But does
Tubby,
Blue Otter win
is.
because of content? Like, I don't know, man.
We're voting for content. Blue Otter does always win, but all I'm saying, Lennon, the color casters voted for conviction, so did you. So, you know, you're among good company. That's all I'm really going to say. Jokes aside, even though I do want to believe that Sammy Ken and the rest of Blue Otter have had this big epiphany moment, they will turn it around. I need to see it first. I think Conviction are a good team, a very solid playoff contender, and it's going to take a little more for me to be convinced that Blue Otter can topple them. But hey, I'm excited to be wrong if that's the case.
And again, you highlight that importance on kind of the wins coming down to the wire, trying to get these wins at the last second. But this is also a team in Conviction who can be susceptible to some quick strategies, you know, some quick gameplay, because I think there is some times where Conviction kind of falls behind the strategies that they want to execute, and this is where Blue Otter's maybe new epiphany can make them have that kind of direct strategy. We're getting a little bit of delay getting into game and getting into draft, so we'll be getting to that very, very shortly, but I know I'm hyped because this has a lot of implications on the standings moving forward when we're running out of games to play.
Yeah, it does. And a lot of these teams are scrambling, just trying to get whatever wins that they can to either maintain their spot in the league, get that last push that will get them into playoffs, or even for some of the top 3 teams, get that last push that will get you the first seed, because first seed is still very valuable for first round matchups in playoffs. So especially now that Dark Zero has been proven mortal and they have a loss on their belt, there is that opportunity for a little movement there, even at the top of the standings.
Yeah. I find it interesting that we're kind of going back to the 2 years ago situation where, and I know Morplo, it was because Maryville University were in that situation in their first split. And but that 7th, 8th spot being kind of amalgamous, not having any direction, but realizing you're safe until the next split. You still have that opportunity to be a part of the split that will promote somebody, or at least try to promote somebody to the LTA.
Very true. Yeah, I think that's a really great point there. Just being able to maintain the spot for that reason is so big, because even if you aren't playing in playoffs, you do have that bit of time to practice, improve, you know, just hit the drawing board, Mazel, to be able to give yourself the best chances to be competitive in that split. Because, yeah, as you say, summer will be very important for being able to potentially go to that LTA North Promotion Tournament and overcome Disguised if you're able to.
Yeah, that's still a big test. They got their first win, baby. They got their first win. Let's go. I was talking with Kangas. It was the only win over a top 4 team by any of the bottom 4 teams, so that's kind of cool. Anyways,
that's so crazy, actually.
Hopefully we'll be getting into the games here rather shortly again. We do have the top picks of the league here, I do believe that is, at least. And Rakan, rightfully so, up there, very flexible, very engage-oriented, but as well as some peelability there. But Vi has to be there, paired up with the Mbessa. Honestly, probably a lot of those picks were together.
Honestly, I'm only slightly surprised Vi isn't first, just because I've seen so many games this split where game 1, B1, Vi. Like, just pull it out. It's good champion, very useful. We've seen it do well. It's just funny to me that it isn't actually the most picked. But Rakan is very popular, and Best is very popular. Corki was not only one of the most popular this split here in NACL, he was the most highest presence champion during the qualifiers as well. So, you know, he very quietly maintains a big spot here in draft.
I am a personal favorite of the Talia. I think getting to see how Talia has impacted the meta, but also how strong she is in terms of space buying in team fights and stuff is really interesting. But you also have to think kind of at that next level when you're deploying a lot of her abilities in the fights, because you have to kind of predict things, and so always that kind of stuff makes it really interesting because you can see who's really gifted in those kinds of executions. But those are the top picks of the league. I do believe that we have top bans as well. So we'll go ahead and take a look at that.
What?
Gwen, right
Gwen?
there. Let's go. Hey, that
Come
means that you should not run
on.
around with scissors. I mean, that's what we've always been told, and now we have empirical evidence.
Might be the least shocking stat I've seen so far this split, Bazell, because yeah, Gwen is a pretty disturbingly strong champion even after the nerfs that have dropped the priority on a champion like Neferi. I mean, it just goes to show you that Gwen being at the top still, especially when champions like Rumble, like Jace are so popular, so ever-present, they still can't keep up.
Yeah, it's so funny to see the massive drop from Gwen
16
to
between 1 and 2.
else.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it just shows top lane. I think it's pretty good right now. I don't know. You know, as an ADC main, I might just have some PTSD, but also the facts don't lie. I mean, it's all the top bans are top laners. That must mean the role is good, right?
Yeah, that's you know what, you're right. Top is the best role in the game, actually. Now that you mention it, I really like this hard-hitting analysis we're going for here, Mazel.
We have to. When we're buying time, when we're vamping.
True.
Yeah, absolutely.
What else can we
get
do?
The big brain out.
We really got to just dive deep onto what's really important here. Brass tacks.
What's gonna be funny is you called out all the color casters voting conviction and blue.
It'd be so funny if we're wrong.
And then we're all wrong. You gotta go off your feeling, man. You gotta go off the gut.
I mean, I believe my feelings are correct. I don't really know what else to say. If that's not being a color caster, I'm not really sure what is.
Very true. Very true. You're right on the money there. Right on the money there. Well, hopefully things will get decided here very soon. That being said, I'm going to bring up something. Oh, I do believe we have it fixed, I think is what I heard. Maybe
I heard jinxed because now
jinxed.
we have more issues.
There we go. Okay, now it gets even worse. Oh, well, I did jinx. Maybe going back to what I said before we went live. In the,
that's
in the green
right.
Room, you know, I'm just saying I might have jinxed the entire broadcast, and that's on me, chat. That's on me. I'm sorry. I said a thing. I might have jinxed the entire broadcast. It's totally fine.
Everyone in chat, just type Lennon start the game, and then you'll get him to do it.
Oh, that's even worse. We're going to go ahead and take a little break, get ready for our first series. We'll be back very soon.
I started playing League because when I was younger, I always went to this family friend's house with my mom because she would we would go there to hang out on the weekends. And then this was season 3 when he played, and I would see him play a game on his computer a lot, and I would watch over him. And at some point, I didn't really get too curious about it because I was season 3 and I was like 7 years old or something. So then I just looked over it, and maybe a year afterwards, I went to another one of my close friends' house, and then he was playing the same game, but it looked a lot revamped and a lot different. And then slowly, I would see people at my church play it. They would literally bring their computers to church to play the game, and I'm like, whoa, what the heck? What is this game? So I went home, and then we didn't have a good computer yet, so we can't really play. And then my sister got her first computer for her last years for college, and then she brought that back home, and then she let me use it. So then I started playing a little bit with that computer. It didn't run really well, but that's how I kind of started to play the game. Well, the first esports team that I started following was Cloud9 because this was the Meteos, Balls, Lamination, Sneaky and High roster. But I followed that only because my friend had a C9 poster in his room. And I was like, oh, what is that? And he's like, oh, it's a pro team. People get paid for this. And I was like, oh, that's strange. Why would you get paid for playing games? And then that's how I got introduced to pro first. And then the first player that I actually decided to really follow was probably Doublelift. I mean at that time he was starting off and he was just the trash talker, and everyone's like, oh, who is this guy? So yeah.
We are back here at NACL 2025. Again, I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, and we still have a tech pause. Unfortunately, I am just cursed.
Yeah.
That is what we have decided. I am ready to be crucified at some point in the later future. But until then, we're going to talk about the teams that we have going on today because that's more pertinent, more important,
Yes.
at least how I feel. We'll hopefully be getting some of these clips going and hopefully be getting into game rather shortly here. But before we do, we obviously just going to spend some time with you, spend some time talking about the teams that we're going to be seeing today because it is going to be that Conviction roster versus Blue Otter. And I just get your thoughts, I guess, generally on the match. I know we talked about it before, but now that we've had this pause, it does feel like it could be a very contested, fearless best of 3 here.
I think it will be because this is an especially important series for Blue Otter. Again, it's the start for their Super Week. And for a team that's 1-3, they need any win they can get to not only avoid bottom 2, but also give them a chance to make playoffs like they did last split. So they're against Conviction, who I think have shown themselves to be pretty formidable in this league. So it is going to be a difficult matchup because they're good in their own right. And there's a lot more experience on this roster as well.
Yeah, and I think using and leaning onto some of that veterancy is super important on both sides of things.
Yeah.
I think we could see a little bit of that on either side, but especially for this Conviction side, it's really interesting when you pair up some of the matchups, and especially, I know for me, looking at that bot lane matchup a little bit more, like you have literally the CLOL champ in Aaron / Chrome now going against our rookie of the split in Summer, which we saw a lot of heavy growth from Levitate that last split as well. But it's going to be a fun matchup, and I think this is one where Chrome can really light things up, if you will.
Yeah, and it would be fun, especially if he is playing Zeri, because she did get buffed, on this patch. But, you know, both of these players, as you highlighted, a big Jhin player, so maybe not as much lighting up to be done here. But there's going to be a fight to see.
I won't take any Jhin slander.
Well, that's
okay?
not slander. You don't light things up.
Still do damage, man.
That's not what I meant. I thought we were making like light as in lightning jokes because he's playing Zeri on the screen.
Good cop out.
Yeah,
like
come on, man. I'm quick on my feet. Don't worry.
That's why we got you in here. That's why
Yes, sir.
Because we gotta figure out how to fill time.
That's why they pay me the medium bucks, Mazel. That's why they pay me the medium bucks.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a statement of all time. Now, UG definitely had his way of things against Kisto in this series, but I still think there were some bright moments to pull away from them. And then when you look over at this Blue Otter side, it had been a bit rough. I know we already talked about it. We'll talk about it again. They're realigning. They're kind of moment of clarity coming into this week and trying to turn things around from scratch, it feels like.
100%. And again, like you said, epiphany moment. That's what Samikin had told us. To be fair to this roster, they are definitely juggling a lot. They have 3 players who are full-time students. We know music plays in CLOL at the moment, so they're juggling a lot. Even Rovex has a job, like a day job that he does on top of NACL. So they're definitely doing a lot of juggling here, and it would just make it that much more impressive if they do turn things around.
And that's just the state of Tier 2 now. A lot of teams juggling a lot of things just because we've had a change in our surroundings or change in our ecosystem for sure. But it still is a situation where we're looking down the setup for the last 2 weeks. This series, very important for Blue Otter. Going 1-4 is very different from going 2-3. And like I said before, right, if no other teams played games and they won both their series this week, they would jump all the way to 4th place. But you've got to stay out of that 9th and 10th conversation.
Yeah, 100%. That's the most important thing here for every team in this league. And for the moment, everyone still has a chance to avoid that bottom 2. Nothing is necessarily locked in yet, but today I think is going to give us more insight on how that one is going to lay out, especially because we are approaching the end of week 5. After tomorrow, there's only 2 weeks of gameplay left. And after that, standings are locked. Whoever's bottom 2, going to have to play your way back here in Summer.
Yeah, and hopefully... Oh, we do get the update. We finally have a game. Let's
my
go.
God.
Game 1 between Conviction and Blue Otter will be kicking off now. And Conviction going to be on the blue side. Very much wanted in the state of the meta. But there is another thing that I wanted that's not going to be available. And that's Samikin Zoe. Always banned away from him. And if it's let through, he'll tell you why you should have banned it.
You know, it's interesting. I think there are a lot of pocket picks that teams have to worry about against Blue Otter, particularly on this patch as well. Zoe just got buffed, Shen just got buffed, Hui just got buffed. A lot of champions that they really like to lean towards. So I'm curious how the rest of that's going to shake out in this draft. I think the only other notable things from this patch that stood out to me is that they buffed Brand's passive damage to monsters again, and this is like a couple of buffs in a row in rapid succession here. So that kind of tells me they are trying to bring back the fast clearing Brand jungle, and I kind of am theorizing that he's at the point where it's like, okay, you can actually kind of play him in jungle again. It'll probably be fine. So I'm wondering if it'll be pulled out.
Probably be fine.
Probably. I haven't tested it. I don't know the numbers, but you know, 5-6 buffs in a row, surely it's playable.
Surely,
you know?
surely.
Yeah.
We're already moving through the bans here in this first game of this best of 3. You got to remember it is fearless, so anything that is picked will not be available for the rest of the series itself. It's going to be the Poppy and the Aurora joining that Zoe ban, as well as the Rise and the Varus. So a lot of mid lane bans right now between Darkwings and Samikin, and I think this whole series might just revolve around this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, these are two players who, I mean, on the one hand, Darkwings is so experienced with how we've been watching him play in these last couple of years. And Samikin, you know, he was the young gun last year in Summer Split, coming in here with the new Oregon Blue Otter. And he did show some pretty good improvements. And we haven't seen as much of that this split, but hey, maybe today's the day, because he was pretty confident about their chances this week.
Also a CLOL champion, you know, no big deal.
Also CLOL champion for Darkwings. Very
Easy,
good point,
Easy. It is going to be the first pick, Gwen, something we talked about a lot earlier, as well as soon as it's let through, as that Kalista was the final ban, they're just going to scoop that one up. Now comes the 1-2 punch from Blue Otter, seeing what they want to go with.
Yeah, again, that Vi popularity, as we saw in a top champion picks, is looking like it's going to continue. Gwen, I mean, for those wondering and who read the patch notes, there was a nerf. Was targeted at her early game though, so as long as
doesn't matter.
Yeah, as long as she gets through the lane phase in an okay state, she's going to be the exact same champion later on into the game. So I don't think she's out of favor just yet.
So we are going to get a little bit of adaptation. It's funny enough, we talked about Vi and how prevalent she has been. Music hadn't picked her at all this split. He is going to pick that one up now as well, and taking that away from Kisno, again, has been the bread and butter for Conviction. The Talia also going to join. We saw 16 plays. I'll make that 17, rising up through the list, but a really good space provider and a good combination with the Vi.
Yeah, it's just such a great combination to have in that early mid game as soon as you get past level 6. So it kind of really opens up the rest of your comp to pick a more scaling option, especially for Levitate on the bottom side of the map. I mean, we already talked about how good he is on the carries like Zeri and things like that just got newly buffed. So they could go for something more late game oriented in that regard.
And we're going to get the Swaparoonies from the jungle. We've had a lot of prevalence from the Zinzao from Kisno, a lot of prevalence from the Vi for Music, and going to change that one around this time around, but still two very, very good picks that can provide their own win conditions within the games. The Ambessa is going to be that classic combo with the Vi too, and I really like it. I said from the very beginning, I wanted Blue Otter to have a very distinct and straightforward composition. They do.
And that comp happens to be going straight forward, Mazel, because that's what I'm seeing with these three champions. And yeah, like this really makes me wonder if Conviction needs to start looking at that bottom lane pool. I mean, I mentioned Zeri. I actually think this is a pretty good game for the Kai'Sa so far, just because you have all this dive. And again, something scaling would be, I think, a really big boon for the comp that Blue Otter are looking for. And on the other side, I think you just want to remove a little bit of lane dominance. Misfortune is a pretty easy guess with how things have been going here in Split 1. And with multiple threats, you know, bullet time is actually pretty good in this situation, so just get rid of it.
Now the question is, do we see an adaptation go towards the supports in the second ban of the second phase, just to see if they can get away some of those engagement tools, but there's so many available, and it's so hard to whittle down. So right now it is the Misfortune and that Kai'Sa that you mentioned to take away that full dive composition from Blue Otter.
Yeah, the only thing I would kind of wonder if Conviction want to get rid of is Nautilus, just because they would add this overload of just the easiest CC to land in the world. Just like point, click. When they're knocked up, Talia's flick is basically point and click, you know what I'm saying? But otherwise, if they wanted to go a different route, I think Alistar ends up being pretty fine too.
There you go. It will be taking away the big cow on campus. It is also the Ash band to take away some of the utility that we said both these carries usually go with, at least hovering over the Jhin and the likes. But we'll see if they get a little bit more power given to that bot lane 2v2 this time around as we're getting to the second phase. Still counter pick available for Blue Otter and Levitate.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rakan would fit really nicely just to set up the rest of this engage that you have. And it's pretty clear, too, that I think this is more about a priority on a really premier support on this current patch more than it is trying to leave the AD carry for that last pick there for Levitate. I think what they're going to pick is probably, you know, you could pick it on 4 and 5. It doesn't matter. So I think they just really wanted Rakan.
Get the Rakan out of there. Another one on the list of most picked there is keeping the trends rolling, at least. But then the question becomes, do you go with the Xayah for some more safety, but really no follow-through with your dive composition? Do you go with the Ezreal now that Ezreal is gone, as Conviction are going to go ahead and take that? And a really nice steal away there, as well as maybe some denial of that engage, but also their own engage forward for Conviction moving here into the 5th support pick.
Yeah, I think Ezreal works. You have a lot of damage. This adds that bit of range poke and also that mobility just to make it harder for you to lock down. I think Maokai actually would be a much better look because you already have so many anti-dive tools. And this, in my opinion, rounds out Conviction's comp like very nicely just because of the fact that you have Gwen, Xin, and Maokai, who are all really good anti-dive champions. It's actually going to make it Blue Otter's life a lot more difficult when it comes to getting in there, all-inning. That hover's so fake, like surely not, but you know what I'm saying.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It doesn't happen. Also, the thing is, Minui likes things that are that have utility, right? Like we've seen him go with some of the unique picks. Obviously, Rovek, a very well-known unique picker, but we even got like the Zillion, the Nico, things like that for Minui. Used to be an ADC player, but looking to have as much influence out of that bot lane as he can, and the Maokai Saplings will do just that. Right now, the Tristana is locked in. This is a pick I've been loving here recently, and you have that go-in position here for Blue Otter.
Yeah, this champion is shot up in priority big time here, and when you're looking into a lane like Ezreal Maokai, Tristana, who normally, you know, not the strongest of early games, even with the buff at the end of last year, gonna feel really good about that, and that's the scaling option, that carry option that we were highlighting during that first phase of draft. Now Levitate, he's on this really strong late game pick. As long as his team can keep making space for him, he is gonna have that opportunity to just blitz through everyone on the side of Conviction. But actually going for that dive setup is going to be the hard part just because of how good Conviction are going to be at receiving the dive.
Yeah, it's all about the execution at that point, but I go back to our initial statements and say that it is really nice to see Blue Otter with a tried and true composition, a very clear direction forward, and we'll see if that epiphany is going to pay off for them in how they want to execute the composition, because I think that's the most difficult thing, especially against a team like Conviction, who does have that kind of cohesion between some of the members, but also just a very clear way that they try to play these team fights. And with the setup that they have, a lot of scaling options on their side, you know, that 2-3 item mark for them is going to be massive on their team fight scale.
100%, and it is going to be interesting too, because something Samikin had mentioned to me was just this idea that talking about their struggles and how they play out those mid to late games was exactly why we saw those situations where early game, mid game actually went okay for them, but they fumbled towards the end. So this time around, in a comp that really comes online mid late game, we'll see if they can step it up.
We'll see if they can. We're getting to game one of the day. We've been waiting a little while, but I'm hyped about it. It is going to be Conviction versus Blue Otter. The standings all at stake. Bottom 2 in the league. They are in the relegation tournament. 7th and 8th, you've got a free ticket into summer. And top 6 make it in the playoffs. Blue Otter and Conviction both fighting to stay in that conversation.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
We'll see if there's going to be any fighting in the early minutes of this game. We do have a little bit of posturing, but I think nothing too serious. Nobody wants to start this one off bloody, and I'm sad.
Is it bad that like whenever we get these kinds of looks on the screen, I like immediately go to like a football field? Like we just have the line of scrimmage shot. You know, I don't know why my brain immediately goes to that. But it is not a line of scrimmage. It's an aggressive stance from Blue Honor. as they're looking for a little bit of that vision game on the bot side, just try to get some information on Kisno and exactly how he's going to be pathing. It does look like we might get those opposite side starts. We'll see exactly how it goes. Oh, they were so close to getting it. One auto attack from getting that ward, but they will know it's there. So Music can play around that.
Yeah, and there's the ward on the other side as well on Kisno's Raptors. So there's going to be a bit of information that's going both ways, but not a whole lot else is really going to start it off. Again, this match, really important for Blue Otter. We're sitting at 1-3 at the moment. Their first of 2 matches in this week, which is a big opportunity for them to jump up in the standings.
And we'll see if that is going to be the case. I know Conviction, a lot of confidence on that roster, and rightfully so. I mean, they are sitting at 5th place right now, 2-2, but there's a lot of wiggle room with just 1 series win or loss with the state that the league is in, and only 2 weeks left after week number 5 until we start the playoffs. So as we take a look here, again, it is going to be this kind of top to bot or bot to top start for both junglers. See what kind of matchup they want to go into, if they want to be a little bit aggressive. Both of these guys are on picks that can be skirmish heavy early, but have a lot of setup potential for the team.
Yeah, and I think that is a style of pick that both of these teams thrive on. I mean, you look at Kisno, a player who we credit for a lot of improvement over this last year and a half, has done a really good job at facilitating for his team. And he himself had told me that a big goal for him this split was learning to play for his team better, knowing what waves he can go for, knowing when opportunities to skip camps and just go for those bigger team moments. And on the other side, Music, we know he's a big voice for this team. And he has been someone we give a lot of credit to their recent performances, both last summer and when they look good this split.
Yeah, I mean, you even look back to kind of 2023 when he was on that Supernova roster, and you're kind of thinking of what that big splash was and then kind of the petering out towards the end of that split, then that redemption arc now coming through to Blue Otter, and having spent a good amount of time now with this organization.
Yeah.
It's been really, really nice to see his growth in personal. And I know Kisno's been getting a lot of praise here, but maybe Music, to put his name a little bit higher in the stocks of NACL here. We do get some nice 2v2s in the bot lane. Levitate and Rovex definitely going to have the hotter hand down here. Ezreal has to play a little bit more reserved, but we did get some unique setups for these junglers. Going to split the Scuttle Crabs. Top will go the way of Kisno. Music will get the bottom one.
Yeah, and because of the cover, the Kisno went to that top side to see if there's a play. Yeah, he's going to cancel his
bloody.
back, actually.
He wants it. Oh, the flash wind becomes lightning. I don't know if he can do it, though. The flash, the play. Kisno. He's so low. Cracker wants him. He's not going to be able to do it, though. Both are down flashes. Wind becomes lightning. Going to miss out. And just about 30 HP there that Kisno made it out alive. Now Horner snips his life from him. Going to flash out for the turret shot. First blood to Conviction.
Wow, it's 2 for... Oh, wait, hold on, Samikin. He sees him. Yeah.
Come on, let's get it. Let's get the play back. Gets the
nice
pick off, and Samikin gets that kill onto Hoarder.
Yeah, it's a really nice move for Samikin to be able to salvage that one a little bit, because Quacker did lose a good bit on top of the kill going over to this Gwen, who he knows is going to scale really nicely. So being able to trade that one from Samikin using a bit of time, I think is really nice. It is going to cost him his teleport while Darkwings walked it back to lane, but I would argue it's worth it.
I'll take that. You want as much momentum and movement out of mid lane from Samikin as you can get on this Talia, especially once he hits that level 6 mark. Both top laners will expend their TPs to rejoin that lane. We will have a dragon spawning and spawned on bot side. Going to be started up by Music, it looks like, and the collapse from Samikin and their bot lane, making that look easy in that first objective. Now Hoarder has an angle on the Quacker. Going to go snip and maybe take his life. Another one bites the dust, and it's Quacker going down 0-2 to Hoarder.
Wow, Quacker really not respecting the blasting wand that Hoarder comes back to lane with. This Gwen, who's going to be such a monster later. Getting this early advantage is instrumental for Conviction, and this is why we got to give more props to Hoarder. Again, we've seen him in the Tier 3 scene, and we've seen him when he played for Team Ambition trying to promote into the NACL, and I wasn't impressed, I'll be honest. So I wasn't having the highest of hopes for him going into Split 1, but he has vastly surprised me and outstripped my expectations. I think he's been playing really well so far this split on pretty much whatever champion his team puts him on, and that continues to show here today.
Yeah, watching him in the combines all the time ago, and now seeing his step-by-step growth in the NACL has been very nice to see. And a guy that's shaking up the top lane conversation in the NACL that felt like maybe it was a little bit established. Now Blue Otter going for their own redemption play on the Chrome. Aren't going to find him. Do end up getting his flash out, and the Grubs will end up going to Conviction holistically. Now Music going to come in and steal that last one. It will be 2-1 in Grubs. Manui may be caught out here. Does still have his flash. Going to use the Bramble Smash to push them away. The level 6 is there, already utilized, but they go in with the Crescent Guard. Now damage from Chrome is going to be massive. Crescent Guard's buying a lot of time for Kizno. This is dicey as Samikin is fighting Darkwings on that transition over to the fight. Nothing else going to come of it, and it will just be that split of the Grubs.
Yeah, I got to say, that was nicely played from both Manui and Kizno to circumvent the true threat of that cease and desist from the Vi, and to kind of interrupt that rocket jump from Levitate with the Crescent Guard. Really turned what could have been a disastrous play into something that I would say is neutral or favorable, especially when you consider, in Conviction, they walk away with 2 Grubs, and nothing's really lost for it.
Yeah, we saw the map adaptation there as well. Still about a 20+ CS lead developed by Hoarder in that side of the lane. Now being in the bot lane. See if he gets any love or if Quacker gets a little bit of help here in this situation. But I will say Blue Otter getting that early Dragon, setting the pace of the Dragon stacking will be very nice for them. It does feel like they are the ones that need to kind of push the tempo of the game.
Oh, speaking of tempo.
Oh, no. Needlework in. He's just going to go for it. Public execution is going to be enough. The Iron Wolf versus the girl with scissors. See if they can go down. Hoarder's going to get ganked, though, and Quacker gets that kill back onto Hoarder.
Yeah, it really feels good for Quacker to get a little get back there, the help of his jungler in Music. And I want to bring up that point you highlighted before this fight started to Dragon stacking. And I agree, it is going to be really important for Blue Otter, especially if they can get to that soul point, create a situation where Conviction's composition walks into them, because I don't think that's really where this composition thrives. I think it's more they want to get to objectives first. They want Blue Otter to jump onto them so that they can avoid it.
And it goes back to their kind of pick style composition. As soon as somebody overextends or oversteps in those objective setups, they will just get pounced on by Blue Otter. And that's that execution we were asking for from the draft. Now we'll see if that stabilization in the side lane is going to be enough between Hoarder and Quacker. Obviously the CS differential still pretty massive in that regard. But we're starting to get to the in-between moments. We're going to be having another Dragon spawning here rather shortly. The Grubs will be shortly after that as well. Obviously timers are not available, but we'll be getting hopefully some math done on stream. But it is now a situation where Conviction can kind of hold back and try to get to these kind of second, third item spawns. But Manui trying to stay active on this Maokai pick.
Yeah, and I got to say, we saw it on the mini-map. Hoarder did a really good job stopping the back from Levitate and Rovex. It forced Quacker to stay a little extra, and it gives Chrome and Manui this opportunity to knock down some turret plates, something they wouldn't be able to do into this Tristana and Rakan setup. They even were fishing for a dive. Even though it didn't work out, they almost turned that one into a pretty nice play, and Kizno being here is actually going to limit, with the wave clear, how much turret damage Levitate is going to be able to do. This is Tristana we're talking about. Traditionally very good at knocking down plates, knocking down turrets. Has that denied just a little bit to give Chrome that slight edge.
I am very surprised Chrome just got that back off. I just saw Quacker's portrait right on top of him as he was backing. So not going to stop him there. Going to get the redeploy up towards topside. Quacker needs to be a little bit careful with his new lane opponent, Hoarder, who has finished his Nashor's at about like 10 minutes into the game. Now another Dragon is coming up here. Blue Otter could look to keep that tempo up in those spawns. Would be really massive for them, and try to set that pace going.
Interested to see what that setup is looking like, because Chrome and
Grubby
Manui
Tubbies?
still maintain their position in that top lane. It is probably going to be about the Grubby Tubbies. And I'm kind of surprised Blue Otter really want to go for a fight for this. I thought they'd prioritize going for dragons. Maybe it was to drop a ward and then make their way down. But I feel like Dragon Stack is just kind of more important. They took away a grub, so the fact that they're denying that grub again, I think makes it okay to trade.
Obviously not going to be the case here. They want to move over.
Yeah.
They want to contest. Darkwing's going to have the first move over from the mid lane. I think they now realize things are a little bit dicey. If they start it up, Conviction not going to pull the trigger just yet. Playing very reserved around this top side objective. You know, it can be a breaking point for both teams. Both have all ultimates. And we'll see if it does end up being the case. They want to try to utilize that as Conviction still having pressure from that top lane as well, with Chrome already being up here. Some vision being played towards Grub, started up by Blue Otter, but now they move over. And Music just going to go right back into the pit. Somehow things got turned around. Samikin got that first move now after that wave got pushed back. Darkwing's going to be a little bit behind on this play. Conviction, you guys are completely caught out. They got to be careful. They're between a rock and a hard place, and there's a bunch of them being thrown at their faces as it's Blue Otter taking the first kill. That's the feats of warfare completed by them. But now Rovek going to join the death table as he goes down to Darkwings. Darkwings not able to chase down Music there either. In the end, it is a dicey fight. Conviction end up coming out the better of it as they're going to take more grubs.
I mean, I kind of saw the vision. If they were able to take those grubs and make their way towards Dragon, that's fine. But they wanted to go for the play. They ended up getting Manui, but Darkwings ends up making the trade. And as I said, wow, Quacker.
Getting a little bit more even on the trades. You know, the Eclipse helps.
Yeah, true. It's a very strong item. But yeah, Blue Otter really doing their best to take advantage of this Vitalia combo.
Whoa.
It just hasn't been working out perfectly. Oh, Manui.
Oh, Manui, this is a wonderful play from Blue Otter. Actually so impressive. The timing on that is massive, and Blue Otter catch Manui coming to bail out his top laner, but they have overextended. They have fully overextended. Another turret shot comes in, the 3-talon strike, and Quacker is going to go down to Hoarder, and now Kisno's looking to move forward here. He has so much healing. The 3-talon strike is back up, knock up, wind becomes lightning. It's just like that. It is Blue Otter forced out of the play that they started.
Oh, but I think they want a little more.
Samikin. Stop. Oh, Samikin. Oh, he missed the rocks. He missed the seismic jump, and he dies.
Oh, no.
Shut down to Hoarder, stunting on him, and just broke both of Samikin's ankles.
Oh, that's ambitious. I think Blue Otter are feeling the pressure.
All right, let me take out reset. We don't stop fighting. Buster shot, not enough. The calculation.
You're kidding me.
The math is not clear. Unable to finish it off, and now he's just going to die. No, the shield comes in. Massive play from Rovex to save his ADC, but both Chrome and Levitate, they are going at it.
Yeah, they sure are, and wow. You know, the craziest thing about that is that's a patch diff, because Tristana's Buster Shot was nerfed by 50 damage, and Chrome lived with 30 health, by the way. Like, that actually would have killed last patch.
This is just a look back to the overextension by Blue Otter. Really good capitalization by Conviction on the back end of it. And this is why you see some of these killer instincts from Kisno, and you're like, he's a damn good jungler, man. He knows where to be at the right time.
He has been, and I will credit Kisno. He has done a really good job of reading the plays Blue Otter want to go for. But, I mean, I still have some criticism where Blue Otter, they're biting off more than they can chew more than at one time. Like, they could have been happy just killing Manui and walking away, but instead they get chased out at Samikin. Oh man, that one.
No.
I will say,
LPL observing, just saying.
if he lands the flick, he's the GOAT. You know what I mean? So in that way, we gotta respect
honestly
the
any
vision.
of his abilities there. I think he's the GOAT.
yeah, exactly. But you know, he didn't. Happens.
It's all good. It happens. That's why we love Tier 2, baby. But Conviction will take the advantage here. Just a little bit under 2,000 gold in the advantage early. We did see another Dragon, though, in the during the replay go down to Blue Otter. So they will continue that stacking. It was a little bit later than that kind of 5-minute mark. So I think it'll be another, like, probably 3-4 minutes till that does spawn here. But the next thing coming up is that Rift Herald fight. And you see a redeploy coming out from both sides, potentially coming out towards that top side.
And right now, it's as you say, it's going to be a late Dragon Soul, but if Blue Otter can get to that point, I mean, Levitate is playing Tristana, even with the almighty scaler Gwen on the other side of the Rift. If Blue Otter can make enough space for him, Levitate he can be the hero of this game, Mazel. And this was our rookie of the split from summer 2024. He definitely has it in him.
He definitely does, and now he's got an item in him too. See if that makes a big difference. We gave that scaling condition to Conviction, 3 items, really that big break point, 2 items getting there. Still want to see some item completions and some aggression from Blue Otter to kind of push the pace of the game. Now Darkwing's in trouble, gonna try to Sifting Sands his way out, but there's so much CC, and he's just locked down, shut down, and it goes over to Quacker.
Wow, nicely done. They basically just kept Darkwing CC'd long enough so that they could just kill him before he could get the ult off. So that one is nice. Blue Otter, they get there 1 for nothing, but there is Hoarder being able to get that push into the top side, and that time spent bottom lane does mean Conviction are going to be able to secure that Rift Herald. Blue Otter are walking up, but I don't really like this.
We'll see. Rocket Jump reset could be very nice there, but Manui, a little bit caught out on his lonesome, is just going to be thrown rocks at and taken down. Meanwhile, it will be Conviction taking the Rift Herald.
Yeah, but it's in trade for a kill. So Manui caught out of position there, actually ends up working a little bit for Blue Otter. But there is that opportunity for Conviction to get more gold back, just because of that Herald's potential to knock down turrets, especially with Dragon coming up in 2 minutes. If Conviction are really feeling themselves, they can let go of this Drake, use the Herald to push on the other side of the map, knock down that tier 2, get a lot of gold for it.
And now we're looking at almost 2 items for majority here. Obviously, first items completed for everybody in this state of things. But this is a situation where it all comes down to that kind of execution that we talked about from the draft. And that is that epiphany moment from Blue Otter, is how they want to play out these fights, how they want to play out these compositions. And now is the time to put up or shut up with that.
Yeah, that's right. And this game, while they do have elements of it that are winnable, you still have some pain points. Again, that Gwen being the biggest one.
Scary.
Yeah, 4-2-0 is Hoarder, already getting close to item number 2, but to Quacker's credit, he's already hit his second item as well. So he's definitely able to keep the pace and also be a backline threat in his own right.
Yeah, actually hit the, obviously because of the boots. Hit the second item first. Honestly, results-based analysis, that's all that matters. You got 2 big items.
Yes.
Let's see if that actually does matter, though, in that side lane setup. There won't be a TP for Quacker, so he knows he needs to be a little bit more fluid on how he moves around the map for the foreseeable future. I think that TP play can be available for Conviction. It gives a lot of fear to Blue Otter. But that next Dragon's going to be coming up now in about 45 seconds. And seeing now exactly how they want to approach this one. We're getting that reset out from Rovex, but is this time to fight for Blue Otter? Is this time to try to force this soul point?
I think they need it. I think it will do a lot for them. The question is just going to be about whether or not Conviction want to fight for it. I mean, you see a lot of their members hovering around mid lane. Manui and Kisno are trying to clear up vision, using their turn to get themselves some space. So it does seem like this Drake is something they don't want to let go through. And we mentioned it, it's important for Conviction's comp to get there first.
Oh, the engage. He didn't have the Vault Breaker. Doesn't matter. Cease and assist in. Chrome's not going to go down just yet. Shields come through, and Chrome is still alive. Immediate flash from Sammy King to get away. Rovex wants to come in, be the haymaker, but he gets haymaked himself. He's going low. He's burning. He finally burns down to the ground, and you look, the dust settles, and Conviction rise to the top with 5 alive, 4 dead for Blue Otter, and they're going to blow this game open.
You can say that again, Mazel. Conviction in one fell swoop remove any of Blue Otter's power at this stage of the game. They win the fight, and it was a great read from Hoarder to hang around in that top push that made it happen. So now it's a 4-0. The Dragon stacking is denied, and 2 turrets go down in the process. As long as Hoarder walks out of this one, this is an astronomical win for Conviction.
4,000 gold up now and complete map control. That's going to be a springboard to their 3rd items here, as we're already seeing 2nd completed for Chrome. That's a lot of momentum going the way of Conviction. off of a extremely forced play by Blue Otter. I will give it to them. They all committed, but it was a commitment to death.
That's why you picked the Ezreal. That arcane shift, that flash, it creates a lot of distance. And Music ends up falling before he can actually make that trade. Even if he did trade, I don't even know if it's fully worth it to trade for Chrome, this Ezreal who hadn't quite hit 2 items at the time, wasn't hitting that big power curve that we expect from this champion. So, Blue Otter, they fumbled that one a little bit. Now they're in a really tough spot.
Still have some good catch-out positions that are available to them. Music, Quacker. More so Quacker getting involved, I think, is the biggest important next step for them. Just trying to get this Ambessa, who does have that 2.5 items already, involved in some of these fights, find some picks, especially if he was there, at least to capitalize onto that Chrome pickoff would have been massive. Blue Water still have the tools, and they are sticking together, at least. A lot of vision being played around this Atacon side of the map. Atacon could just be yet another springboard for Conviction to jump further forward off of.
Yeah, so that's why you're seeing that little bit of vision game being played here, just to make sure Conviction don't get an opening to start it. Because they actually have a pretty good amount of damage. If they hit Atacana's 5 between Azir, Gwen, and Ezreal, it will go down relatively fast. So I think Blue Water need to be prepared for a situation like that and just make sure they have all the information they can. And the hope is that they can use that info to make a play inside, but Hoarder knows this. He's walking away, and in buying that space, Conviction, they just go ahead and start the Otacon.
I mean, yeah, you have complete vision control over this side of the map as well. Biggest opportunity is for Music to try to steal a TP coming in. This is where we wanted Quacker to get involved. Is it going to be fast enough? They don't even make it in time. They're going to try to take the fight afterward. This is bold, though, as Rovek's going to try to catch out Manui. Manui was completely by himself. That Weaver's Wall buys Blue Otter a ton of time. Samikin spent a lot of time getting the roses there, so while that permanent 25% increase on buffs will go over to Conviction, a lot of roses went the way of Blue Otter. They got to get back to defend their base as Samikin burns his TP to get that mid wave. Music? Trying to go for the fight, I guess. Caught out there unawares as they expected something, but they got something completely different. One by one, the dominoes are falling, and they're in the shape of otters. Conviction just ramming this lead down the throats of Blue Otter.
And Blue Otter, it feels like they're at a loss and out of options in this game because they are trying to make these plays happen. But Conviction, they always have the numbers. They always have the people necessary to absorb these plays. And of course, it is the power in this draft and how anti-dive this composition is. It's been working out for them so well this game.
What an advantage. I mean, they're over 7,000 gold up now. It is, I can't wait to see that gold graph, honestly, and just see how dominant this Conviction turnaround has been. We gave them 3 items. They aren't even there yet. They hit that 2-item spark, and they just kept going. And it was a lot of really clutch decisions from Conviction, but picking up on the kind of Blue Otter compositional strengths and laying it back onto them, being the counter to this dive has been really nice for Conviction.
It has been, and this team being full of experienced players for the most part, being able to use it as well is such a big deal. Rovex. Ooh.
That was dicey.
Everyone just close. It's okay, my eyes were closed. I didn't see it.
NACL, take the wheel. That is going to be a tier 2 falling to the last little mite. Strong strength there from that little guy, you know. For grub spawn, feels good. But this is a Conviction that rightfully is at the middle of the pack, upper echelon of the NACL, and a team that is looking at that playoff spot, right? Like we gave a lot of onus to Blue Otter, needing to find wins, needing to find this. Conviction are sitting well. They're at 2-2, but a win here puts them into that solid position of top 6.
Yeah, and this is why we said that they were a big playoff contender. And you're going to see it now. Oh, they're going in.
I don't know, man. This is looking like a Conviction setup here. They got the flank. Hoarder goes for that distance on the needlework. Finds the 1, finds the 2. Slow down. Get a flash for it. Snip, snip. Goes through a life of all of Blue Otter. Another big engage from Dark Wings, and they can do no wrong. Levitate, the only one left. They're just waiting for the minion wave. They're just waiting for the super minions, and this will be a quick match point for Conviction.
And really nicely done. Conviction so far ahead. This comp that wants to walk backwards can sprint right into Blue Otter's hands as they take them down. And with the super wave coming through, Lennon, I believe that's all she wrote.
How did we get here, Beatdown? It felt so even for so long. We had that stable win condition for Blue Otter, and Conviction absolutely blow them out of the water across the board. It started with Hoarder. It propelled into Chrome and Darkwings and Kisno, and this team looks like they are ready to handle business today.
Hey, they are. And, you know, we'll give some credit to Blue Otter. I think Sammykin delivered, at least in part, on what he was talking to me last night and how much more decisive and together this team is on the side of Blue Otter. The problem is, Kisno and the rest of Conviction, they read them like a book, literally just page by page. They're like, this is what they're going to do next.
Chapter 1,
this is what they're going to do next. Exactly. And then they wrote that ending themselves as they dismantled them. Basically for most of that game. We really got to credit Kisno for being at the right place at the right time for almost every play.
And I will say a part of it went through the non-action of that early game from the side of Blue Otter, trying to see maybe an up in tempo of the early game is a fix they could look through, but it is Conviction going to 1-0 in this best of 3, one game away from taking down Blue Otter 2-0, as we'll see you on the other side of this break.
You're saying like the most fun, it's for sure like, fun as in like I'm actually like laughing so much and like just smiling so much. It's for sure. There was this time, maybe season 9, season 10, where I was like, oh, I'm just losing every game. So I was like, let's change it up. And then I decided to play 20 games of Jax in a row, and I won all 20 games. And I was like literally like so happy that entire time, because like I've never been on a 20-game win streak, you know, like, and I just played one champion and I won every game, and it's so broken. So yeah. For sure the most fun. Yeah. I think our team has really strong laners, and I think everyone is like top 3 in their role in terms of just off-laning ability. The thing that makes our team going to be different, I would say, is like throughout my entire career, I've always been very adamant on draft, like me being a big part of draft and talking about like champions we should play or the drafts we should play. So in terms of that, I think you will see drafts from us that will be ordinary, and then you'll see drafts from us that are like, whoa, like, oh, this guy really just picked this. Like for example, like last week when we played Anivia mid, and no one's saying like, oh, Darkwings can play Anivia mid. It's just like we're gonna be able to play a lot of different champs and a lot of different comps. So we're probably like, I probably want our team to be one of the most flexible teams in the league, and for sure be able to surprise people with different picks.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL 2025. We're taking a look back at the highlights from that last game. And if you're a Blue Otter fan, maybe look away. There's a lot of conviction-favored setups there, and it was definitely conviction-favored game number 1.
Yeah. Maybe if you're a Blue Otter fan, take a walk. You know, just process the game as best you can, like I'm sure they're trying to do in between matches, and hope game 2 is a little bit better. I gotta say, there was some good things in Blue Otter's early mid-game. Besides the top lane, besides this, don't worry about this. But I think the real credit here just goes to Conviction, and especially Kizno. Again, the response from him all game long was really intelligent, was really impactful, and was a big reason they won.
Let's see there, a little bit of revenge from Quacker. This was actually a really good play from Blue Otter. The timing on this one was really, really massive. But the reason why, you know, maybe some of the stakes are a little bit higher in this series, and if you're just joining us, you're wondering why maybe that is the case, is because we only have 2 weeks left in the season.
Yeah.
And bottom 2 teams, which Blue Otter are in trouble of being in, are in the relegation tournament afterwards. So you definitely don't want to be there, and Blue Otter trying to keep themselves above that red line. And it was supposed to be a moment against Conviction that maybe they can rise to the test. They had that epiphany in the off season, or at least in the off week here, trying to make that work out. But in game number 1, they had a good strategy. It didn't work. Conviction had a really good execution. And the fact that they were able to propel that little lead into such a monumental gold lead in the end off that one play in mid lane felt really good from the Conviction side of things.
Yeah, and honestly, as much as I tell people, you know, you need to ban Gwen. Stop letting this champion exist. Like this is getting kind of ridiculous. I feel like that was not the biggest reason Conviction won this game. I think they actually just played this one well. You could have subbed Gwen for pretty much any really good top laner in this situation. I still think they would have won the game, which I think is really just testament to how well they performed and how well they played. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
You should still ban Gwen all the time.
Still ban Gwen. Still ban Gwen. Still do it. Still ban Gwen.
Yes.
But there's a lot of big picks taken off of the table now. We are in full fearless.
Right.
So all these picks that you're seeing on your screen, they will not be available for game number 2. And I think that will be a benefit to Blue Otter, even if a lot of their comfort picks are taken off the table. I wonder how many more bans at ADC we're going to be getting, mid lane, things along those lines, because ADC bans were very, very present in game number 1.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if we'll see Levitate go towards that Kaisa. I think a lot of prominent dive champions are out, so maybe they won't do that. But we talked about we talked about Shen. We mentioned Zoe, even though that always gets banned against Sammykin. So there are definitely options.
There's a lot of options. We'll see exactly what they want to go with, but I'm excited to beat down as I'm Azelle. We're going through the highlights with you there. But it is going to be a situation where Blue Otter's backs are against the wall. We said at the beginning they need to play. They have 2 series this week. The difference being if you go 2-0, you could potentially be in 4th place. If you go 0-2, things are looking a little bit down the dump for you.
Place.
So trying to you're not in 4th place. That's a good one. That's a good one. But I do want to continue praising Conviction because this is a roster who, even if they've had some slip-ups as of late, obviously, facing some tough competition last week at Near Airport and Dark Zero Dragonsteel, this is a team that coming into the split, we did have high expectations of, fluctuating across the roster, but high expectations nonetheless.
100%. And I think, again, any team outside of the top 3 facing against one of them, that's basically, as they say in the LTA, a scheduled loss. So we don't give them too much. We don't give them too much grief for losing matches like that. I think Conviction have been really consistent against teams who are outside of the top 3, and that's continued so far in this series, which is one of many reasons I consider them a really strong playoff contender, even if they were to lose this series today.
Yeah, and I really want to see now what the strat is in game number 2. What exactly, because it definitely felt like an interesting setup from Conviction on that side of things, very team fight oriented. If you want to catch up on that game number 1 or any other NACL action, make sure you tune into all the socials. They'll be going across the screen right there. Make sure you tune in. Make sure you go on to X and follow up and just get a chance to take a look at anything that you missed potentially through this one. But into draft here, hopefully very shortly for these two sides. We saw a lot of focus on the jungle for both of them. Both their premier picks in the Zinzao and the Vi, even though they were swap-a-roonied, are gone. I do wonder what iteration we get this time around, as it's probably going to be a lot of the same bands going into game 2.
Yeah, and that's just kind of how it goes. I'm curious what that priority is going to be, though, for Conviction. I previously, as far as like last week and what's common this split, teams prefer to be on the blue side, so Blue Otter electing for the red side is interesting to me. Wondering if they are trying to save themselves for a really strong R5 Quacker or some kind of preferable matchup in the soul lane, bot lane, something along those lines.
Give me the Quacker Olaf. I want to see it.
Quacker Darius.
Or Darius. We'll see. Do get the Jace and the Rise band just like last time around. It is the Varus that's going to join the table here again on the side of Conviction. The last time around, I believe it was Callista. Maybe that was in the second
It was Callista. No, you're right. It was Callista.
But we'll see if they want to kind of continue focusing on that, because I think one thing that could break this game open is a little bit more of an advantage in the 2v2 for Blue Otter. I think there were some opportunities in that bot lane, especially with the Tristana, to do that, but they just were never able to get off the ground. Maybe lean into that a little bit more, lean into the levitate carry side of things as they go into game 2.
Yeah, we'll see. They're really running the clock on this final pick. And again, my big question mark is, what's the first pick? What are we prioritizing there for Conviction? I mean, Rumble is still up. Wow, okay, they could go the Scion route. Usually people play that one as a response to Jace, but it overall is pretty good, so maybe they go that route. Maybe.
We'll see what
Probably.
they end up going
it's
with.
Rumble. There you go.
Still some power picks on the table. Rumble being one of them is going to be locked in. It was on that list that we were looking at in terms of the bands, at least. But we'll see what the 1-2 punch is from Blue Otter. Last time around, they were able to get a pretty solid setup for themselves at this first 2 picks.
Yeah, that's right. Now the question is going to be, what are the setups this time? I mean, there's an angle where they could go Scion themselves just to give themselves that really solid front line, and it plays into Levitate being the carry like we've been kind of hinting at, asking for, wishing for. I think just the response to the top lane overall would be pretty good. Nefiri, not as powerful as when the rework first came out, but still a very strong champion in her own right. So Music could be piloting that one to great success.
And unfortunately, I'm sorry, Levitate, you're gonna be on Jin. I'm sorry, buddy. You know, we were hyping you up. We were trying to get a carry for you.
It's over.
Trying to influence the universe. Unfortunately, Music had other plans. We'll try to go for a little bit more utility on the side of them to try to set up the Fury, because it can be a massive win condition, man. We'll see exactly what Blue Otter want to kind of finish this one out with. Then Uncle Phil is a cooker. That man is a main reason why Blue Otter had found so much success that last year and rose into a lot of priority in the NACL, and it will be the Shen.
Yeah, and Quacker Shen is very good. And this is a champ. I mean, it's been buffed 2 patches in a row. That's something to really be excited about. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, the Q slow for Shen was buffed, and the cooldown on his W, the Spirit's Refuge, is reduced. I think those are 2 very impactful skills. So getting buffs like that, this champion was already good. Now it's quite good.
So I was hoping to see the Zed. It was something we saw as an answer into the Fury in the LCK, but not gonna be the case this time around. Kizno knows, though. The man knows. It is gonna be on picky duty, though. Sejuani is gonna be locked in. I got him, ladies and gentlemen. I got him. It is the core key locked in alongside it, so getting some more sustained damage, but flexible damage.
For sure, and range is, I think, really the most important thing, and that mobility too. You have these champions who are going to be diving onto you, so the fact that a big carry of yours can be very mobile with that Valkyrie, I think that's really important, and something that Conviction can be pretty happy about. And the range is nice too, because so far, I mean, we're looking at 2 melees, so unless they spruce it up in the range category, I think Chrome's going to have a very fun time this game.
I think so too, and the Kaista locked in for Levitate. It is a classic for this guy. You also get some more carry potential for him, so they're just going with the dual carry between Music and Levitate now.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You have this dive with the Shen and the Nefiri, and as long as you have CC to apply those plasma stacks, it does give Levitate that opportunity to fly in with the Killer Instinct. And because Conviction made it clear they're willing to take that away from him in that second rotation. They need to pick it right now. But it does mean that Rovex's pool is going to be a little more limited. I imagine support's where they're going to be looking, or mid lane.
But Rovex, man, he's got a champion ocean. The man's been everywhere. He knows everything. We'll see what he ends up going with here, though, himself. It is going to be a little bit of that different focus in the second phase. Actually, right now it's the same. As the last game, the Pstar banned by Conviction as well as the Misfortune banned by Blue Water.
Yeah, I mean, it's good just because Pstar, I think, is in a really strong place. Probably the tankiest of supports when you factor in the ultimate. So you just want to remove that option there from Rovex. Leona is still up on the table. It's just that question of whether or not they want to blind support or maybe put that one onto the R5 just to ensure a slightly better matchup. But I mean, Kai'Sa, not the best in lane as it is, so they could just go for a support pick on 4.
The Jhin ban is going to be levied over to Aaron. What a world we live in. Jhin getting banned.
It's tragic.
What a world. It is the NACL ban, though, over towards Rovex, so maybe taking away some of that preemptive setup that the support can't have. I know both these guys very willing to go for that NACL pick, but into this second phase, it's important. They still have counter pick available. Don't know how much levying that's going to be, but they'll see what they want to go for.
Yeah, I'm really curious. If they go support here, it's probably like a Leona, Nautilus angle, maybe Braum, but I haven't seen enough in that regard to like it. So instead, it is just going to be the Orianna, which I like for Samikin. I think she's in a good spot. You have great setups for the Shockwave. So Blue Otter continuously drafting in both games so far this series for this Wombo combo, this team fight potential. It's what it's all about for them.
We wanted clear conditions. We wanted clear setups. It is very clear what they want to do. It's all about the Nefiri in the fight, getting followed up on by everybody. And this is a pick that's been rising in priority here with a couple buffs here or there. And the Lucian Melio, going to be a tried and true combination locked in here for Conviction.
Yeah, so that's a pretty good one. A really strong combination where the Melio does give Lucian range. You're pretty good in lane, but you're actually quite strong later on. So it gives Conviction more of that late game power and more option to how to play out that mid to late game. So now it's kind of decision time for Rovex. What are we going to be playing here? Nautilus seems like the obvious one, but you are not very tanky. And Conviction, they have a lot of damage on their side. So Rovex, let's hope he lands all his spells, because run rotation's all he's going to get.
The burst is so surprising from Lucian and Melio. Lucian himself, obviously with a lot of buffs and the Essence Reaver start, but Melio buffing him up and having that extra range, having that burst potential, it is terrifying. And there are 3 targets that are going to be the absolute focus of that right now, and a lot of squishy targets to be that on Blue Otter. So I really like this kind of answer. Again, this is 2 games in a row that it feels like Conviction have read what Blue Otter want to do and have a really good response in their draft.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal, too, that they have this multi-threat composition when you're up against Wombo combo like the Orianna, like Nautilus Shen, things like that. Just to, as long as they play spread out, Conviction still have a lot of damaged threats and still a lot of opportunities to win out team fights. So Blue Otter, they have a way to win, but it's gonna take a little bit of effort.
The Epiphany, is it going to be enough to turn this around for Blue Otter? Can they get us to 3 games? As they have had a turnaround internally. But here in this series, Conviction has had their number. They still have a good plan. They have a good strategy. It all comes down to execution and this early game. We're in game number 2 of Conviction versus Blue Otter.
And again, this series, a big deal for Blue Otter, who are sitting at 1-3. Lennon, you've highlighted very extensively how big a 2-0 week here in week 5 would be for this roster. And it starts here if they want to go that route. They have a draft. They have really clear way to play things out. And I think they have a legitimate chance of winning if I'm just looking at the champions on both sides. It's just going to be about whether or not they can make the plays and Conviction don't respond as well as they did in game 1.
We are going to also answer a very important question, very, very pertinent as well. Does Conviction like glizzies? Do they like hot dogs?
That's a crazy throwback.
Because the Fury on the hot dog skin, obviously a hot dog, but is also going to be a very important win condition for Blue Otter, and trying to find those early advantages to at least elevate yourself through that mid game into the late game is super important for Music. So I want to keep an eye on how quickly Music is going to be moving across the map, where he wants to get involved early. And I think that 2v2 in the bot lane might lead out to that. We are getting opposite side starts for both these junglers. Technically, maybe going towards top side for Music.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. Music, you don't really want to play towards this bot lane Lucian Milio, especially when it's a short-range champ like Kaisa and the Nautilus. You don't really want to walk towards that lane because Sejuani will probably own you in that 1v1. So you want to be able to get through your first clear Scuttle Crab without any real trouble. And the question is going to be, is Kizno expecting that? Will he run up towards him? Or are both of these junglers just going to handshake and move on?
Hot dogs! They're so cute.
I do like this skin.
That's the best skin of all time. I
Really?
just remember contracts saying, no, I mean, I'm meaning a little bit. But
Oh, okay.
but it's still a really good skin.
Yes.
She's a dog, and it's a hot dog. Like, come on. Look
I
at the
know,
little
it's so
puppies.
great.
They're like actually hot dogs. But it is, on the other side, maybe a cold dog. As we have pigs in a blanket. Nah, I don't know. I'm getting too far into it now.
You know, I really thought
What?
I really thought when you said the double glizzies, you were making a Lucian joke.
No, but that is a throwback. Yeah.
Sorry, Mark.
I wouldn't do rough and bad like that, you know.
I
but
will.
fine.
It's okay.
Good times.
Yeah.
If you know, you know. It is going to be the culmination of the past for the junglers here, though, and I do expect maybe that full reset from both of them once the Scuttles do end up going either way, because they did have that handshake in game number 1 and it go okay. I think that's fine for Music, but on that next play, I do want to see him be active and find a gank, because Quacker in some trouble in topside.
I think he's okay in the end. Big important thing too is that Quacker did go the Ignite. Definitely really common when you see Shen in solo queue, but it's something Quacker will also run in competitive. You can always join team fights with that Stand United, so having that extra lane power can be a big deal.
Okay, the dive is being initiated by Conviction. They want Levitate. They're going to try to get him. Manui getting tanked down here by the turret. Another shot going in. First blood goes to Conviction, but immediately turned back onto. But the gold goes to Rovek, so Conviction come out the better of it.
Yeah, ends up being pretty nicely done for Conviction. You do lose Kizno in the process, but I mean, it basically just ends up being a fast back, especially because Rovex is the one who got the kill in the end, and Levitate lost out on that whole minion wave.
Oh,
yeah, he's gone.
The Shen, the flash, the bird, Quacker with the play.
Porter was not familiar with the Ignite Shen tech, and unfortunately it does cost him his life. Solo bolo for Quacker.
Go ahead and tell Hoarder to go give a call to Shaq. He'll fix him up real good. He'll fix him up real good. Gotta put some respect on Quacker, man. He's been here, and I love it because this guy's been building up his story here over the last couple of years. There's been some fluctuations, but he is still a menace in the top lane. As we're taking a look down at that dive in the bot side. Biggest thing here is Summoner spells saved on the side of Conviction.
Yeah, I will say the thing I find interesting was the target selection there for Levitate. It looked like the one who was tanking the turret was Manui, so I'm kind of surprised that we're not seeing him fire onto the Milio, just to hope that the tower can help you secure that kill. But I mean, either way, that's a difficult dive to overcome, and it does cost Levitate in the end. You can see he is a decent bit behind of Chrome now, and that's why you see the cold purchase, because Levitate is like, all right, well, this game's going to be tough for a while, so I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to farm, and I hope you don't need me.
Dude, I love this from Conviction. They have felt a weakness. They've felt it in. They're just looking for dives with this Lucian-Melio combo because it can be so safe. They did go try to play up towards this top side. Doesn't look like anything will pan out because of it. And the Dragon had been taken early by Blue Otter, so that'll be a second game in a row where they do start the tempo on the Dragon stacking very quickly.
Yeah, the thing that's interesting, too, I just realized Quacker built double longsword. So going for a very aggressive build that I'm not really familiar with, but he's going for a lot of that damage. So it does mean it will be slightly easier to dive him if they find that angle. Conviction decide against it, use their timer to trade dragons for that first spawn of grubs. And the question is going to be whether or not Blue Otter can come and snag any of them away. But Music's on the other side of the map, so it's not going to happen.
Yeah, he did steal away the Krugs down there, so he's trying to get a little bit of something back. That's a lot of XP going the way of Kisno and Conviction.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to have a little bit better of a place to sit on going into that next Grub fight, which I think will be super important for Blue Otter. You do not really want to give over all that siege potential to this composition, because under tower, the burst from Lucian, but also the sustained ranged damage from Darkwings on the Corki will be very difficult to deal with. And I'm glad to see, though, things are kind of evening out on the map, but this is where Music is going to start thriving. He has hit level 6. Obviously, first item is a big power point for the Fury, but I want to see some sort of advantage being delved through Music.
Yeah, especially now that Quacker has ticked over to level 6. He has his Ignite back, so there is an opportunity, especially with that big wave he shoved in, for the Stand United to come through. Kind of just depends on what the team of Blue Otter want to go for here. If they want to make a play on bot side, they could use that angle, but I think instead everyone's just trying to chill.
We're just a bunch of chill guys. 10 chill guys just on the rip. God, that meme feels so old now.
Yeah, I mean, that's how the internet goes. Things move so fast. It's crazy.
Kind of like NACL. Bada bing! Ha! We're almost in the end of the season. Oh my gosh. Only 2 weeks left after this week number 5.
This guy should be a caster.
It's crazy. There's still a lot of potential for movements, particularly with this series, if Blue Otter are able to turn this all around. And now falling a little bit behind because of that top lane matchup. Porter definitely getting the better of that 1v1, but Quacker's utility is the shining light for Blue Otter. They drafted this composition with a clear plan in place. Drop the Stand United with the Shockwave combo from Music in the middle of their backline. They've got to make that work.
Yeah, right now Chrome and Manui making this Lucian Milio combo work nicely. Taking no tower shots, using that cozy campfire to just basically play with that extra range. And Levitate Rovex, they cancel the back. Level 6s are up, so maybe they have a chance to outplay this one. Yeah. I don't know if they want this on the side of Conviction, but they're still here.
They're still here. We're looking at
Quacker's
a move
watching
from Samikin. He's getting bursted down now. Yeah, Quacker will always have a move potential there as Hoarder realizing that is going to walk out. Engage came in. Utter turret. Killer instinct on a Chrome. Chrome getting the shielding. Levitate. I don't know if you picked the right fight there. Chrome's going to dash out. Now Quacker's here. He found the Stand United and makes the difference. Big play from Blue Otter, and the composition is coming alive.
Great hook from Rovex and great response from Quacker and Levitate. Levitate, he is just shoving his health bar into the bot lane of Conviction because he has barrier, he has the killer instinct, and he has the Stand United. So this Kaisa, who was put behind early in the game, even in CS, and now has a kill to her name.
And we're taking a look at this one here, at the mid lane play coming through as well. Glacial Prison just going a little bit wide, but still able to pick off the kill there in the mid lane.
Oh, and a lot happened clearly while we weren't looking. Darkwings, he's going to flash. So that's that on that one. But Conviction, they do get a response to what happened on that bot side. I will say, does mean that Blue Otter, when that Stand United is down, they are a little more susceptible to a cross-map play, especially with how big a playmaker this Sejuani is. And the reason they didn't go for that dive earlier, I think, was in recognition that Quacker had the ultimate. So that cooldown, I think, is the window Conviction are looking for, and it started.
And Hoarder has literally no way to stop Quacker. He could Stand United right in front of his face if he wanted to.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't do anything about it. So
True.
The biggest problem is you have to realize, you know, Quacker's going off to fight the war, but what's happening at home? He is down heavily in the CS department against the Rumble. Hoarder's going to have massive impact in these team fights with his equalizers, and it is leading to this full Grub-ageddon control by Conviction and Kisno.
Yeah, I really don't see an option for Blue Otter to go for it. I'll give them credit for not forcing a situation that isn't going to work for them. I think they did a lot of that in that last game. I just hope they don't overcorrect and ignore opportunities presented to them because of how bad some of those plays went in game one. But for now, it's really tough to give up 6 scrubs. It feels really bad. But the one thing I think Blue Otter have going for them is that if you're sieging turrets, against a clumped up Blue Otter, you still have a lot of all-in threat, so it isn't that simple for Conviction to siege into Blue Otter.
Does look like Blue Otter is going to capitalize on the map movements and go ahead and get this dragon underway. That'll be another game of the first two dragons going the way of Blue Otter. Really good tempo control over that, and they've been trying to set the pace of it very quickly. We are getting about on those 5-minute spawns. It'll go their way, but Conviction, we're potentially looking for an engage on the back of it. Rovex in threat of getting Glacial prisoned there.
Oh my god,
Levitate. Oh, Levitate. that was scary, man. That was terrifying. Did have flash about that barrier. That was possible to get out of, but very terrifying nonetheless from this bird's eye view that we have here. It is still going to be pushing in mid lane and a decent advantage for Chrome in that 2v2.
Well, it is nice for Blue Otter to be able to secure that dragon. The question is just going to be about whether or not they actually get towards the soul. Hextech Soul, being a very powerful win condition that they can play for, would do wonders for them if they're able to secure it. But we've seen this movie before. Conviction let those first two dragons fall in trade for Grub's priority, and then they were able to secure the remaining ones. So it's just going to be the question on whether or not Blue Otter can rewrite that script.
They need to do so. They planned to do so. We talked so much about it earlier, but it is a week of enhancement for Blue Otter. It was a week where they wanted to start fresh and are needing to start fresh after finally feeling like they figured out what they want to do to win games, how they want to win games, the strategy to execute. And we have seen two very straightforward strategies so far from their drafts. This game number 2, maybe leaning a little bit more into that as well, with the spice cooking with the Shen and the Orianna combination around the Nefiri. But they've got to make this work. We are on first items for almost everybody across the board, and this is really where Chrome can start being aggressive on this Lucian.
I mean, he's also sitting on a BF sword, so getting closer to what I assume is just going to be an Infinity Edge. So yeah, a lot of aggression available to this bot lane. We have the indication that turret plating is going to fall, and the fact that Conviction haven't had an opportunity to overload a lane, get first brick, knock down a bunch of plates, I think is really good for Blue Otter, who are already finding themselves down about 1,000 gold. And as long as they defend a turret, right as I say this, levitate, okay, they shouldn't be able to get a huge, big injection of gold just yet.
See now, Skizno, ever waiting, ever patient, but is wasting a lot of time. Music gonna have a very fast, clear speed on this Nefiri. Now they're collapsing over Samikin. Samikin does have flash, does have shockwave, realizes everybody's down there. Hopefully we can go take a look at that, as it does not look like the dive is going to be completed in the end. Flash did get burned by Samikin, and that is pretty massive, as we were taking a look at the top lane defense by Quacker.
Yeah, this is kind of the problem. Conviction, they have 6 grubs, so even one person can do so much damage to turrets, and there really isn't that much of a response. There's just been a lot of quiet farming from the side of Blue Otter. I think really trying to rush towards the second item spikes, especially for music on the Nefiri, levitate on the Kaisa, who is set far behind, and also went for static Shiv instead of the very popular Yuntal build we saw.
For a little bit more wave clear. Look at that damage, though. That was literally just one dash combo. Chrome got a little bit of answer back by Levitate, though. Love to see these two guys, you know, ever present, as the block from Rovex is going to save Levitate's health bar a little bit there. We'll have to get the back off for himself, and that just means Chrome finding the advantage on this Lucian pick. Love to see him showing up on this one. A very particular pick for Conviction come through with in their last 2 of this game number 2.
Yeah, it is looking quite strong. Because right now, Chrome's going to be able to push in another wave, and Hoarder is going to get that opportunity to knock down this turret. Pretty sure nobody on the side of Blue Water is going to be able to stop them. That does end up being first brick. And it opens up that side of the map for Conviction to get a better setup for the Rift Herald. Blue Otter, they're all here right now, but nobody is looking on that bottom tier 1. There was a pretty big wave that crashed and went down, so Blue Otter really prioritizing this neutral objective here, sacrificing a good bit to get it.
They also have the idea of potentially going for that sole point on the other side of things. Maybe trying to just do this Rift Herald fast and quick to get over to that side of things. They will be left to their own devices and take down that Rift Herald, so that'd be really nice. Grubageddon could have been rained down on Blue Otter if Conviction were able to get that Rift Herald.
Look at bot lane.
It will end up being Dark Wings getting that outer turret. Blue Otter trying to look for a play in mid lane, but that outer turret will give some gold over to Conviction as well, who maintain just under a 3,000 gold lead.
And that's the downside there for the Ignite Shen. You're not able to answer plays like that. You only have one teleport to work with, but...
Baby. He's looking at the 1v1. He's got the damage. The equalizer comes through. Hoarder is terrified right now. Gonna run his way away. Did end up getting the flash and the ignite out of Quacker. And here comes Music to try to finish the job. Hoarder gonna be ran down by the Darkened Dagger, and the hot dog gets a kill.
Yeah, but that commitment, it does give away all your... Oh, hold on.
Dirty hook from Rovex. Oh, my goodness. Gonna get the flash out of Levitate, but Levitate will get the Stand United in to save his life. Massive Glacial Prison, but it did not matter. And now Blue Water turn as one on Manui. That'll be 2 quick kills and a third one to boot. As on top of all of that, it'll be Blue Otter taking back stake in this game.
Again, that's the power of that Stand United, especially with the Kaisa. You have so much shielding to work with. So Blue Otter, they sacrifice a Drake, but it does get them some kills. It does give them that prime opportunity to knock down the mid-tier one with their Rift Herald. So they got some gold back in their pockets. They actually even up the game in doing so. But I will say Conviction, honestly, still in a pretty okay position. We look at Chrome's inventory. He's about to hit Infinity Edge. Going to be really strong. Dark Wings just hit that Manamune as well.
See if those item spikes can really come clutch for them. I think this game, more than that game number 1, where it came down to kind of item spikes, is going to be more determined about execution. And because I still do favor Blue Otter in moments in the later parts of the game, especially with some of their combinations that they can pull off, but it comes down to those playmaking abilities. And trying to make that sit still in this moment. But here, who do you favor, or kind of in this mid game, taking a little bit more of an aggressive stance now that we're at a dead even game, 18.5 minutes in?
I mean, it's kind of tough to predict because I think Dark Wings and Chrome hitting second item, like when the Manamune gets involved, when Chrome hits the IE, they're really strong. I think overall I would slightly lean their way just because how strong the Milio is, how great engaged Kisno's playing with that Sejuani. The only way I see Blue Otter winning these straight up 5v5s, all of their stuff needs to land. I'm talking like Shenton, Shockwave, Depth Charge, like it all needs to land on key targets, and Chrome and Dark Wings need to go down.
Got those ins, second items completed for Conviction's carries now. Hoarder has not really been involved with the team. Has been having a decent side lane lead though, and now Conviction look to try to bring everything together into this mid lane, take down another outer turret, and they look into the Music play there. And Music about half health now, very dicey himself. Samikin maybe going for the play. Darkwing's gonna Valkyrie away from the dredge line. Conviction get the turret and get out. The drift play from Kisno. I think he was a little bold with that one. The rest of Blue Otter, he's like, that ward is mine, and it still goes down.
That's interesting. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to go for Otacon, and Kisno will probably get his ult back really soon. It is actually ticking over pretty fast. I guess he's just fishing to control vision and see what they can get. But now, speaking of fishing, Dark Wings.
He's going to have to try to find a way out. Okay, he's using the
teleport.
TP coming in. This might be enough to turn it. Stand United flashed out of the shockwave from Dark Wings. Dark Wings still going to go down. Hoarder overcommitting himself. Now you got that reset from Music. Going to join the fight and find another one. Hoarder goes down to 0 and 3. Meanwhile, Levitate going for the play on the Chrome. Chrome takes him down. Sit down, my son, says Chrome, and Rovex gonna have to dredge line his way out, slowed down by the flail, and the rest of Conviction gonna try to get him, but the permafrost not gonna be enough to take Conviction further. Blue Otter with plays across the top side, Conviction with plays in mid lane.
A good response from Conviction, but we gotta give the one up to Blue Otter just because they get an extra kill in the process, and they're able to secure that much more gold because of it. Now, It does give Conviction this opportunity to lay up a really nice foundation of vision on that bottom side of the map, and that's the real downside there for Blue Otter, because it's going to make it harder for them to be able to move in and set up for this Dragon. Again, just like last game, their Dragon stacking, it's been halted. Conviction took away that third Drake, so Blue Otter, they are pretty far away from a soul.
Now the Dragon coming up soon, though. Let's see if these resets coming through. Second item's close to completed for Samikin, but everybody else on Blue Otter also have it. The second item bring them to a level playing field here, even if it does feel like some of the compositional strength from Conviction are really shining through.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I like what Darkwings did just now. Shoved in that wave top, immediately used teleport because he knows Quacker is the one who they send for those far waves. But he has no stand united. He is running the ignite. So I think they're going to drop that whole wave and just commit to this mid lane so that they can go for the Dragon. Again, this third Drake, really important for Conviction, but the previous setup by them makes it harder for Blue Otter to engage.
Blue Otter would be on soul point with this one. Conviction trying to even it up here. About half health is the Dragon. Music around the corner. Kizdo just wants to go for the engage. He's in there like swimwear, but his trunks have been taken down. And now it's Conviction without their jungler. A big equalizer to buy time, but this should be a Dragon secured by Blue Otter with the smite advantage. And it goes down. That'll be soul point for them. And now they've got a flank. Rovex missing the dredge line. Hits the wall, though. And Music wants to go under the split off Darkwings. A killing spree for the hot dog. And right into this Atacon take by Blue Otter.
And that's the big turnaround Blue Otter were hoping for here. They secure the Dragon because they blow up Kizno. It gets them the soul point they so badly wanted. And the kills they got on the exit allowed them to secure Ruinous Otacon. Look at the experience coming through. Level ups are starting to come in as a result of those blood roses. So Blue Otter, I think they really turned things around in this game.
They absolutely did. It might not be a big gold advantage, but the execution on the back of a clear, tried and true strategy is working. We've seen multiple times now the Shockwave stand united onto the Nefiri has been really, really crucial into a lot of these fights. And it's been really nice to see that kind of turn around from Blue Otter in that game, from that game number one, where Conviction just had their number all game long.
Yeah, that's right. So now Conviction, they still find themselves, they're still in a pretty good position as their carries are scaled really nicely. They do a lot of damage. That fight was just that kind of perfect example of a fight Conviction they don't want. Kizno needs to make space and make enough space for Chrome and Darkwings to get a lot of their damage off. Blue Otter's wombo combo that we kind of highlighted earlier on in the game ends up coming through for them, though, as they take Kizno out of the picture right away. Because Kizno's the only tank Conviction are working with. If Blue Otter take him down, suddenly Conviction's carries, they're in so much danger.
Yeah, they definitely are. We have third item there completed. Void Flicker Blades for Chrome. He's gonna have just not even gonna complete the boost. Just says, I need damage, I need items. And it's gonna be a big crux for Conviction to find their damage off of. Music be ever more tanky with that Black Cleaver completed. A lot more shredding into that solo tank that you're talking about for Conviction. And I'll just say, I've been really appreciative of Quacker's Shen. I know we talked about kind of his history with Shen and some of the boons that he's had, but it is now the meta for Shen to come through, and Quacker ever the one to try to shake break the mold in the top lane meta here. We'll have to burn his flash as I speak about him. The more I talk about it, I was wondering if it was going to like reverse caster curse, like where it turns out well.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if like that must be like the biggest proof of caster curse ever, because I have no idea what that taunt was even like trying to accomplish. It's like the craziest thing. Right after you talk about how good he's been playing, because he has been playing good. But unfortunately, he loses his flash in the process. But he still has a stand united to work with, and he is about to tick over to level 16. So it's just going to make that shield that much more potent, and it is going to mean that that ult comes back more often.
Oh, Hoarder in a lot of trouble. Completely taken advantage of in the side lane. And he will go down to 0-4 now with a Blue Otter take in the, I guess, pick in the side lane.
Yeah, that is a bit of an overextension from Hoarder. And your whole team is on the other side of the map. It's really easy for Shen to set up a play with a teammate. So he goes down and gets punished for it big time. And I think that just kind of removes that one disadvantage that Quacker is dealing with when it comes to not having teleport. If your opposing laner isn't there, gives you free reign to shove in a very, very big wave under this tier 2 turret, as we can see.
So steady advantages. Now almost a 3,000 gold lead for Blue Otter. They're in the driver's position
did they stop the
now.
backs? Aww.
As they will not, but it is 3 items there coming through for Levitate. He's going to be close to his evolutions, at least the plural. And it's been really good decision-making from Blue Otter.
Yeah, we're going to watch this replay. Not a whole lot else to say. Again, Hoarder. I think even if Music didn't show up, he would have either died or had to flash over that wall. So
that's
good
a lot of
punish
hot
coming
dogs.
through from Blue Otter. It is.
That was like trying to eat like 7 hot dogs right there. What's the really famous guy's name that eats all the hot dogs?
I should know this. And
know
if Cubby's
Cubby would
watching,
know.
he's going to be so upset that we aren't getting it right, because he just doesn't stop talking
handled
about
that.
this guy.
I'm just
He would have
saying.
just known. He would have just known. But us personally, we have more interesting things to do with our
Hoarder
time,
not a fan of
so-
hot dogs.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't know. Hoarder wouldn't know either. There you go.
Wouldn't know how to deal when there's 6 hot dogs being thrown at you.
I'd eat
Unfortunately,
them
we are
personally.
having a little bit of issues.
Happens to the best of us. I think we can kind
We
of
didn't get the 45 minutes earlier. We did. as I say it, I get called out by production.
Wasn't me.
We didn't get the full 45-minute pause that I predicted, so we have to get through the rest of the time. that's
Oh
left.
God, are you just
God.
asking for it?
Yep, I'm just. Hey, go further in.
You're right.
I have to own this scapegoat. Anyways, it is hopefully going to be us getting back into the game here shortly.
Soon.
But what a turnaround for Blue Otter in game number 2 comparatively to that game number 1. I know game number 1 they still had a very strong strategy and very plain, at least outright strategy. But the execution has definitely been on a different level here. And I think it's more akin to a strategy that I would like to see from them that has a little bit of that homegrown sauce in it. Whereas that first iteration was just purely meta standpoint.
Yeah, and I think I want to give some credit to Blue Otter. I think this draft has been working out for them really nicely this game. And for the most part, we saw how powerful it is in those team fights. And the fact that they were able to get themselves in a position where they have soul point, they stole it away, they got some kills. Even that kill inside lane onto Hoarder, I also think was a pretty big deal as well. Just keeping him off the map, preventing him from farming a little bit more. And you just give that Shen who doesn't have TP a little extra breathing room in the side lane. So now that question for Conviction is, can they actually deal with this all-in wombo combo that Blue Otter are working with? Kai'Sa's now at 3 items. Levitate is really strong. This is a champion. We've seen him perform really well on historically, so they definitely have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and I love to see some of that comfort meshing in with that as well. I mean, obviously you talked about the Shen. But again, multiple parts on this team really finding comfort, but being able to play the way they want to play. Now, on the other side of things for Conviction, definitely looks like they still feel pretty confident in the game itself. I think they still have a very strong composition together, but it is still about this kind of difficulty of dealing with the one tank setup they have.
Yeah, so there's that pressure onto Kizno to make space without losing his life. And I think in the laning phase, with a lot of these dives and early plays, he's done a great job of that so far. It's really only that one time at the Dragon where it didn't go his way. And that's something he's going to need to be mindful of, especially with a Dragon Soul being on the horizon for Blue Otter and it being a Hextech Soul, something that everybody wants. Means you cannot, by any means, let that through.
Yeah, I think giving that over would be so tough. As we see the play that we didn't get to see live, but still a nice little pick-off kill by Conviction into that mid lane. And it just centered around the mid lane for the foreseeable future of that one.
It did. And there was a lot of excitement here so far in this game too. And I think it's a good time to remind people too, like how important it is for Blue Otter, why they're fighting this one so hard. The fact that their record is currently 1-3. We're at the tail end of week 5, almost halfway through it. So they need this win in hopes that they can turn it around and stay out of the bottom 2. And maybe, just maybe, make a push for playoffs.
Separation is a big doozy. As we're back in the game now, getting set up around this dragon would be Soul for Blue Otter, a Hex Soul to boot. Conviction cannot and will not let that one go. Mid lane priority is of utmost importance.
It is, and right now Blue Otter, they're going to have to let that one go for now. But Music, oh my god. Yeah, this is a Fury.
He's on 3 items now.
A lot of damage, exactly, and Manui loses more than half his HP. That's a result of it. But right now, Conviction, they're all here. They're setting up a bush play. This is something that worked well for them in game 1. I wonder,
Oh, they just want to take the fight. Oh, Kisto in a lot of trouble. That solo tank gonna have to flash away defensively. Quacker is here. Equalizer had been used. Both top laners. Utility is out. But Quacker getting low down now. Shockwave hits onto Kisto. Kisto's down. It'll be the big trade though. Hoarder ends up finding it with a pick from Chrome. As now Chrome looking to dial in the pressure. Has that 3-item spike on the Lucian. It is just gonna be that 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. And Conviction showing some conviction here in this one.
Yeah, and I'm curious.
Ooh,
I really like this one, but they're going to get spotted out while Dark Wings goes for the dragon. So this is dangerous.
They're still doing it? That's bold, guys. Levitate's getting real low. He needs to get out of that fight. Flash is coming out for Blue Otter. Now the Baron leashed up. Can he get back in the pit? Goes in, gets it. Music with the difference. Gets the Baron there for Blue Otter.
You know what? I like the bold play from Blue Otter. At the end of the day, it's a really big deal that they secure it too, because they were never going to secure that dragon. But this play from Levitate and Music does guarantee they get something, and it isn't something small. Now there is the big purple worm available for 4 out of 5 members of Blue Otter.
That'll be really good to continue propelling this lead. And now Hoarder caught
Goodbye,
out.
Hoarder.
As Rovek's going to be waiting for him on the other end, and Samikin will claim the kill onto the top lane of Conviction. Unfortunate game for Hoarder here just after that impressive performance in game number 1 on the Gwen.
Yeah, they've been putting a lot of the screws to him in this game. Ignite Shen definitely doesn't help, but Dark Wings, oh my god.
Culling's going to be used. A little bit lackluster on that one. Did get a lot of damage onto Samikin now. Looks like Blue Otter want to play, though. They've got Kisno over on the side. Rovex has not been spotted. Darkwing's playing so far up. Rovex with this now being spotted will have to back away because Conviction can look for a play back onto the Music. Coming across with the Hex Gates. He just got back, and he's so quick to get back into the action now as well. Mid lane push from Quacker is going to be there. Things will calm down on the Rift for now.
Yeah, for now being the operative word, Blue Otter, I think, are in a pretty good position right now. They're up 3k gold. They're still sitting on this Baron that they can use to knock down these remaining tier 2s. And they have stasis available to them, which I think is super important as well. Sammy Kid, Levitate, both sitting on the Seeker's Arm Guard. It does mean that they can get a little crazy with it in this next team fight and buy themselves extra space and time with that stasis.
See if they can Kisno was apparently hungry for the chicken nuggets and not
He's
hot
like, I
dogs.
need them. I need them.
It's all just a food court on Summoner's Rift, I guess, at this point. The side lane push is going to be there, though, with the Baron buff for Samikin. Going to try to get that tier 2 in Conviction. Try to make a cross lane play with Dark Wings on the top side. Also, with the 6 grubs, gives him a ton of pushing pressure. And this is some of those early game wins coming out for Conviction. Quacker going to look for him. He 100% zeros him here. As he's just going to run him down. And I don't think Dark Wings can get out of this one.
Oh, he teleports!
TP! Oh, he almost killed him. Got out with sub 70 health, and Dark Wings makes it out alive.
God. Yeah, we're getting word it was 49 HP, and honestly, quick thinking. No taunt means you can teleport, and it won't get canceled. He barely gets away with his life, but it does give more space on the map to Blue Otter, and they're going to use it to take down another tier 2 turret and just keep injecting more gold. And as long as they're able to keep the Conviction pressed onto their side of the map like this, it will give them that ample opportunity to play for this Dragon Soul that's coming up very soon. Again, that's a big win con here for Blue Otter. A Hextech Soul, very powerful, very desirable, and neither of these teams wants to give it away.
But I will say, Conviction have been doing a really good job of buying time, right? Like, that's something we set out for them from the beginning. Blue Otter definitely wanting to kind of keep pace, keep tempo, even if they have some scaling conditions. But now we're going to be getting to almost full item build for Chrome. Darkwings is going to be hitting his 4th item here as well soon. And Corki is a menace in the late game. So have they bought themselves enough time to be relevant in this game?
Yeah, and it's interesting, too. I think Darkwings, looking for what could be the rapid fire cannon, which I think paired with that Milio's Cozy Campfire is actually going to do him a lot of good. So you do have this opportunity to throw a lot of bursts from range and kind of pull away as Conviction. So it's just about how much health they're going to take without losing their only tank in Kizno. A lot of these fights, when Kizno goes down right away, fight is over, fight is lost, no one's there to make space. But when he can stay alive and still soak up a lot of the CC and damage, then that's when Conviction come out on top.
Look at this map play from Blue Otter. They have Kizno potentially in the mid lane being predated on. I'll just make up a word there.
Okay.
By Music, who's been sitting in his red side jungle this entire time on a control ward, being a very sneaky hot dog, and looking to try to get Kizno as he goes back into his jungle. They also finally dealt with Quacker in the side lane push. Looks like Music will unset this trap and move over to the other bush that maybe Kizno was going to walk over to, but Conviction keeping some of that reservation and at least set up in the mid lane for themselves. Kizno could pull the trigger at any time, but Stand United is available.
Look at Music. Like, he has a crazy flank angle.
Oh, that's really bad for Hoarder. He's going to have to instantly flash. Now Kizno just says, let's pull the trigger. We have to go. Levitate is there. Music is on the back line. Music goes for his reset. Finds the one now. Quacker gets a beautiful taunt, and Conviction have lost all bodies. They've lost all mans. White flag goes up, and Blue Otter, they're looking to even up the series.
And that's the team fight that Blue Otter need. Now they have the opportunity to go for this Dragon Soul, but they may not even want to do that one. I think they want to start knocking down a Conviction's base first. These are long spawn timers. They're going to at least get an inhibitor. They can take this Dragon whenever they want.
Quacker going to tank it up as a good Shin does. Very, very tanky. Manui is back, going to try to use that Ultra Mega Fire Kick to buy time, but all five down. The attack speed carries are making quick work of these turrets. Levitate even flash it away himself, but he needs to go ahead and focus back onto the turrets because the Nexus is in their eyes. At Blue Otter, they knew how important this series was, and they'll even us up 1-1 going to game 3.
Big comeback coming through from Blue Otter to take us to that third game, Mazel. At teamfight composition, it came out really clutch for them. Quacker, again, just having yet another great performance on the Shen, being able to come up big for his team, and Blue Otter playing around that pick very nicely.
Yeah, they absolutely did, and this is the style that they said they wanted to kind of come in with. A very tried and true way, has very clear win conditions, and be able to execute on it together. The Epiphany, it worked for one game. We'll see if it can work for another one as well, because I think this is a much more the version of Blue Otter that we expected to have that contentious best of 3 against Conviction with.
Yeah, and that's really what we wanted to be seeing from this roster. After they had a big turnaround, being 1-5 at the halfway point of the summer 2024 and being able to clutch up big time and make it to playoffs, we had higher expectations for them, but it's looking like Blue Otter just kind of want to repeat a little bit. Not so great record, and then they start winning games. So can they actually finish it? That's the question.
We'll see who finishes strong in this first best of 3 of the day. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
I have no idea, to be honest. I know the way it looks like we're coming into the league, it's going to be very hard to prove ourselves in any way. And I think the one person that actually genuinely deserves a spot is my AD carry, Max. I think he actually deserves it more than all of us. We're going to try our best and try to play as good League of Legends as we can. And I think we'll just go from there. We want to prove ourselves, obviously. It'll be tough, and we're all excited for it. I have no hot takes. I have not much to shout out. Just, I think, as a team, we're all very thankful for the position we're in. We're very excited. We're just going to do our best.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL 2025. We are looking at the highlights from that last game, the redemption game from Blue Otter, coming out and evening up the series. This best of three going the distance to start our day, and a very important, contentious one in the standings as well.
It is, especially if you're Blue Otter or fans of Blue Otter, because again, this is a team that's 1-3 in the standings. They need any win that they can get so that they can move up and avoid being in that bottom two, the red zone, as we've dubbed it with our new and improved standings
Red zone's
graphic.
supposed to be a good thing, man.
It is if you watch football, but you know, not everyone's American, so it's okay.
Wow.
Happens.
Yep, guess so.
This is how the matchup goes.
I guess so. It was a very interesting but cool angle from Blue Otter. The Nefiri carry for music, something they definitely have leaned into as well before, but giving him the tools around, like the Stand United from Quacker on the Shen, but the Shockwave coming through as well from the mid lane. Like, I think these tools really enabled it, and it was nice to see them kind of cook up that style of composition.
And it really works into some of the strengths we saw from them last split when they were able to, in a position of 1-5 in the standings, topple our LCS affiliate teams and Team Liquid and FlyQuest Challengers. The fact that these strengths are just their ability to team fight S5, to work together as a team. And I think this comp worked into that perfectly, especially when you're on a pick that's so important for Quacker like the Shen. I know we associate him with the Darius because of how much he played that champion and how good he is on it, but we really need to talk about his Shen in the same way.
Yeah, man, the whole team has a champion ocean.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. They all just are able to pull out many different flexible styles. It was really nice. And I think to a point, like, Quacker absolutely got the advantage of Order in this one for sure. I think in this one, obviously, you got the 1v1 fight there, but it was also just a lot of mechanical outplays by Blue Otter in some of these fights that really made it feel even better from the Blue Otter side of things after that game number one. But now turning the table onto Conviction, you had such a dominant, such a strong game number one. Game number two slipped out of your fingers. What do you feel like they need to approach with game number three here to try to secure this one up?
I think part of the problem that they ran into was this one tank composition, while very strong and having some really good scaling elements, wasn't the best at team fighting. And we saw examples of it where Kizno, he had good ults, he had good engages, but he's the only tank. Again, if he goes down, the fights didn't work out for them. So maybe kind of turning back to where it's both Kizno and Manui playing these more tanky, engage or disengage champions will probably be better for them.
Who gets Jin, baby? That's what I want to know. Who
I
gets
don't
Jin
know.
in pivotal game number three? Who's
blue side?
That we were gonna. That's gonna be the biggest.
The first pick.
Mazel joined by Beatdown Boulevard. Really happy that this one went all the way to 3 to start us off. I think there was a possibility of today being another one of those 2-0s, just like we ended up getting a little bit of a quicker day yesterday as well. But it's nice to see that these kind of middle of the pack standing matches are actually delivering. And unfortunately, because I started the day by cursing us, we do have another delay getting into game number 3. So we get to talk about that a little bit more.
The delay or the game?
The game.
Okay.
I hope not the delay. I don't want to talk about the delay.
I was going to say I can, but we're going into game 3 of Conviction Blue Otter. I agree. It is cool to see the series go to 3, especially because, a lot of the days I've been casting on 2, where it's just a lot of 4-0 days, not a whole lot of excitement, but that's over now, Lennon. We made it to the promised land.
We only have 2
3.
weeks left, man. Like, oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't believe that we're already rounding out week number 5 and there's 7 weeks. I mean, to be fair, the last week has 4 days of games, and so that's a lot. But
that counts for something.
It's still crazy. It feels like we just started yesterday.
It really does.
Lads.
After such a long off season too, but we made it.
I know, right?
Yeah. And now we're making it through this really long.
Playoffs is gonna be a lot of fun.
That's true. Exactly. We definitely have a lot to be excited about, and this game 3 is one of those things to be excited about.
Hopefully, get excited about.
Once we get there, eventually, and we're in a game 3 situation. This is where Fearless starts to get really fun because 10 champions are out of the picture, or 20 champions, excuse me, 10 per side. And then there's going to be the 10 ban this series. Yeah, you're right. So now it's going to be exciting to see how deep some of these players are going to go. Maybe the Z you want to see comes through.
But the
I'm
Neferi
almost
isn't
certain
there anymore, so that's like the
good.
answer into the Neferi.
That's true, but that's okay because you get to see your favorite champion anyway. So who
Got the
cares?
trap. Guys.
Oh,
The button. I think
I was gonna say I had a feeling.
I'm pressing the button. I'm pressing the button to start the game. But
Lennon,
we gotta
start the
remember
game.
that you have to check the socials. You guys have to go check. It's important. You have to go check out all the socials. They'll be scrolling at the top of your screen there. Make sure you go check them out for anything that you've missed or any updates to the games and things that you might not have caught. But that does mean that we're going to be getting into the next game and pivotal game for both these two teams. Blue Otter are going to be on the blue side this time around, as Conviction will be on the red side. So teams choosing red side, interestingly enough.
Yeah, really quick, I just want to plead with the chat. Please follow the socials and interact with us because if you don't, Lennon will refuse to start the game, and none of us want that to happen. We don't want any more casts.
I was told we were going to the draft, but then we had to do socials. So you have to do what you have to do. You have
The
to
things you blame on production, man, shake my head.
I'm just happy we have a game, but we don't have any more
That's
delays.
true. We're here.
It is going to be the Victor and the Rise band. So we are changing things up with the bands at least a little bit. The Rise is going to be a similar band from the last two games from Blue Otter. The Aurora and the Zoe, the same exact bands from Conviction from the two games before that. But the Jax going to be banned away towards Hoarder, trying to take away one of his crucial and comfort picks.
Yeah, especially could be a really good answer there to whatever Quacker is probably going to end up blinding as well. So I like that look. Again, no Zoe for Sammykin this series. So, but the Hui is still up and available, worth noting, especially because that champion also got buffed on this patch and I thought was already pretty good to begin with.
Yeah, I'd say so. Got to keep that bands going. I don't want to see that until we get to Game 5 and a best of 5 maybe. That would be banger. I still don't think it's going to get through then, though. But we'll see. The Jays had been a ban over by the side of Blue Otter in both games from red side. This time they traded that out for a couple other bans. The Jace will be first picked by them, but the Callista, which had been let through or banned away in the last two games, is let through, and Chrome will be on that. A very comfort pick for him. Yeah,
and this is a champion that's popped up a lot. Very lane dominant, could easily go for the Renata pairing right away for Manui, just to not really risk that one getting taken away. So you get yourself a really powerful duo there in the bot lane.
Could just hold on to that, though. Renata really good into those kind of dive compositions. We'll see if they want to get that one going. But the Hui, something that you talked about earlier in the series as well, can be locked in for Darkwing.
Yeah, it's a bit of a deny there for Sammykin, and for this comp overall, because Hui has really good range, pairs nicely with the likes of Baris, Jace, so you also deny a pretty good pairing there for the side of Blue Otter. So I kind of like that angle there from Darkwings, and they do kind of put up that challenge where it's like, okay, like, are you going to really take the Renata from us? I doubt it. So they know they can pick it after.
See exactly what there is a wild world where Hui goes support. That's all I'm saying. Manui.
That's not impossible, yeah.
Mel locked in here. So go with a potential flexibility of the Mel. We have seen in the AD position, but could be in mid lane against the Hui. Has a bit of an answer into that.
Yeah, Mel is a funny champion because she was considered really strong at the beginning, then she got nerfed, and then I forgot she existed because literally nobody
got hit with like
her.
100-pound nerf bat. I mean,
yeah, and I will say she did get some buffs this patch. They did increase her base attack speed and her base health. So could be the angle, yeah, you called it, where we see it bot lane or we see it mid lane, just because when I think Hui, I think about range and poke, and Mel just has an insane amount of range even post nerfs. So I would like that as a good matchup.
Yeah, I think it'd be really, really interesting. They also have a lot of tankiness now with that Alistar locked in for Robeck.
Yeah.
A big pick for him as well in his track record of an ACL. Will be the Scion that we saw hovered earlier by Conviction in the series is going to be locked in for that top lane matchup for Hoarder.
That does really make me wonder if you're right, and it could be a Hui support, just because, no, genuinely, because you do want to prioritize that Scion because it is very a good answer into the Jace. But when this happens, Blue Otter are certainly going to ban away the Renata. So Conviction, knowing this, probably have some sort of plan. They could go for like Nico because that's still up and available. But I want to believe in your vision of
My
play
vision.
support,
Oh,
and I can
God.
see it. And I can see it.
Well, the Jin ban is going to signify the times that we're in here
I
in
know.
phase number 2. It
I
is
know, I'm
unfortunate
sorry.
reality. At least they banned him in the 4th position. Like, at least
Yeah.
they're
Oh my God,
going
you're
with
right.
the lore.
Yeah.
It's, I'll just say a little soapbox aside. It
Okay.
is strangely important how many times Jin gets picked in like the 4th position anytime he's always picked. Like it's
He's
wild.
stronger if you
We
do.
need to get some stats on that. I don't know. Anyways, the NACL is the ban, so taking away maybe some of that flexibility, but realizing there's still a lot of room for Manui to do some damage in this round.
Yes, 100%. There's the angle too where if they want to pinch the jungle pool for Kisno a little bit, I think that's an option. Or if they just want to throw bans at Manui and hit him with that Renata.
You wonder, as the misfortune is going to be a ban from Conviction, taking away some of that 2v2 prowess. So they definitely feel like the Mel is going in mid lane and not going to be flexible in that regard. Definitely some room to find there. And now in this last ban for Blue Otter, it will be the Bard ban. So taking away maybe some of that utility from the duo of the Callista.
Sure. And now it's going to be that question. I honestly really like Conviction to pick jungle here just to kind of leave that way as a question mark since you already know you're playing into that Alistar. And you give that opportunity to grab something that might be priority there for Kisno, but we're no fun on the side of Conviction, I guess. I mean, Renata's good.
They haven't even locked
It's
it in
good.
yet. Come on.
Yeah, but like we're
Still got
hovering
time.
supports. Okay, that's
Let's go,
interesting.
baby! It's the Manui Soraka coming through here, so gonna go with a little bit more of a heal-heavy lane in that 2v2.
Yeah, and I mean, that one is interesting too because you do have that double range option. You do offer a lot of sustain with your W and your ult. But the most interesting thing for me is also Soraka's E, the fact that it silences. It does mean that diving, as the Alistar or whoever else Blue Otter are going to bring to the table, this is just that much more dangerous, Mazel, especially with how powerful towers have become this season. It does make it even more dangerous.
I think there's only one option left for Conviction. They've got to get a tank for Kisno to be a little bit more short of the front line for them.
Zach would be kind of sick.
Zach would be nuts. No, Zach would be really nice, actually.
Even though Soraka's
is,
there, I would like Zach.
It is the Jinx locked in, though, for Levitate, so something he's been very willing to go for, but also a hyper carry for him to pair alongside the Mel.
Yeah, so I'm curious what this last pick is going to be. And there are a lot of options for music that are left. I really don't know what he's going to want to play. I mean, Jinx for the resets means you might as well go for the Viego. I think that's a safe pick for him, and something music's played very well.
We're in the music carry arc right now.
Yeah.
He's just going for all the potential carries here, going away from some of the facilitation that he's maybe gone to in the last couple weeks as well. But now Kisno has his pick of the litter, what he wants to have as an answer into the Viego. And something that can kind of contest, that can be skirmish heavy, is the option. They go with the Wukong.
Yeah, I think that I would have been fine either way. I think there is a real angle for a big combo with the J4, but Wukong is good too. Your passive gives you a lot of armor, and AD is like the name of the game, with one exception for the side of Blue Otter. And you have that opportunity with the clone to get some big CC setup for the rest of your team. You skirmish well into the Viego as well. So I think you just have an overall really good team fighting comp for the side of Conviction, but I think their power is less about the damage and more about the sustain Manui is going to offer. So you do have some tanky, some beefy boys there, especially on this top side of the map, but the way I'm looking at this, especially in late game, they need to be able to use the Soraka sustain to make sure nobody ends up dying, because one single kill against Jinx Viego, you just wrap it up, Mazel, like there's nothing else to do.
Yeah, the resets are going to be really tough, but I do want to see them maybe play a little bit more around the spot lane 2v2.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Chrome, that Callista, and it's not something we get to see very often. As we saw in the first 2 games, it was banned away from him specifically, so maybe trying to give him more resources and for Kisno to path down towards that bot line. But on the side of Blue Otter, it looks exactly like the kind of composition we've seen from them already today. It is heavily centered around music and how his tempo in the jungle affects the rest of the map.
Yeah, and a lot of scaling on their side too. Late game is going to be just so powerful and so impactful for this Blue Otter roster. So I don't quite want to say Conviction are going to be on a clock, but I think Conviction, the longer this game goes, the harder it is for them to win.
Well, the epiphany is striking now. Blue Otter looking to take some momentum from game number 2 into game number 3 now. Trying to right the wrongs of the early parts of this season. 1 and 4 is much different than 2 and 3 in the standings right now. And Blue Otter looking to try to make that comeback. They say they got it together. They say they found the ticket. They found the solution to make them a winning team. Conviction trying to keep them down in the depths and improve their own stock. This team with so much veterancy, but so much strength from that game number 1.
Yeah, veterancy and I would even say skill on the side of Conviction. This is a team where, again, like I really believe that playoffs is not out of the question. In fact, I think it is very likely, even if they lose this series here against Blue Otter, which is why I think it would be big for Blue Otter if they were able to win. And it would be, in my opinion, Sammy Kid making good on that epiphany that he promised to me last night about how Blue Otter, they feel like they have really figured out how to play this season. And it's going to reflect in that win if it happens.
Music didn't buy a potion. So he's saving, saving up. He's being penny pincher, but I like it. Maybe it leads out to something in the far future. Maybe he just forgot. Who knows? We're going to take a look at the setup between these two junglers because they've been so pivotal in both of the games in prior. Obviously, the last game very much more contested throughout. But something that wasn't very contested in that last game was this top lane matchup. Quacker absolutely got the better of Hoarder in that one. I think he was 0-5 or something at some point. But Hoarder now on the Scion that he's been teasing us with. Do we feel a little bit more confident in his matchup now?
And I will say, it's been a bit of back and forth in this top lane, because remember, game 1 on the Gwen, when Quacker was playing Ambessa, Hoarder was kind of eating his lunch. So I really like that back and forth here from these two. And yeah, the Scion is a really stable matchup into the Jace. I'm really curious to see how Hoarder is going to play it, because some of the things I've really liked from Scion gameplay so far in this lead, it isn't just absorbing farm and not dying in lane, but also using some of these timers to roam. We've seen Scion's recall ult to other lanes and then TP back to the other side of the map when the opportunity presents itself. Really just get the full value out of this kid, and that's what I'm hoping to see from Hoarder.
Both junglers pathing up towards that top side. Maybe a little bit more contentious early game than we've gotten in the handshakes of game 1 and game 2. Both of them realizing maybe this top lane means a little bit more in this one than as the series has gone on. And now that Scuttle Crab definitely going to be the tipping off point for both of them unless they want to trade through. We have seen them kind of one secede the side of the map and go to the other. But mid lane prio is actually going to be pretty important in how that goes down. Both of them going to be on their buffs.
And right now, bot lane matchup, I think is also interesting to me. You mentioned it, Levitate. We know, especially from the past, that he's pretty consistently plays the Jinx, performs on it pretty well. And you are needing to wait to scale. Chrome on the other side, you have a double range bot lane. You do have a Callista, so as long as Levitate can chill, not fall too far behind, you're going to be really happy about how he's going to be able to play this game.
A little bit of vision gain there by Conviction will lead out to Music getting the top scuttle. Darkwing's in trouble, forcing Kisno to not go for the Scuttle Crab and instead have to hover over here. Should still be able to get this one. Music maybe just looking for the reset Raptors, but maybe looking for a reset of his own. Kisno will go ahead and initiate his. It's actually Music just going to stay on the map, keep tempo going.
Yeah, I believe I've heard Cubby call it the super clear, where you just do your whole jungle again. And I think that ends up being fine. Yeah, you cover the mid lane play. Your Raptors are about to spawn. You might as well just go bottom to top all over again. And it does mean that first back will be very nice, very juicy.
A little bit of vision play there. They will know that he has not reset and is on that super clear, as you call it. And will be the dragon spawning here sooner rather than later, about 25 seconds now as well. As Music will get his back off. It has been Blue Otter in the last 2 games that have taken very early dragons. Now on the blue side makes it a little bit more difficult to do that.
Not just that, they have a comp that scales really well. So I really think you're okay giving away this first Drake. If you can get it take advantage of a timer where opposing backline goes for the recall. I think that's totally fine and really great for you as a scaling team. But otherwise, first Drake, second Drake, whatever. You can let it go. Who cares?
Kisno will be spotted out here. The toggling of the vision. Now they will be the ones to start up the dragon early. Still about 40 seconds or so till that grub spawns, so this should be a little bit of a turning of the tables here for Conviction, as they will take the place of Blue Otter and get the early dragon going.
Yeah, being able to get it basically on spawn, you're exactly right, where it does give this opportunity for Conviction to make a move to set up for first spawn of grubs if they want to. It's just about whether or not they can get Hoarder out of lane, get a good wave crash for Chrome and Manui so that they can recall and swap.
The music playing on the aggressive stance, going for the Krug spawn there of Kisno, so we'll stop his jungle pathing a little bit. We'll be on vision though, knows that they are around this side. Starting up the grubs immediately as the delayed reset is coming through from Conviction's bot side. Don't know if they're going to make it out here in time. At least one grub going to go the way of Blue Otter, as Conviction should come up and clear the rest.
Yeah, I like that they're not overstaying. They have the information that Chrome and Manui are recalling, had recalled already. So instead, walking away with one grub and just getting, keeping your Jinx in a 2v1 scenario because Hoarder TP'd bot, I think that is perfectly fine for Blue Otter so far in the early game.
Ooh, it looks like they're actually going to try to get a reset and readapt towards topside. Music maybe try to get in and steal one more.
He has
level
the
6.
Smite,
and he's not going to get it. Kisno was holding on to his. We'll end up getting that one down. Now Darkwings, actually miscommunication. It looked like Conviction were moving away from this play. Darkwings was trying to collapse. They won't be able to get the pick off on the music. They will though, however, get those 2 grubs. And for Conviction, that's huge. They got the dragon and 2 grubs.
Yeah, and the problem is, with that delayed swap coming through, Levitate and Rovex, they miss out on a good bit, allowing Chrome to get way ahead in the CS department. Already looking at 14 CS ahead. And as this Kalista, I mean, any early lead is really valuable here, and you want to minimize that as the Jinx lane.
Chrome also on a signature of his, I feel like. Obviously very high in the meta, but also something he's been really willing to go for if it is open. Trying to see if he can take some of that onus onto himself to be that big carry. Ooh, CC root almost went through, was just on the outside of that inner circle. Samikin a little bit lower in the trades, but this is very, very close in the mid lane, at least as of right now. Both junglers coming, resetting, and restarting their clears.
Yeah, and right now what I'm curious most about is going to be that second dragon. How are Conviction going to set themselves up to try and take it? Are there plays that they want to go for? With how strong this Kalista is, yeah, you're playing. It's paired with Soraka, so not exactly the hardest of CC for dives, but you have a Wukong, you have level 6, so I really could see an angle where they do dive this Jinx Alistar lane.
Level 6 is going to be coming close. Headbutt away. Get them away from the turret and get as much of this farm as they can. Able to scoop up just a bit. Still about 13 down over their lane opponents, or under their lane opponents, rather. So very, very easy-going early game. Even though we talked about maybe some of that skirmishing potential that Conviction was looking to utilize early, have not been able to find the mark just yet. We're getting the first items, though, and we're going to be getting closer and closer to those next rounds of objectives. Control ward, actually, in there. Really nicely placed by Blue Otter. Going to spot out Kisno.
Yeah, it does give them that little... Actually, it may not have spotted him, just the way Kisno walked, but it is still a good ward, yeah, because it gives them a lot of good information. But right now, things are just going to continue chilling. We're still at no kills, no real fighting has come through. The most important things to look out for, again, Drake, Conviction are in a position to start Drake stacking really early with how quickly they took that first one. And there's that opportunity, of course, for the next round of grubs, because even if they can't get all 6, getting 5 will still be huge for their ability to take towers.
We saw how contentious that was in the last game, too, how quickly some of those pushes were coming down from Conviction after they'd gotten all theirs, even though they did not win. Now we look at Quacker versus Hoarder on the top side. Hoarder getting a little bit of better end of Quacker now, dodging out of the shock blast multiple times. Manui in some trouble. Gonna have to burn his heal as well as his flash. Now engaged from Kisto. The double Cyclone as Darkwings can't follow up on it. Chrome gonna get the pressure and force Rovex to flash over.
Not only flash, but ult. So no unbreakable will for the Alistar. I mean, it basically removes any opportunity for Blue Otter to try and fight for this dragon, even though I'm not really sure they had the best chance. Now they have like basically 0 chance. So nice catch out there from Conviction. It does cost Manui his summoner spells, so it is something Blue Otter can try to play for if they get another opening.
Quacker losing out on some of the trades in topside. Also is down TP, by the way. So if there is a case in point to play across the map, Hoarder can pull the trigger on that one. I'll just get the redeploys from multiple members out. Dragon hadn't been started just yet. Grubs is up. There's a lot of movement, a lot of pings from Blue Otter over on this side of the objectives, and it looks like it's just going to be a trade by Conviction.
Yeah, and I think this one ends up being fine. You get some experience, a little bit of gold from doing these grubs, and it does a lot of power for your... it gives you a lot of power for sieging later, which I think Blue Otter's comp will be pretty good at doing, especially when you have range like Jinx, like Mel. Being able to have each of those attacks do more damage to turrets, it will matter.
It absolutely will. Anything to help stave off this scaling win condition that Blue Otter have. As Conviction just looking to scoop up anything, and I think much akin to what Blue Otter were doing in the last 2 games. Just trying to get that early stacking going so they can put the pressure onto Blue Otter later on. That ward's still there, getting so much value.
Yeah, they
and
never
will
check.
Make Music play very, very safely around this top side.
Been there for 5 minutes. Almost 6 minutes. As we are getting told. But right now, Quacker.
Oh. I don't know if warding is going to save you from getting killed
Hoarder
on the top side.
Ooh.
Flash play from Hoarder, getting the slow on a 2. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Music waiting to get over the wall with the Heartbreaker, does do so, but goes the long way. Now he's in trouble trying to get back to the turret. Chrome going to lay him down, get the rend, and first blood to Conviction.
Yeah, really nicely done there for Conviction. They find another angle, and this time it nets them a kill. And on to the Callista, no less. That Blade of the Rune King coming in very clutch for Chrome. And this is how Conviction win this game. You keep pushing the pace and making these angles, using your power to get yourself gold.
That's actually so huge. I think a little bit of situationship going on for Music there, trying to get out of that situation. And now Rovex is being surrounded by the members of Conviction. He does have the Unbreakable, does still have Levitate at his side. Sammy can hear. Maybe this is the play for Blue Otter. They can look for those resets now, but look, Rovex is already getting low. Spiraling Despair is not going to be enough. And now they get the slowdown. Samikin has an angle. Chrome coming back down to take this fight, though. Music still ever looking for the stun, looking for the CC, looking for the chain.
They got him.
They get the reset. There goes one. An excited Levitate steps forward. Music going to be chunked down pretty heavily, but you start to see what Blue Otter can do in these fights.
That's right. That one kill ends up making a big difference here in terms of how Blue Otter can play out the rest of these fights. But we're going to watch the first blood again. This is just a good chase and a really nice flash and E from the Scion to be able to keep Music from being unable to run away, even with the ult committed. Even using the Callista ult was allowing them to get the kill.
And you'll take that all day as Chrome. But in the end, we saw that next play, and it was an instant rebuttal from this team. And now we get to this situation where Conviction definitely want to continue pressing forward. And finally, that 5 or 6 minute ward did get replaced. So no longer going to be that deep vision. Still something to play around, though, is this very even game state 14 minutes in when we're about to have the next spawns coming through. Quacker in trouble bot lane. Going to get his flash out.
Yeah, it is going to be flash for flash. Oh, hold on.
Okay, Chrome in a little bit of trouble against Levitate. The healing is coming through. Manui
Wow.
doing massive work on this Soraka to keep the sustain going for Conviction's bot lane.
Again, this low health means they need to back. Teleport is going to come through just to make sure they don't get that first brick right away. But you can just see again the power of this Callista and how well it pairs with Soraka, just keeping that sustain up and making it so hard to trade. And it's putting pressure on Levitate and Rovex.
And now you get to the first item spikes coming through. Obviously, the Blade of the Rune King, a big importance for Chrome. You do have the Untals for Levitate, so giving a little bit more damage behind the Jinx. You also had the Trinity Force plus Executioners completed for Music, so he's going to have a lot of utility in that early build.
Yeah, that Executioner is a very crucial buy, just because you want to be able to negate any bit of that healing you can with Grievous Wounds. And otherwise, I think Blue Otter, best thing they're hoping for at the moment is just trying to get as much farm onto Levitate as possible. Because of how difficult this bot lane 2v2 is, you can see he's down now quite a bit of CS as Chrome pulls away. And I wouldn't be surprised if we just see Blue Otter just sharing resources, let him take jungle camps, whatever the case may be, because that big turning point there for Jinx is that second item. When you get that, whether it's Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, there's a lot of different directions people take this champion.
So many avenues. Just gotta choose one to go down. The Rift Herald is there, so maybe that's an avenue forward as well. But there is going to be the next dragon coming up, and this is where Conviction can kind of change the script that we've seen so far. Try to get this early soul point, but Blue Otter trying to put a halt to those plans. You have TP from Hoarder across the other side, so he can join this fight. Here he comes.
Yeah, there's no vision behind the Dragon Pit too, so Hoarder has an opportunity for a really good flank. He isn't going to take it, but it's just going to end up being a 50-50. Remember, Blue Otter, all they need is one kill, but Conviction, they're strong enough that they don't have to give it.
And then maybe look for that engage off of Rovex here. The Dragon, still about a quarter down, still 3/4 of his health left. Nobody really touching it. Quacker looking for poke, does end up hitting onto Chrome. This is dicey. Conviction maybe not needing to sit this fight here. Blue Otter feeling that they can. A lot of hesitancy on both sides. Rovex finally goes in. Rovex is chunked. Rovex is going down. Big Cyclone is there. The Dragon isn't even going to be the part here. It's going to be the fight. As now going into it, it's the feats of warfare completed for Conviction as Chrome was hop, skipping, and jumping all over Blue Otter. Dragon soul point for Conviction.
Yeah, and it's Mountain Soul, no less, which is going to be so valuable for people like Hoarder and Kizno. And again, this big fight, even with the kill, even with the reset coming through, at Blue Otter, they don't have the angle. Levitate, he's under too much threat. Sammykin lost too much of his health.
What a wild fight. It was so tense, and there was so much stress in the setup and the engagement, and Rovex just gets blown up. Obviously, we're going to take a look back at that one, but definitely 2,000 lead and a soul point condition for Conviction. And this is the kind of pace we needed them to have with this style, but this is that initial engage.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the backline. Even though Chrome isn't able to do a whole lot, Dark Wings is actually tossing out spells, really using that max range of the sway and the damage available. So because of that, and the fact that Hoarder just threw his whole body in there to force Levitate to flash and step away, it gets an easy third Drake here for Conviction. Again, Mountain Soul is what they're playing for, and if they secure that, it's going to take a long time for Blue Otter to scale up to a point where they can actually cut through the tanks of Conviction.
And now you're already on 2 items for Chrome.
That's crazy.
He's giving us the thumbs up to know that, he is on 2 items. So it works out. Rift Herald is available for them as well. And they definitely need to keep going. We talked about all that scaling for Blue Otter, but the light at the end of that tunnel is looking very dark, or maybe starting to make some train noises, one of the two. And the Rift Herald will be started up by Conviction here.
Yeah, I think it's a very apt metaphor, actually, because right now, Conviction, they do feel like the train heading towards you with how strong they are, and the fact that they have this gold lead. As long as they're the ones who keep up this pace, it's going to be really hard for Blue Otter to get to that point in the game. And even when they do, they'll be so far behind, that scaling doesn't actually matter anymore. So now there's a really important timer here. It's that next dragon, Mazel.
Yeah, I think that's like a huge tipping off point for them. It's a Mountain Soul as well for Conviction. But
yeah,
I know we talked so much about Blue Otter, like kind of staving themselves away from that 9-10 spot. This is also a super and crucial match for Conviction, because not only have they been on a loss streak, obviously facing off against Near Airport and Dark Zero Dragon Steel, tough opponents, They are in the middle of the pack, but they need to try to keep themselves above, right? They're 2-2. That is not going to be a safe position for you. And they have a strong streak of games coming up for them, at least. After this Blue Otter squad, they're facing off against Winthrop, then Pulse, then LG and CCG. So they need these wins to make sure they can keep themselves in that playoff contention.
Yeah, very important for Conviction, who have been playing pretty good so far this split. As you mentioned, only losses against the top 3. So every little bit they can to make playoffs and get good seeding is going to be really important. And you know, that starts here. They've had a really good opening so far to this game 3 at collecting the Rift Herald, collecting the first 3 Drakes, and really leveraging the early power of this Callista.
The only real advantage in the CS department is music for Blue Otter. As a charge comes down in the side lane, that'll be another turret going down. So all outer turrets taken by Conviction. This red side starting to pay off for them here. Silence comes through. They try to get the angle here. Sammy can be able to get away from that one, do some serious damage in Manui, who has to flash away from the zap of Levitate. Turret will not fall. Blue Otter will commit a lot of resources to defending it, though.
Yeah, it does cost them a lot. Manui has to flash as well. But at the end of it, you still get some good damage onto the tier 2 turret, and we'll have another chance to be able to take that down. And for the other side, this has completely been Conviction's game. Blue Otter don't have many plays to make. Can they actually make this play onto Hoarder?
Scion Speedway, here we go.
Oh,
he
that was a good
barely
curve.
didn't hit the corner. It was so close. Little stutter step there in the end, but he is tanky and he'll flash and he is out of there.
I gotta say, he played that curve really nicely. That's actually really hard.
He
So
almost made it all the way around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. So he had to flash
Get
in the
this
end.
man back on LCS Scion Speedway. Come on.
True. Oh man, that'd be funny.
That was fun. Good time.
Yeah. But now Conviction, they avoid the play even though it costs Hoarder his flash. He does get that wave in topside too, so it's going to be really easy for him to just move with the rest of the team towards this bottom side. This is the Dragon Soul. Blue Otter can't let this go.
Blue Otter not going to let
Whoa,
it go.
nice
They're going to
fruit.
hold on tight. They're going to shut down Chrome. TP's coming in now. Darkwing's trying to make a difference. Music is trying to get another reset. Looking for Hoarder. Hoarder getting low. Gets the shield back. Heartbreaker goes through. They go into Darkwings now. Then Darkwing's going to flash out as well. Conviction resetting the battle lines. Resetting the fight. It is a 5v4, but the snipe makes it a 4v4. And Darkwings is showing up when he's needed most. The reset's coming through from Blue Otter, but the Dragon going to be started by Conviction.
Yeah, this Hui is really strong at 2 items, so that range is doing so much work, and Darkwings, he's setting up this line to prevent this Dragon from going down, but Music, he's got to flip this. This Drake is too important.
This is so close. Manui is looking for a big silence, looking for a big setup. Music trying to get back in the pit. Unstoppable Onslaught will go a little bit wide. Silence come through onto Music. Not going to hit that big strike there. Darkwing's trying to tank back up the Dragon, but it is going to reset. Now Conviction in a lot of trouble. They bought enough time.
Oh, they got him.
Ravenous Maul will eat you alive, Music. That's
Wow.
another one comes through and a double kill for Darkwing.
CLOL champion Darkwings coming in big for Conviction, and with that heavy lifting, he's going to secure his team, the Dragon Soul, and now Blue Otter. It really feels like their days are numbered in this series because this is a big buff that they just lost to their opponents.
You forgot about Hui. My God. You can never forget about Hui. As 302 now on 2 items, going to go back and spend a pretty penny there. And a really massive sequence of events. When you get this Hui, you realize how much utility you can have, but how much damn damage you can do too. And Darkwings showing up in that moment. Now they have a Mountain Soul, and this is looking like a tough mountain to climb for Blue Otter.
It is, and it started off so good too with that flash engage from Rovex to take down Chrome, but they ended up getting walked down because of the range, because of the sustain that Manui is working with as well. So now eyes are set on the Baron. I think this is the first time I've seen a Soul claimed before Baron came up. Of course, it is because they moved the Baron timer to 25 minutes this season, but still, it's interesting.
Definitely offsets some of the timers in the early game for sure.
Yeah.
Conviction.
Look at that shield.
Push in. Yeah, that shield's actually pretty massive. Trying to push in now though in this top side. Try to go for this kind of 4-1 setup, but pinging back onto this Atacon. are going to get the reset out from Manui. So now trying to get redeployed back on this top side. They're going to force the hand. They're going to force the play. Atacon started up. This is the GA one. So this will just enable Conviction to push further into Blue Otter, and Blue Otter don't want that.
No, but not everybody's here. I feel like the only way you get this is with a Jinx ult steal. So maybe that's what Levitate's going to fish for with that Super Mega Death Rocket.
Maybe it's getting a little bit lower. We'll see if he wants to position
not firing
for
it. Okay, he's not thinking about it.
And it's just going to go down. So GA's courtesy of Atacon to Conviction. And a massive advantage now built up for them by them as well.
Oh, are they on Baron?
Baron is on the table. A little bit of vision play being played too by both.
Yeah. So really big find there on the Otacon. The GAs do give you that just extra time on the map because you instantly respawn. In Blue Water, they just keep slowly losing grip over this game. There aren't very many options available to them. But Conviction, it feels like Summoner's Rift is their oyster because they can just go ahead and start the Baron.
Absolutely can. They have a 2.5 item Chrome Callista.
That's boring.
So they realized there was a fight a brewing, so maybe not wanting to get caught in between. Now Silence is there, not actually going to catch Samikin. I thought he was going to walk back into it. Hoarder trying to run over now. Darkwings is there as well in the mid lane. These GA is going to be very powerful for Conviction to deal to play with, I guess. This Quacker looking for some Shock Blast angles, but this Mountain Dragon Soul makes it so difficult for any of this poke to connect.
Yeah, even if it does connect, it's meaningless. So now with that hurting coming through Conviction, they're going to go ahead and go back onto this Baron. They are dropping a lot of HP for this. I think they're looking for this angle.
Unstoppable Onslaught just unleashed by Hoarder, trying to tank up the front line. Has that GA still available to him, using this choke point for themselves. As they're just going to get some quick backs and meme a little bit maybe. TP is available for Hoarder, so he's going to reset himself. They do have some TP wards available to them. They can come in and join. There he is. As Blue Otter trying to move forward, have to be careful because of that utility that Darkwings has. He can play so many traps. He can lay so much down to space out the rest of Blue Otter away from the fight. Music looking for a potential in on the backside of the Baron pit. Half health here. Music, maybe the saving grace of Blue Otter season. Is it the epiphany moment, or is it the moment that they go dark? Music on the edge of the pit, looking for it. He's not able to get it. It goes down to Chrome, and now Conviction with all that power, all that
they got him.
will put down Blue Otter. They're looking for the angle on the Music now as well. He is a little bit caught out, but the mid lane push is what they want. They still have the Atacon GAs, and they're going to get resets coming through, but that's got to be a nail in the coffin.
It's definitely big at the very least, Conviction. They secure the Baron, and... Hoarder's playing time. He's fine. I don't know what I'm worried about. Oh, no, they got him.
He's going to die. The turret does enough damage. Samikin goes on his own rampage, and Hoarder will try to take the turret with him, but it will not pay off in that end. He will get caught on the back end of the play.
I will say, it's worth noting, the Otacon GAs did expire, so Hoarder is actually on a death timer. I think in the end, it won't amount to too much. We're still a little too far away from the Elder Dragon, but if Blue Otter, we're going to have a hope or a prayer of getting back into this game. It is going to start with the most powerful buff in League.
Yeah, you say it's a little bit off, but it's only a minute and 10 seconds. You got to get resets coming in. You got to get ready for this fight. The Scuttle take will be pretty huge for Conviction to utilize here in this one. They're doing a really good job of setting up some preemptive vision. And now on 3 items for a majority of members, feels like Blue Otter have a very tall task ahead of them.
Yes, tall doesn't even begin to describe it. When you say tall, you think of guys like you and me, Lennon, but tall task? We're talking building tall, man. This is hard.
Yeah.
And Levitate is just an item behind. Music isn't as far ahead as you would hope so on something like the Viego. The fact that Conviction have Mountain Soul means that first kill on this reset composition is just going to take too long. So it is going to take a miracle fight for Blue Otter to be able to win this one, or a miracle steal of the Elder.
Conviction going straight for the throat right now, going straight up the mid lane. Will end up getting the response out from Blue Otter. Unstoppable Onslaught will be used to make sure he doesn't get locked down and kept in. The Elder Dragon is spawning now. See if Conviction wants to turn and go ahead and start that one up.
And I like this one too. Conviction, they get a tier 2 in the process, and they're going to be able to ensure this jungle is cleared up. And oh, Robex, that feels really bad to have to use the ult there like that. Remember, tall task, now it's a gargantuan task.
And Manui just keeping everybody topped up here there. Now Kizno looking for another angle into Rovex, realizing he doesn't have that tankiness yet. They are a little hesitant to start this Elder Dragon up because they feel like they don't need to. They can take some of this standing gold. As Blue Otter were putting a lot of presence in mid lane to get that counter push going there. But this tier 2 tower is not going to be long for the world.
Yeah, it does seem like Conviction are a little bit afraid of the risk, but overstaying and delaying this game, I actually don't think is ideal. At the end of the day, you're significantly stronger. Use that to take objectives like the Elder Dragon.
Well, now they're just forcing it, but Dewey just walked into no man's land there. Will flash out, gets the Fate's Call back in. He goes back for the engage, and they take down Rovex of all people. Now Samikin in some trouble from Dark Wings. Gets massive poke from him. Was looking for a Severing Bolt to finish him off. Has it potentially coming up, but the Elder Dragon will just go the way of Conviction, and this is the Conviction that can push for a playoff potential.
Yeah, and this is what they wanted. Now low health bars, and they also lost their support. Blue Otter have no way to respond to this Elder Dragon. So it is going to go over to Conviction. They have everything they need to put this series to bed. At this point, it's just going to be about resetting, spending the gold they earned up to this point, and forcing a fight as soon as possible.
On the side of Blue Otter, I think the saving grace has been Samikin so far in the Mel. It's just not enough. Now 3 items in. A 4-0 performance from Samikin. Had a really good setup in game number 2, utilizing his strengths really well, but it has been a Conviction-favored game so far. 8,000 gold up, full map control. Elder Dragon on top of a Mountain Soul. They've got so much going for them, and Baron's not even up for another minute and a half. So they're going to try to take down the easy prey here, which is a tier 2 tower in the top side.
Yeah. I guess that's fine. I just kind of expected Conviction to go for more of a brute force approach, but I guess they're wary of the risk of giving away a kill to this reset comp. So instead, they want to play this one slow. They want to go for the guaranteed plays, and that is going to include that tier 2 turret on the top side, while Hoarder...
Oh my god.
He's not afraid of anything. Why should he be?
That's a tank, by the way. Unstoppable Onslaught right onto Samikin. Going to take him down, chunking him. Trying to take down this inhib turret in the top side. Hoarder will end up flashing away from the CC chaining there that was possible by Blue Otter, but the inhib finally goes down. That'll be inhib in top and mid going down at the same time, and the wave is still there. They got to be careful, though. That reset, once it starts kicking, is the saving grace of Blue Otter in this final defense, in this desperate defense of not only this game, but their season. Going 1-4 puts you right down there in the dumps when that relegation spot comes to knock it.
And it's tough. Elder Dragon's still there for 30 seconds. Conviction can force a fight, and they can end this game right here and now. Blue Otter, they need a miracle.
You got to do something. They're just going to bleed out slowly. One Nexus turret gone. Quacker has to flash away. Unstoppable Onslaught is in there. Another minion is still there. They can try to get the turret, but now they don't have any more minions coming. And Hoarder getting a little bit lower. Going to go down here. He's going to go zombie mode, but maybe it's just enough for Conviction to take down the whole of Blue Otter. The Elder Dragon starts singing, and the wings start flapping. That'll be a Conviction win of 2-1 as they put down Blue Otter's hopes of finding an equalization, and they will continue to be in the playoff conversation.
And a very convincing conversation Conviction are making for themselves, closing it out in a very nice fashion here this game. I mean, they did a great job of leveraging that early game lead they had with this Kalista in that bot lane, and I think they overall played out that game pretty nicely, albeit a little passively, in my opinion, but otherwise, they got the win, they got the series, they got another notch under their belt.
And I got to give massive props to Chrome. Got the Kalista, popped off on it, as well as Dark Wings, man. Some of those plays in that one were incredible. The utilization of all the spread of abilities that Hwei has and the amount of utility that was coming out of Darkwings in those fights. Really, really, really nice to see. And you see some of that veterancy shine through, but a Conviction team that has been building up to this. Even if Blue Otter has the epiphany, this has been a Conviction team that has been working through some of their troubles, and we're seeing progress now.
We are, and it's a really good look. Again, I think we all agree that this team definitely had a lot of potential just because we're looking at the experience that a lot of these players have. We're looking at how good one of the newer players in Hoarder has been, and of course the ever-improving Kizno. So it is nice to see that come to fruition here for the side of Conviction, and exciting to see where else they're going to go, because for me, it's not a matter of playoffs or not, it's a matter of what seed are they going to get.
Exactly that. It is really interesting to see kind of their come up again. They've only lost to Near Airport and Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and those are two very tough opponents. They still have to face Luminosity, still a lot of games to go, but this is the kind of performance that makes you believe in Conviction. Now we are going to send it to a little break before we get to the interview, and we'll see you there. Welcome back to NACL and our coverage of that last game. Showing off some highlights here, as it was a doozy. Definitely one that Conviction will be happy they closed out 2-1 over Blue Otter.
Yeah, it was close, and Blue Otter maybe showed us some of those signs of life we were hoping for, but couldn't quite get the win their fans are expecting. So now they do go down to 1-4, and while they're not exactly mathematically out or anything like that, it just makes the rest of their road that much harder. It just means the rest of their matches, it just shows how important it is for them to pick up some wins if they want playoffs, if they want to stay in this league.
Indeed, as long as they can stay above the 9-10 spot. They don't have to go to the relegation tournament in the off season here. But it was some really calculated fights from Conviction. I really like Chrome and Darkwings, kind of combined the collegiate superstars, the CLO champions of 2024, paying dividends for Conviction in this one.
I absolutely. And Conviction overall have been looking really good. It was a strong game 1, a convincing game 3, and just proving that this is a team that will very likely be one to watch out for in the playoffs. And it was really nice to see Chrome get his hands on the Callista. It was banned away from him a lot this series, and he played well.
Indeed, and the Hui tech coming in the last one. You love to see it.
They forgot about Hui.
They forgot about Hui, man. Can't do that. I think there's a song about it.
I knew that's what you're saying in the moment.
Absolutely,
but
absolutely.
Man,
You
I should have said something.
man.
I loved it. That was good. That was good.
But it was a very strong ending for Conviction. I think there will still be some question marks on what happened in that game number 2. Definitely not paying themselves any favors there. But in this one, for me, the biggest jumping off point of what I can praise for them is they started getting this kind of win condition going in the Dragon. They knew they were on a bit of a timer, and they kept pushing the tempo. And a lot of times in Tier 2, you see teams not able to do that. And we even saw a little bit of hesitancy there at the end to really continue pushing that, but still, in the end, they did end up finding the win.
Yeah, and I will say, I think Conviction overall this series and the split, I think they play the map really nicely. I think, again, game 1 is just the best example of this, how well they understand how to be playing the game, especially understanding what their opponents want to be doing and responding to it. And it's got them the wins that they're working with at the moment here, including this one today. So it's a nice thing to see, especially from some of these players who are a little bit newer to the space, to this league, to be able to shine like this.
And it's all about growth. It's all about becoming a better player in and outside of the game.
True.
I think we've gotten some really cool growth early into the season, but we're already over that halfway point and almost rounding out the rest of the season. Again, these teams, while Blue Otter still has another series to play this week, getting lower and lower on the terms of how many games they have left to play. And unfortunately for Blue Otter, everything kind of fell apart in the end. This was really good, quick decision-making from Conviction there, and then after that, they just took those 2 inhibs and ended up ending the game.
Yeah. You pretty much summarized it perfectly, Mazel. And now that series is done, we do have an interview coming up very shortly with one of the members of Conviction, which will be fun. We'll get to chat. We always love chatting with the players, picking their brains, giving them a chance to talk about themselves, the team, what they would do for $1 million in some situations, just things like that.
Yeah, normal, absolutely everyday.
Very
things,
normal,
absolutely.
yes. Exactly.
I'm really excited to hear kind of what's been going right for this team and what's been going wrong, or how they've been kind of pulling that together. Because again, this has been a team in Conviction who is sitting at 2-2, but their only losses are against those big teams. Now sitting at 3-2 after this win over Blue Otter, and are in that playoff position here, so we can maybe talk about that as well. We actually have our interview ready to go. It's when none other than Darkwings in the mid lane for Conviction, the big dog here on campus, my man, the CLO champ from last year. But dude, massive performance on the Hui. I know we made a joke on cast, they forgot about Hui, but it kind of came out of left field. It's something that we have seen in the meta here recently. Did you feel like it was just the pick going into this pivotal game 3?
Well, most of the champions were already out, and I mean, I know us as a team, we also know Sammy Ken is good at Hui, so the Hui was kind of also a takeaway at the same time, yeah.
I like it.
I kind of want to talk about your split overall. I want to know what your expectations were as a team going into split 1, and I want to know if you guys have met them, exceeded them, or not.
I think so far, I think the expectation was about what we are now. I don't think we've exceeded or kind of went lower than the expectation so far. But obviously, for our own selves, we expect us to be higher.
Absolutely. Got to keep yourself to a high bar of standard. I got to ask you, though, you guys seemed pretty clean for the most part today, besides that game number 2. Were there any big learnings from your last 2 series, especially against top-tier opponents like NA and Dark Zero Dragonsteel, that you kind of took into these next couple weeks, or anything that you came away with?
For those games, I think we mostly were kind of AFK in a sense, and like from that we kind of took like how to actually like, or we're at least trying to push the game now and not just like kind of do nothing, if that makes sense.
The one thing I was kind of curious about, what's it been like? No, what I want to actually know is that you guys as a team have a lot of experience for the most part. Maybe less so when you look at the top side, but I'm curious who makes calls, who makes major decisions, especially when you look at players like you, Manui, Chrome, and even to some degree Hoarder, who've been playing fives for a long time.
I'd say it is pretty well split between like me, Kizno, Manui. I think, I mean, everyone does like kind of their job, and it's not just like one main shot caller.
I like it. Okay. Before I give you a chance to shout out, this has been burning question in my brain. How have you gotten used to calling him Chrome? I gotta know, man. Like, you guys have been together for so long. Like, how do you get used to it? What do you do? Do you have anything to help us?
I mean, I don't know. It's just Chrome. We just kind of like meme it. It's like, oh, what's up, Chrome?
Yeah.
Nice. I like it. All right. Give me a chance to give some shout outs here. Who do you want to talk about before we let you go?
Shout out to, I mean, everyone, the fans, like all the viewers, all my teammates, especially Manui. And yeah, just my family, stuff like that.
Appreciate you so much, man. It was a pleasure to get to talk to you. Hopefully we'll get to hear from you more in the later parts of the season. We'll bid you adieu now, my friend. Thank you so much. And we're going to take it back from you in Dark Wings, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this series as a whole. It was an interesting one, for sure.
All right. Catch you guys later.
As we do take it back from him, we are going to be talking about the MVP up next, and I think it could have been a little contentious on who gets it in the end here, as maybe even Dark Wings maybe having a spot in that one. But we have a conversation a little bit about who we think were those big performers on the side of Conviction.
I mean, definitely Dark Wings is high on that list. I think Kizno is another one, especially for how he performed on game one. And I'll give like an honorable mention to Manui, because, you know, recent role swap, he's taken this position very seriously, and he isn't just playing like the niche picks that he would play like in other roles, but also actually had a pretty good game on the Soraka, this very traditional enchanter.
I love to see it, but it is the man with the plan, the man with the Callista Chrome that comes out with the MVP here, and pretty massive performance on the Callista. Again, they did not let him have it in game number 1 and 2. Maybe they'll come back to bite them here after game number 3 he popped off.
This is one of those situations where other teams watching are like, yep, can't let him have that one. Thank you, Blue Otter, for testing that out for us. Now we're just gonna ban it away.
Does it still need to be a ban? Okay, we're good.
Yeah, it totally does. Okay.
We'll check back again in 2 weeks. Check back again in 2 weeks.
Exactly. When another team lets it through.
But that is a pretty handily done 2-1 for Conviction. Still, though, surprised and happy to see Blue Water kind of turn things around in that game number 2. They'll definitely be looking for what to do in their next series. But Conviction will still be able to hold their heads high in the conversation of playoff. But that does mean that we have another best of 3 coming up here very soon.
We do.
And I know I'm excited for that one, because another kind of middle of the table team trying to put themselves above the rest of the pack here. CCG taking on a Polestar team still looking for their first series win.
Yeah, another big one for standings implications, but not really so much on the higher end of things, because CCG, again, solid 4th place team. I think they are probably the best outside of the top 3 that we've been hyping up all split. But Polestar are the ones who are struggling right now. You said it, Lennon, they haven't gotten their first win. While we have seen some improvements from them so far, being 0-5 is really difficult, because they're not mathematically eliminated either. But the rest of their schedule is really hard.
Yeah, they do not have an easy way out. Unfortunately, it just gets harder in a lot of situations. They have CCG, then they have Conviction, then they have Supernova, which is the closest matchup that I feel like they'll get. And then they finish the season against Near Airport. So picking up any wins anywhere matters. And now, honestly, with Blue Otter falling in that last series, a win matters a lot because we have a giant chunk at the bottom of the table that are at
That's
one
true.
win. And so, you know, anywhere that Poles can get a series is super important moving forward to keep themselves from relegation.
It would be massive, but it's hard because they're up against CCG, who are a really good team in this league. A lot of experience, a lot of skill, pretty much top to bottom on this roster. So Polestar definitely have their work cut out for them, and it's gonna be asking a lot from them to be able to make it happen. They need it.
Yeah, I'm happy we could find some good clips from Polestar for sure. I think there has been some good moments. They've only won 2 games, but it has really been a situation where we just need to see any forms of life, any kind of cohesion in their strategy. Obviously, first time for these players and just getting their first iteration in NACL. But on the other side, you mentioned it before, a lot of veterancy with some new blood, though, as CCG Sports coming in clutch and being one of the kind of favorites outside of the top 3 here in NACL 2025.
Yeah, and a roster that has a really high ceiling. We talk about a player like Dardoch, who we know has experience playing at a really high level. Of course, there's Array and Breezy, players who we feel like we're always so close to being at the top of Tier 2, maybe even potentially having a chance to move up at some point. Having this opportunity to stand out for themselves this split as well. And even Crimson has been continuing to improve from when he first joined the league.
And it has been a little bit of a roller coaster for this team. They started off pretty strong against that Supernova squad. That was like one of the closest series Supernova has had this entire split. Then they obviously went down to near Airport and Dark Zero Dragon Steel. But then now they're on a 2-win streak. I know, right at this point. Blue Otter and Winthrop fell to CCG. It definitely propped them up here at this 3-2 position to kind of lean into that 4th place position going into playoffs as well. We still have 2 weeks, a lot of games left to play, but that number is getting smaller and smaller, and it's the incremental little improvements that I've seen. Breezy having a little bit more of a say in how these teams play and how he dictates a lot of the fights, but as well as sometimes some of that distraction, some of that dysfunction that can come through for them.
And talking about CCG, they're in a really good spot in the standings, partially because they're 3-2, so they are in sole possession of 4th place. But also the fact that when we talk about strength of schedule, I mean, after today, their only difficult match left is going to be against Luminosity Gaming, which, you know, as we generally say, it tends to be a scheduled loss. Conviction are good, but I think CCG are better. But I'm saying that one, I'm not saying they will guaranteed win, but LG is the hardest match they have left. And the rest of the split, I think they have a really good chance of just winning the rest of their games.
They can indeed. We're going to take a look at the predictions, who we think is going to win this series. And we'll see if anybody wants to throw in a Of course. Shocker. Polestar not going to be the favorites for any of the predictions here, but there might be a chance. There might be. Depends on what Polestar we get today and what version of CCG we get today.
Shake my head. Play-by-plays, Lennon. Except for you, of course. The rest of them, they voted against us in Game 1, and now they realize the folly of their ways. Now look who comes crawling back. Deserex, Rafa.
Call them out.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm going to start calling out these picks and bans because we're in game number 1 of our 2nd series. Polestar going to be on the blue side this time around. The blue side, usually the dominant side. So today, I've seen 2 red side wins. Very weird, very strange. We'll see CCG on the red side. New day, new us. Callista and the Rise going to be banned away by Polestar, as well as that Poppy. It will be that Gwen and the Jace band preliminarily over towards this top side of the map and towards Dr. Calculus.
Yeah, we want to talk about players who should not get Callista. Array is top of that list here in Challengers League, so that one's probably just going to be gone for the rest of the split, not just this week, as it's going to be that Rumble first pick.
It was on the list. Beat down, it was on the list.
True.
We have a list, and we're checking it twice. It's going to stay there. This has been now the ball given to CCG on the 1-2 punch they want to go for. They insta-lock the Ambessa combination for Crimson and Dardoch.
It's just so strong. You have 2 ultimates that are, it's just so easy for you to dive backline. So I think that's why you're going to see things like the Sejuani come through. With the Yone, I think it ends up being a pretty nice pairing just because you have melee solo laners works really well with the champion. But now we just got to see if Tubbs is going to lock in something that can also make space in Cage.
I will give Polestar one thing. They know what they wanted. They went to the grocery store. They had a list. They picked it all up on the first try.
Yeah.
They do end up getting the Rumble, Sejuani, Yone, which is huge in its own right. Now it comes down to execution on that route, at least. It is the Azir locked in, though, as that kind of answer into the Yone in mid lane, but providing a lot of sustainable damage.
Yeah, a lot of DPS coming through, and of course that ability to disengage, because even though it's not a great matchup into Yone, you do have that ability to either go in for the big Shurima shuffle or keep people off you by just using the ultimate.
Now we're in the second phase of bans. We get the Misfortune band away towards Hub. It will be the Rakan ban on the side of Polestar, trying to take away some of those setup potentials, some of that dual chaining of the CC that CCG are looking for sure. I do wonder if they want to continue going with it. It will be the next up on the table in the Varus band away. So the Hub Classic of the Corki still alive and well if they want to go for it.
Corki, or a personal favorite of his, is the Ezreal too. There's a couple of routes, and I mean, when I'm looking at how much dive there is, I have a feeling they'll lean towards the Ezreal. But yeah, there's a lot of options for them so far in this game. I mean, yeah, you gotta respect their ace Kai'Sa as well. Again, it just pairs nicely with all the dive that we're seeing too.
And we get a little bit of dive on both sides, whereas the first series we're getting a lot of answers to what the dive composition wanted. Now we're just getting kind of both ends of it, the dual-edged blade, as the Alistar is locked in for CCG, providing them a huge front line.
Yeah, able to absorb a lot of damage with that ultimate, able to create a lot of space and good setup. So I think CCG get pretty much everything they could ask for in this draft, and it's just about what marksman they want to lock down in the end.
Like if your nameplate's off, standings don't mean anything.
Okay, talk to me.
Look at this comp. Like that is literally perfect in a lot of ways. The Nautilus Ezreal, a little bit different in that regard, but still a lot of strength for this Polestar team. And I love that they're starting off the day with this, to just give them the best opportunity to find a win.
Yeah, true. And they do have a lot of CC, I will give them. The nice thing with this Nautilus too, they picked Tristana, so it does play kind of well into those more mobile champions, because it is point and click. As long as you're close enough, you could follow up. So there is going to be that pressure with this multi-threat comp to get onto this Tristana later on into the game, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on Array to be able to space out, to get damage off the team fight well. We know him to be good at that historically, so I'm less worried looking at the nameplate specifically, but Pulse do clearly have a way to play this game.
They do. Who do you value a little bit earlier on in the game? Say that kind of first objective fight, the first item spikes.
I would lean more towards Pulse's side, just looking at the top side. I think Sedge with 2 melees is so powerful and something they can utilize really well, especially because we're not going to see a lot of 5v5s early.
Well, we'll see how that all pans out. We're headed onto the Rift for our second series of the day. A tough opponent for Polestar, trying to look for their first series win on the split. CCG looking to add another win to the win column here on a 2-win streak over Blue Otter and Winthrop, and looking to make it 3 over Polestar. We get into game 1 of our fearless best of 3. Both teams with very aggressive style compositions. Got to see how it pans out.
Again, cannot stress enough how important it is for Polestar to be able to secure a win. It's been a very difficult journey for them so far. Subbing in for this Polestar org as there was a bit of a team mix-up. This roster originally performed in the OQs as slated 6. They didn't qualify, but they got pulled up as 5 in a sort of abrupt fashion to join the league. So it feels like they've been playing catch-up ever since. So my mind for them is just about improvement. Even if they aren't able to secure wins, as long as they keep improving, going down to that promotion tournament, they'll have a better chance of coming back to this league.
They will indeed. We talked about it earlier. We'll talk about it again over and over. It is that summer spot that is up for grabs in the LTA. You have to make it all the way to the end of the year and be the top positioned team in NACL at the end of things. And so it definitely gives a little bit of building time for some teams, and especially potentially a hell of a storybook ending for teams that do get relegated and come back. But trying to find their way into this split has been Polestar. On the other side, already finding their way is CCG, a team that had some pretty high expectations, at least for some people coming into the split itself. We were question marking, you know, what these kind of newer players and skill positions, solo lanes are going to be. But I know for you, Aojun has been a really big, bright flower for CCG so far.
Yeah, there are a number of rookies, particularly in the mid lane as well.
4 of them.
Yeah, but I think it's very fair to say that Aojun has been performing the best among all of them. He's talked about how good it is to play on a roster with so many experienced players. The wealth of experience and advice he can take advantage of has definitely been valuable for him, but also he's just performing really well on the Rift, and it's a nice thing to see for rookies.
Both junglers going to be on the same side starts, so both heading up towards this top side of the map. See which one can take advantage of the Scuttle Crab first. Both Sejuani and Vi, very heavy skirmishers in the early pathing. Very quick clear speeds as well once you get going for both sides of things. But do you feel like any kind of pressure just blows open the game in top side?
I mean, if Bio finds an angle to go for the gank, and again, Rumble being melee, you do have a really good opportunity for gank assist, but I mean, it is really important to get that first clear off first, and then see if there's an opportunity. Crimson's laid down a ward, so it's going to be really hard for Bio to catch him out, but looks like Dr. Calculus is doing a pretty good job on his own.
He's just fine. He's a big Rumble.
Yeah.
Self-functioning Rumble.
Yeah. A superhero.
Yeah, almost like a superhero. Bio spending a little bit of time maybe thinking about a dive. They have a pretty big wave here, but it looks like it's just going to be the Scuttle Crab play, though this did give Dardoch some time to get his Scuttle Crab going a little early. Should be the resets from both junglers.
But Adam is here. Oh, he's just going to lay down the ward. Thought it was a dive angle. But I think that ends up being fine. Bio just hovering to make sure Dr. Calculus can get that wave in is good. He can move down towards the bottom side and maybe even start his clear over. But yeah, he's just going to check and make sure that other crab was taken. But he's using a little bit of time. Dardoch will have that extra tempo over him on the map as he's already walking back with a buy.
I'll say that is terrifying. Giving Dardoch any kind of breathing room to take advantage of you on the map. A guy with this much experience, but also a key piece of the puzzle for CCG in this season so far, in their wins especially. But we'll see if he wants to take advantage. He's the kind of guy that will just, if he like smells a little bit of weakness, he'll just try to take advantage of it in any way. We'll see if he does so. He's just going for his second clear all the way through. That should lead out to the objectives being up, though. First Dragon we saw be very important to both teams in our last series, though not a normalcy in the NACL.
Yeah, I'm thinking if I had to pick a side, Pulse. Oh.
Breezy in some trouble. Gonna get the rocket jump in. Immediately exhausted there. Tubbs gonna throw it down. Array gonna get the reset on the rocket jump and potentially get out. There's the flash play on a Breezy who doesn't have a lot of tankiness this early. Is gonna flash into the hook. First blood for Hub, and Tubbs comes up big with the dredge lines.
That was really nicely played there by Hub and Tubbs. The exhaust is so clutch. Playing against this Tristana who you're expecting to all in certain situations, but overall I think this bot lane for Polestar has been lacking so far this split, so to see them win a 2v2 like that against Array and Breezy, no doubt, wonderful to see.
Wonderful to see also, because then they'll take that little lead and lead it into a first dragon in this early take. They'll bring down Adam, make sure that's going to be the case, and we'll be spotted out by Breezy and the rest of CCG. Grubs are being spawned right now. Dardoch can be first there and be able to take that one going, but Pulse on the blue side going to start their dragon stacking, but that should be all they get.
Yeah, I mean, we do have some lane swap action coming through here, but I see Bio is just doing the Raptors, so I think Polestar are just comfortable giving away those 3 grubs. And honestly, that's fine, because again, I think they'd benefit a lot from Drake stacking this game, so trading a dragon for those first 3.
Hub.
Oh, his team is here. His team is here. That's why.
Hub.
Oh, wait, Hub?
Oh, the flash from Array. The man is lethal. Gonna take him down. Hub. I don't know what he was doing there, but he definitely got what he asked for and taken down at least by CCG. Aljun almost taken down himself, but first blood we'll take a look back at.
Yeah, and I mean, Hub kind of rooting the goodwill he got from this play over here where he and Tubbs performed really nicely. Again, the exhaust was huge. And they were able to walk them down pretty easily. I think the big difference there was the dredge line landing and what looked like a flash prediction coming through.
Yeah, the lollipop, bro. It's the lollipop, man.
I think it's a well-placed hook, but yeah. That was a little bit of Nautilus nonsense. That's what I'll call it.
I mean, it is a well-placed hook, knowing what he could utilize with that.
Exactly,
Good Nautilus players will do. Another hook does go through. This time, we're on the top side of the map in this 2v2, as we have gotten that full lane adaptation. Bio buying time, has the Glacial Prison. Can look over the wall, has flash, has everything. Another engage comes through from Tubbs. There's the drifting over on Breezy, who does not have any tankiness and is just going to go down. Somebody pop him as Hub gets himself a second kill.
Yeah, really great play coming through here. Again, Tubbs is just going crazy on the Nautilus. It feels like he's landing all the hooks. And Bio coming in, sweeping in with more CC to help secure kills is big. So Hub, he's got 2 kills on the Ezreal. This is exactly where you want the gold to be for this composition. But Hub, you can't do whatever it was you were doing at that first spawn of grubs. I need to make that perfectly clear. Sometimes we joke about how, oh wow, it's like the players can hear us on the broadcast. If you're listening, Hub, don't do that.
And now with that setup, with them being pretty even in this situation, the next spawn will be coming up here in just a little bit as well. And I really appreciated some of these kinds of early games we've seen from Polestar. This is a bit of a trend for them in finding good cohesive plays. Maybe not the Hub play there, but it's good cohesive plays in general for this Pulse team. But it always comes to that mid-game, to kind of those very contentious decision-making moments that things fall apart. So this is a great start. I love to see this from Polestar, and Tubbs definitely having much more of an influence in this one than he has in past games. Yeah,
and the hope that all this gold on his shoulders, I mean, he is going to be able to step it up for the team. Something we would really love to see, and that would be the path for Polestar to potentially get that first win that they are so desperately looking for. I mean, you got to give props to the people in the Pulse camp. When I talked to Coach Bobby a couple weeks back, I was very focused on the improvement, on identifying issues with the team and fixing them however they can. I think that's just the way to look at this.
Tubbs was thinking about an angle onto Array there. Meanwhile, mid lane, there is potentially something on Adam. He will back away. Aljun pretty low on his health bar. Had to pop some of that refillable potion action there. There is the next spawn of grubs coming up. So Aljun deciding not to go ahead and go through with his back. Does have the TP coming up after one more wave.
Yeah, so we'll be able to push that and then TP back in preparation of that next spawn of grubs. But the next dragon is also interesting to me because that one is going to come up at around the same time. And Polestar really happy to go for that Drake stacking, but you probably don't want to let too many grubs go through. CCG can't get Grubageddon, so I could see a world where they really do just leave that top side area alone and put all their eggs into the dragon basket.
I think it's so difficult if you give this CCG team the 5 grubs, even 6, like 6 grubs. Yes, definitely is a big difference. But seeing Array have 5 grubs on this Tristana and the attack speed Aljun has, I think it's gonna be really difficult. Pulse are gonna start up the grubs here. There's literally all the priority they could ask for to start this one up, except in the mid lane. They do have Tubbs and Hub coming down. First grub will go their way at least, but the rest of CCG rounding the corner. TP coming in, flash play from Breezy. Gonna get the initial setup here. The lockdown is enough. Public execution is not gonna hit, but the Emperor's Device does from Aljun. Big fate seal coming in. Adam is gonna try to separate the masses here. Breezy gonna go down as well. That equalizer was as big as you could possibly ask for. Now Tubbs going for that play. The redemption is nigh. Polestar looking for the game fight win here as Hub going forward with the arcade shift. That's gonna be a triple kill. Polestar, they're in action.
How about Polestar for another big win here so far in this game? Hub is 5-1 on the Ezreal, and he is certainly wearing the carry pants this game. You couldn't ask for a better start.
You could not. You got yourself a tried and true composition that would be a boon to any team that drafts it in the meta, and then you execute on it with Hub picking up so much kills, playing so safe in these fights. That bait seal was massive from Tubbs.
Yeah, well, I feel bad that a really well-placed equalizer kind of got griefed by the blast plant. The damage was still there, and those first couple ticks had a big impact, allowing Polestar to just continue walking it down. So while we give Hub praise, we got to praise the solo laners of Adam and Dr. Calculus for also playing that fight out very nicely.
It's all coming together. The flash from Adam on Array almost got him playing a little bit hot and heavy there, but able to take down the flash from Array. So that'll be something revisited too, no doubt. And now Polestar, with this advantage on the map, with these first item spikes, can push into a second dragon stack for themselves.
Yeah, Polestar are just winning out on so many of these early objections, and the most important one for them this game, it is the Drake. The fact that they are already looking at 2 at 13 minutes in the game is huge, as long as they're going to be able to secure that one. But I mean, Array being flashless, and the rest of Polestar being here tells me it's going to be an easy Drake to grab.
So then let's talk about the game state for CCG, because things are starting to get a little out of hand, but it's still pretty dead even on the game gold state. They are about to get on first items for everybody as well. They have a lot of directionary tools in these fights. How do they try to find their way back into this one?
It's about target selection. The problem that you run into with having all your eggs into this Hub basket is that, well, Lennon, if they kill Hub in a fight, all that gold lead that he has is pretty meaningless. So that's kind of what you're hoping for now. That's
but
the
it's
beauty
an
of playing. It is an Ezreal, which means it is harder. But we're talking Ambessa, we're talking Vi, even Alistar, the situation is right. There are a lot of tools to take down this Ezreal. It's hard, but that's what CCG need to do.
See if they can do it. And Polestar, see if they can continue with this right along straight narrow path that they're on. Very strong together and using Hub's damage to buff them up now, almost getting to that second item for him. Ezreal really comes online at that 3-item spike as well, or that second evolution of his Muramana. That will also be a little bit of preemptive stealing from Polestar in the topside jungle of Dardoch. And we'll see now in the side lane. Aljun feels like he has an angle, and Adam as well. Adam needing to try to get out of this one. Let's have the shielding. Aljun wants him, goes in, gets the kill before he even ulting for fashion there. Goes Aljun, as that's a solo bolo to the mid laner of CCG.
Yeah, kind of surprised he didn't ult the other way, but Adam ends up going down in that 1v1 to Aljun. It's going to give this opportunity for CCG to take away a red buff. You said it, Dardoch smells weakness, he pounces, and Hub.
Oh, they don't know that the other two are in the bushes there as well. They only saw Array, double knockup. Array looking for the reset now with his rocket jump, but Hub able to do massive damage, and Dardoch had to get out, but Hub finds him anyways, and now Hub is just on a masterclass of an Ezreal performance as they get Crimson too. Crimson's just gonna go down. No, he finds one. He's gonna try to take down Tubbs, but he can't do it, and Hub relinquished to the duty of trying to clean up Breeze. He won't even go for it. And Polestar, they continue to find picks. Now Array in some trouble in mid lane. Under turret, gonna go down. And it's Bio that picks up the kill.
And that's just a much bigger gold lead here for Polestar. They're gonna be able to knock down a turret. And CCG, they're just not winning the kill the Ezreal game. Honestly, I didn't like the fight that they were going for, just because they were really lacking in terms of the damage to get through the tanks. But they tried it. It didn't really pan out for them, and now they're in a pretty tough position here. 2 minutes till the next dragon. It's going to be soul point for Polestar if they get that one. And if they secure that 4th dragon let in, I mean, we can just start talking about game 2.
What a world. What a world.
Yeah.
Again, Polestar have only won 2 games in the entire split, and we're already getting to the last 2 weeks of the season. So this would be a massive step up for them. And a week that it absolutely matters. Again, one win is just the separation right now between them, Supernova, and Blue Otter.
Yeah.
That'll be a big change of pace here as Rift Herald started up by Polestar. Tier 2 tower now under threat by CCG in the side lane.
Yeah, I do like the trade angle. You're not strong enough to fight right now, so just take gold elsewhere on the map. And with this commitment, it is going to be a tier 2 turret on top of the tier 1. So CCG, they do pick up 1,000 gold off that exchange and more if you add the waves. So now it's just going to be about, can Pulse match that? Tier 1 obviously is down, but will they be able to knock down the tier 2? I don't think so.
Looks like the redeploy from CCG is going to be enough. They're going to go for it. No, he's just going to use it as a taxi. Thank you, Shelly. Appreciate you. You're the best.
5 stars.
5 stars. Now it'd be really funny if it was like the money cab.
Oh, the cash cab?
Cash cab, that's what it was. Yeah,
was
Shelly is now the cash cab. You have to answer questions.
Oh my god, imagine Shelly with a voice. I don't even know what that would sound like.
Shelly as
Ask
a
me trivia
champion.
question. Ooh, that'd be a great April
That's
Fool's
the
video.
evolution. That's League 2. That's the
Ah, yes, the ever elusive League of Legends 2.
One day. One day there is going to be another dragon spotting, though, and that's about 20 seconds. That's closer than maybe League 2.
That's today, yeah.
CCG positioning around this top side. The Polestar, look at a position on top of them here. Public execution goes out, but you're facing on Adam. He is so tanky.
Wow,
He
big
can
ult.
survive for so long. Hub has just been untouched the entire time. The kill the Ezreal situation has just been not addressed, although they did get Adam. It is a 1-for-1 trade. Now Hub caught out, though. This is that lacking that we
Ray.
said from Polestar. Sometimes in the mid game, things can go a little bit awry. It is CCG trying to take advantage of that. Polestar realized what they had taken themselves into and will back away.
Still, the 1-for-1 does favor Polestar, excuse me, because they remain with their jungler while Dardoch is on the gray screen. So it should be pretty easy for them to secure their Infernal Soul point. Unless Dardoch just Usain bolted to the Dragon Pit. So the only trade is Aojun taking this top tier 1 in the process on the top side. So there is gold in exchange, but that play means CCG, they have to fight this next Drake. They have to make sure it doesn't go down because that is a huge buff to let go of.
Yeah, I think 5-minute timer starts now. You have to be there. You have to be at that fight. You cannot give an Infernal Soul to this team composition, especially with Hub in the position that he's in. Almost 2 items fully evolved as well.
Yeah, once that Mana Mute evolves, Hub's damage is just going to be unreal. He is 7, 1, and 2. He's keeping pace and farm with Array, so his damage is just going to be off the charts as he's very accelerated. And that's just a clear win condition here for Polestar. Again, he's playing Ezreal, so it's really hard. But CCG, you just got to hope you can take him down somehow.
Yeah, and it is a pretty even game, and I will say there's like a 2,000 gold difference in the mid laners right now.
Yeah,
and Adam
true.
will not be on that 3-item Yone win condition for the foreseeable future, maybe not even in this game. Aljun will be very close to his 3rd item, and this Azir can actually start pumping damage. So it's all about those ins to the fights. We do have Atacon spawning on the top side. It is voracious, so we'll have those GAs on top of it all. But still something that CCG have to wrestle with, because again, this is the CCG team who are on a massive win streak, on a 2-win streak over Winthrop and Blue Otter. But now falling prey to the early game machinations of Polestar.
Yeah, they sure are. But oh no, Tubbs falling prey.
He's in trouble. He's gonna go low, gonna burn the flash, get the Dreads light, and he's out of there.
Nice and easy, man. Not even close. I don't know what you're talking about. And a lot was committed, by the way. Dardoch doesn't have the ult anymore, so of course, Bio and Adam are like, oh cool, we're just gonna do Otacon, like right now.
This is dicey though. Flash and public execution available. Crimson not really willing to overcommit here. Gets immediately
nice
unstoppable buffer from the Glacial Prison. That was so big. The Fate Sealed, I don't think was enough though. Adam dying to the burn, not gonna be there. As he's goes in with his health bar, but the Atacon goes the way of Polestar.
That is crazy.
Wow.
To be able to get these health bars so low, to take so much damage from Otacon, but they secure it. They walk away in the process, Mazel. So Polestar, now they have these GAs to play with for a couple minutes, and you know what? They'll be up when this dragon spawns. So this extra power that Pulse are working with too, is this going to be in their pockets when this crucial Dragon Soul starts?
And you know, I'm always a believer of striking when the iron is hot, using the opportunities that are laid before you to better yourself. And I think Polestar definitely taking that one to heart, as one of their GAs will be popped in topside.
That's good.
See what they can get elsewhere on the map. But this has been the tried and true strategy so far in this game from CCG.
Yeah.
Play away from Polestar's advantages and get Aljun side lane gold. He is their bright and shiny win condition now.
Yeah, he is way ahead of Adam in farm. He's been part of every turret take that CCG have been able to secure, and the fact that they're down 6 kills and even in gold shows the experience that we see on this roster, just how well they play the map, how willing they are to trade and recognize that they can't fight a 7-1 Ezreal.
But unfortunately, that job does not get any easier. Talk about the scaling conditions for Polestar. They have a lot of strength as time goes on, and especially Hub. He does not get any easier to take down, even with all your direct CC. Glacial Prison goes wide. Array getting a little bit low. Adam trying to go for him now. Commits the full bushel and gets him. Now in the fight, though, CCG in a little bit of trouble. GA's being popped left and right. Big equalizer. That's actually so massive from Dr. Calculus, though. CCG able to pick apart some stragglers. Dr. Calculus, the only one left. And now those Infernal Cinders will be given over to CCG. They wipe the fight. They do lose a couple for it, but Dragon is coming up in 45 seconds, and all of Polestar going to be there.
Yeah, but that's a big deal. CCG, even though a lot of members of Polestar had those GAs from Otacon, they secure a lot of gold in the process of winning out this fight. They get a summoner spell out of Hub, means that they're a little bit more likely to be able to take him down at this dragon fight. So this is a pretty big win for CCG. The thing that saves it from being a bad play there from Polestar is the fact that they're already back.
Aljun already down low, doesn't have TP to get back to the fight either. Just going to have to heal up as much as you can before this one, because you have to remember, this is Infernal Soul. Even though Dr. Calculus was very far behind the death timers of everybody else, he has TP, is right back into the fight, and so is Adam. Engage, come through. This is a 4v5, but maybe they take it. Aljun gets out. Dardoch still alive, goes with the dash, and Brazy gets the kill. That was a 4v5, Polestar. They took the fight without Adam there. Maybe they get the dragon anyways.
Yeah, this one is tough. CCG, they're not working with any real teleports, so they can't back and come back. And Hub is full health. It's got to be a flip, but I don't think they're gonna make it. That's Infernal Soul.
Infernal Soul to Polestar here, 24-20 into the game. Might have been a good pick by CCG. But man, Polestar have had to dial in on that dragon stacking. 100% success rate around that objective. And this Infernal Soul on this team is going to do massive damage to CCG.
And we got to give Polestar a lot of credit this game, just for, I mean, how well they've been playing from the beginning, from the individual lane interactions, from a lot of the plays Bio has been setting up alongside Dr. Calculus, especially around these neutral objectives. It's been really nice to see from this team who's been winless so far in Challengers League, who has been about that improvement focus, who has been about just growth. However, they can get it as long as they're better than when they started. And now they're at this point where they have a really good shot about taking a game off of CCG, a team in 4th place in the standings.
It all matters as long as you can find that growth. And Polestar, they've had games like this. They've had early advantages, but they have not been able to close out. They've won 2 games on Summoner's Rift, and in those games, it has been the culmination of an early advantage into a late game advantage, into a win condition. So Polestar, they're setting themselves up for success here. They are looking at this top side, though. CCG looking to play some vision. Baron is up.
It is. They have some vision there, so they know it isn't necessarily being started. But the thing is, Polestar can start it whenever they want. You see the power they have, the burst coming through. and from the Infernal Soul. So all they really need to do is get this wave in, and they can just walk to...
Bio finds Aljun and everything thrown on top of him and the kitchen sink. Now Adam gonna find Dardoch, gets about half his health back out of that one, but now it's a 4v5 in favor of Polestar. They can go right to the Baron. Massive pick from them.
I will say it cost them a lot of ults, so CCG, recognizing this, they are walking their way in. They still have all their crucial abilities. They might be able to stop this Baron take.
They're looking to get a collapse play onto Crimson. Crimson going into a 1v2 here now, losing a lot of his health, but going to the public execution. Triple knockup for Breezy, but look who's still been firing this whole time. They actually take down Hub, and he is now down, but you've already lost the rest of your front line. Now Adam on his shield bow spike is looking to be the difference maker as Breezy slowly but surely going to be ran down here and taken down, cut into beef slices. Dr. Calculus goes on a killing spree. The buster shot not going to be enough. Dr. Calculus still alive. Array wants the resets now, but can't find them. Dicey fight. Hub finally dies, but CCG still can't propel themselves forward.
I mean, a 2 for 2, it favors CCG big time in this situation, especially because they were able to shut down Hub. He used both his summoners, and he still fell in the process, Mazel, so that does mean he is a lot more vulnerable in these upcoming fights if they continue to focus him. So a bit of a slip there from Polestar, but a really nice punishment from CCG.
Now 3.5 items for Hub, getting close to 4. We're not even to that 3-item spike for Array, but more importantly, Aljun does have 3 items. And that Void Staff completed, so the tankiness definitely not going to be as big of an issue now for CCG to cut through this front line. And it feels like they want to go for a front-to-back. Breezy in a little bit of trouble now against the solo laners. A Polestar just gets all of his health bar chunked out of him, didn't have the Unbreakable Will, and now that'll be right to the Baron for Polestar.
Yeah, you know, Alistar means this fight's going to be really difficult. Even the True Shot Barrage getting as much damage as it did, it's just going to make it so hard for CCG to engage, but they still want to try.
Oh, caught lacking and caught slacking. CCG just gonna get whipped up into a maelstrom. Maybe big play from Crimson and Array. Can Array be the big difference maker? Reset's not gonna be there just yet, but here he goes. He wants to find another one, but it's gonna be the pick off onto Crimson that leaves him all by himself. They will chase him down. They won't have anything else to give, but they will take Array's life from him. No reset, one at least coming back across, but it's still Polestar right back to the Baron, and they have Hub right there ready and willing.
Yeah, and that's it. It was a good look from CCG, but not good enough. Polestar, they have enough members that they're going to be able to take this Baron, and it was all off that great pick from Breezy. We got to give credit to Tubbs. He's been on point on this Nautilus all game long and has been responsible for a lot of these great engages.
He has indeed, and the Nautilus pick in the last part of blue side, feeling like it's paying off big time. Still a lot to give on this map, but it's feeling like Polestar finally found kind of their cohesion as a team.
Yeah.
And now we have 50 seconds till the Elder Dragon fight. CCG's last gasp effort here.
That's right. It's the Elder Dragon. It is CCG's only way to be able to turn this one around, and a small chance for them. There are no flashes on the side of Polestar, so they can use that powerful dive to take down someone like Hub or Adam or Dr. Calculus. And Breezy, oh, you can't get caught again, bro.
Been a lot of getting caught out by Breezy.
Yeah.
Not gonna be this time, so he does make it out alive there. We will see now a little bit of momentum slacking from the side of Polestar, just willing to wait this one out around the Elder because they know CCG are the ones that have to come in.
Yeah, tough thing for CCG. Array's not quite at 3 items, but this is Elder Dragon. They don't have time to waste.
That's the public execution used by Crimson. That's so tough. I mean, the Elder is already down half health. CCG are losing their tools to go in. Breezy's just going to force himself into the fight. Dr. Calculus getting engaged on, but 3-man knockup for Breezy. Big moment from Aljun. He goes golden to dodge out, but look at Array. He's been pouncing on the back. The Elder Dragon.
They got it. They got it.
Oh my God! After the Elder Dragon got taken, immediate executions go across the board at CCG.
He got him.
They have no stake in this game, number one. Polestar, they're looking for their 3rd game win of the season.
And I think they're about to get it. These are long spawn timers, and they have a Barret buff in their hands, as well as the Elder Dragon. NACL, I think Polestar have done it, and they are about to give CCG another loss.
From the depths of nothing rise the stars with a little bit of a pulse, as Polestar will find the Game 1 advantage, at least over CCG. They still got to put the finishing nails on the coffin here and try to take down Breezy one more time, but that has been easy for them so far. Dr. Calculus will be able to burn down this one. The turret's going down, TP coming in. Polestar maybe bit up a little bit more than they could chew. Adam just going for the finish, going for the Nexus. He knows what's there, but it's not going to be enough. CCG with the defense, and Polestar have to come back again.
That was a bit of an awkward play, but Polestar, they still keep most of their members alive, so they still have an Elder buff to work with for about a minute. They'll have a small window to use it when all of their members come back online, and though we called it a little early, I mean, the Nexus is exposed. As a reminder, though, 3 minutes time, the Nexus turrets will respawn. So that is something that CCG are looking to play for, and that's something Pulse want to avoid.
We're waiting on 4 items there for Array as well, trying to get to that 4th item spike. Maybe they just go for the play now onto the hub. They're under 2 turrets, though. There is absolutely no way you can take that fight. Double knockout comes in, and there's the Elder Dragon. The one buff that was remaining is going to claim a kill there. They do get that turret on the outer edge of it, but CCG, they have 1 fight left to give here.
Rumble
and
ult.
potentially looking for a little bit of a defense over this push from Pulse, who want to go for this Nexus.
Saving grace, the Elder buff is down in 7 seconds. The Sun Disc will help CCG buy some time, but they're down the Alistar. They're down the support. I mean, the gold lead is still there for Polestar, so they could.
Okay, Equalizer. They separate the rest of the team. The Elder Dragon still there as the execution went through. Now it's gone, and it just had to be a matter of time until Polestar could make a little bit of ruckus here at NACL, and maybe that time is nigh. The last remaining member is Breezy, but the Nexus falls for the 3rd time in favor of Polestar, and they'll go 1-0 up in this best of 3.
And how about Hub on his famous Ezreal, 15-2-10. It all started with Hub and Tubbs in the bot lane to be able to get the 2v2 kills, get these big advantages, and all of Polestar capitalized on that one really well.
They really did, and it was no longer the early advantage into fumbling the bag in mid-game. It was fully Polestar throughout that entirety, and it was CCG who were struggling to find answers, struggling to find ends. They even had some individual advantage, like almost 2,000 gold lead for Aljun in the mid lane, but it came down to the compositional difference. And I said in the draft, you know, what happens if you see this roster, I guess this draft on paper without the nameplates, but hey, turn the nameplates on now and it's Polestar winning with a very meta draft.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a really great thing to see. We got to give Polestar their credit. I honestly think that's the best game we've seen from them so far this split, and now, because of it, they're 1 game away from getting their first win here in Challengers League.
They are indeed. We'll see if they can close it out or if CCG have other plans after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL 2025 as Polestar come out with a 1-0 lead over CCG from game number 1.
And you know what? That was not on my bingo card today, but we love to see it because, again, there's always the question when a team with this many losses gets a convincing win like this. Like, did the other team fumble? Did CCG play bad? Some moments weren't amazing, but a lot of this credit, if not all of it, has to go to Polestar. And they had a good draft. They clearly understood how they wanted to play it, and they just succeeded in almost every play they made. So everybody was on point, I think, top to bottom. The only glaring issue to me was that random death that Hub had no business having. And if that hadn't happened, I would literally say, like, dude, no notes. Good job, Polestar.
There was just really clear win condition settings for them, right? Like the dragon stacking into the kind of top side objectives, but also some just very wonky fights from CCG that Polestar absolutely took advantage of. I mean, there were so many times that Hub was just fully untouched against a full dive composition.
Yeah. It was really nice. And again, the 2v2 from Hubs and Tubs needs a special shout out because we've been building up Array and Breezy so much. And for good reason. Not only have they historically been good, they've been good now, this split. But they lost out on the 2v2 from Hub and Tubs. And because of that, Polestar were able to turn that lead into Dragons, into other objectives, which eventually turned into a win.
Indeed, and I think, a win is a win, as they say.
It sure is.
And especially for Polestar that we highlighted, just trying to figure out what works for them, just trying to see, if they can keep themselves at all from that relegation spot, or at least go into the promo relegation tournament with that 9-10 spot here in NACL. But just seeing the incremental growth from the players, I think, is the biggest thing individually, but also as a team.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a team that's been playing together for a little bit, as you had mentioned earlier, kind of the slated 6, but trying to make it work in ACL is a much different task. I think we saw a very together team in this game number 1.
Absolutely, and this is what we want to see from all of our rosters, this kind of growth and improvement, and something I'm really excited to see in a team like Polestar, who's had a lot of struggles so far here in Split 1. It's a great look. Now they're at match point. I mean, it's really hard for me to picture or even say the words imagine they get the 2-0, but the fact that they're the ones with the lead, we got to acknowledge it's possible.
You got to acknowledge it's possible.
It's there. It's in the room with us.
It is in the room with us. Because I do think that Pulse has been able to obviously have some bright shining moments. I said in a lot of their games, like, they do find early advantages, but it comes a lot of the time in that mid game to late game decision making that this time seemed pretty clean. So now moving forward, especially on the other side of things for CCG, what works for them to, obviously go to the blue side, but just try to find a little bit more pressure in the early game.
Yeah, and I think honestly, maybe it's a draft thing too, just because when you talk about these dive picks like the Vi and the Alistar, usually with Vi, I thought about it at the time too, you usually see like a Talia or something, and a sort of more guaranteed play where you can kind of put someone on the bouncy castle and basically take them out of the picture. Maybe things could have gone differently then. I don't want to solely blame it on draft, but maybe just getting something easier to execute is the way for CCG. You got to imagine they're not feeling so great after a loss like that, because no matter how good Polestar play, when there are teams like this in the league, nobody wants to be the one to give them their first win.
True that. I will say though, we've had some big teams give them wins, at least in a map state of things, but obviously not the series win there. But trying to make that right and get that Polestar first dub on the board of an NACL 2025. Pretty massive in their own right, but now we also have to deal with the fearless factor of things. A lot of big picks being taken off the board. If you want to know what those picks from game number 1 were, maybe go check social medias, as you have to go ahead and go check all the things that are up there in the top corner and make sure you keep track of everything going on with NACL. But I do expect there to be some changes in terms of the direction of this series in the drafts. Maybe getting some of those more premier top lanes coming through, or maybe banned away yet again. But it does seem like top lane has taken a heavy prevalence in the first pick.
Yeah, I think that's been pretty true basically all year, just with really strong champions like Ambessa, Rumble, Jace, just really dominating a lot of the pick ban phase. Is probably why we're seeing that, and I'm imagining that's still kind of going to be the case because, I mean, you mentioned it, while Rumble and Ambessa are gone, Jace is still around, Gwen is still available, even though I imagine she's going to get banned a lot, and there are options, Sion too.
All right, so we got
nope,
the...
it's gone.
We got the choosing of the blue side by CCG here as well, and do really want to see what they want to go with their B1 pick. The Sion and the Skarner being banned away early, giving a ton of those kind of CC champs, the big frontliners, away from Polestar.
Yeah.
You see the Rise banned by Polestar themselves.
Yeah, the really thick boys, the popular tanks. They want to make sure those are out of the picture for Polestar. And on the other end, yeah, when you ban Sion, usually Jace ends up following just because that's a really good answer these days. And now I'm curious what this priority is actually going to be. I mean, Nefiri is still around, even though she's dropped in prio. And the fact that CCG actually banned Gwen themselves makes me wonder if they're trying to get a Nefiri ban just to get it out of the picture.
See if they can play with the bans a little bit. It will be the Poppy ban, though.
Okay.
So taking that one away, as was in that game number 1 as well. Just realizing that is a very powerful pick for CCG to rely on to as well. See if that first pick is going to come through. It's kind of been the stake of the game here in game number 2s, and it will be the Nefiri locked in for Dardoch.
Yeah, and I will say, considering what's out of the picture in terms of Fearless, Vi, Nautilus, I think actually that is really great for Nefiri as well, because now she's in this state where very strong, but it is possible to beat her, and I think those really easy to use CC heavy champs are one of those ways to do so, so I think it's a good angle for it.
See the Varus that was blocked from them in that game number 1. Paired up with the Xin Zhao as well, so very lethal combination already locked in for Polestar.
Yeah, I mean, a very popular combination as well, or these popular champions individually. So, and it does give that flexibility for Hub to go for this poke Varus build. When I see Nefiri on the screen, I'm already thinking about it, just because, you know, I want this champion as far away from me as possible.
Why? You don't want to, come on.
I like dogs, but look at that face.
I don't think you.
Look at that
I'm pretty
face.
sure you just sold yourself out on live on broadcast that you don't.
I have a dog. What is this?
What is this slander?
I
I would
know.
also want to stay away from that mutant dog. It is terrifying.
Yeah.
Unless it's the hot dog skin, then
you can
honestly,
make a case.
yeah,
Then you can make a
honestly,
case.
that's fine.
Especially, imagine it spawns little ones too.
You got it there. It is the Misfortune Aurora combo for CCG, so very powerful, hard-hitting combination.
Yeah.
Aurora had slinked down the priority list here recently, though, because of the nerfs.
Yeah, but I think it ends up being a good look here, and Misfortune is nice too as it gets banned. A lot second rotation, and this is a comp with a lot of threats, so Polestar have a lot to worry about. It's going to give Array an easier time trying to land those very impactful bullet times.
Ooh, the Braum locked in.
Nice.
So more than likely, at least I would love to see the lethal tempo Varus. Yeah, I would love to see the on-hit Varus with the Braum. I think it makes the 2v2 so damn hard to deal with. But not only that, giving you some sustained damage there.
Yeah, and I will say, everything I said about the bullet time just doesn't matter anymore. Not important. So, yeah, unbreakable, very chill ability. And now we're just going to the second rotation. Supports. On the other side, you want to remove anything that makes CCG's ability to engage easier. So Rakan is great. I'm kind of expecting to see something like Leona. I think a double support ban would be really good because the setup is kind of already good here, but something like Leona would really bring it all together. And I think you don't want that as Polestar.
I'm also wondering, we got the Shen ban away. I do love to see that. Taking away some of the potential cooking options coming through from Polestar, but the Rakan ban is going to be taking away some of that go-between that this comp really is
Rel is
looking
good
for
too.
for
Rel's good too.
CCG. The rail band there as well.
Yeah, I actually kind of like that one better, just because of your ability to get that multi-man CC lock with the W Magnet Storm, especially when it flashes up. So there you go. Breezy finds his pool just pinched a little bit, and I kind of like what Polestar have got going for them this time around. CCG also have it pretty good too. So now it's just about how we want to round it up.
The Casante band. Really focusing in on Dr. Calculus's champion pool. I mean, that'll be 4 bands towards top side right now from CCG. Trying to give Crimson, I guess, the best matchup possible.
Right. I mean, it is kind of important, but I mean, there's still a really
gauntlet.
safe blind up in a Vel. Yeah, exactly. It's just be like, all right, man, what do you got?
What do you got, bro?
I will say,
I'll whip out the croc. I don't even need
Jax.
counterpicks.
I think Jax kind of goes hard here.
They have counterpick though. They're literally. It's so funny that we go from counterpicking top lane as like the main meta. Now it's like support counterpick is so important in the day and age. It's actually so funny.
Yeah, it's fun. You see, that's how meta shifts from time to time. Priorities change. So yeah, it is going to be that Jax response. I mean, it is good. He'll be better later. Renekton did receive some buffs this patch, but I'm pretty sure it was. Oh, what?
Yeah, we got to see this yesterday. We'll see exactly how it goes down here. What that answer is going to be from Polestar here with the final pick. It's obviously going to be the Varus and Braum into that lane, into the misfortune with the Fiddlesticks. Do really wonder what they want to go with this mid lane matchup now for Polestar. It will just be the Ahri, so a lot of cohesion between the Ahri and Xin Zhao mid jungle, but also a lot of mobility out of mid lane for Adam.
Yeah, I will say Ahri also got nerfed a little bit this patch. Well, she got adjusted with the goal of nerfing the Bruiser build, the Roa, Leandries, and things like that. So I'm curious if Adam is still going to go that build or go for something more burst damage oriented. So for the moment, my immediate thought, I didn't watch the games yesterday yet. I still have to catch up to them. But my immediate thought with Fiddle support, I mean, you're probably really annoying in a range 2v2. And vision game is so important because if Fiddle gets those big crow storms off from Fog, and the fear, it lasts so long. If you combine it on one target with the Q, like the Varus or even the Ahri or whoever gets CC'd, I mean, just take your hands off the keyboard. You're not playing anymore.
That's the beauty of it. But
have a snack,
yeah,
drink something, whatever.
Easy. But we have some clear win conditions, at least. I mean, side laning Jaxes are always going to be a problem at some point in the game. I mean, their CC chaining is going to be massive. They are very heavy on the damage dealer for CCG.
Yeah.
But sometimes the best defense is a good offense. And on the side of Polestar, they have a very standardized composition that we've seen here recently. The Renekton may be a little bit of a difference, but it's more so about that mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's just more about a standard comp here for Polestar, just because you have a really good skirmishing mid-jungle duo. I kind of agree with you with the Braum. It does open up this opportunity for Hub to go for the on-hit burst build. Maybe Fiddlesticks will have him change his mind on that, but I think it's just a very simple and easy to execute composition. It's CCG who are playing for a little bit more complication, very burst-oriented composition. I don't think they're really looking for these long fights necessarily. They have a combo, and when it goes off, they need kills.
And this is a bit of what we were asking for Polestar. Make it simple, make it easy, and just find wins. Find anything you can. And so far, two very standard compositions. And in game one, it netted them a win, their third game win of the season. Now, with this one on the red side, looking to try to take that to a series win on the year. Should be such a massive difference in the trajectory forward for not only them, but also the NACL. CCG trying to cook a little bit in this one, trying to set the stakes right, know that they are top team. They've only lost to Dark Zero and to Near Airport. Couldn't imagine adding Polestar to that list. I know the players are going to be very, very much on the redemption side of things here in game number 2. We'll see exactly how they do so. Dardoch on his infamous Nefiri here to carry the game.
And this is so big for Polestar if they are able to secure this win for a couple of reasons. One, it's their first win That's so important for, mental morale of the team and just the belief that you guys can continue stacking these wins. But also, it's going to reframe how we look at the rest of their split, Mazel, because Polestar, that first game one was played really well by them. If they play as well in this game and win, it's going to reframe how I think about the rest of their series for the rest of the split.
They knew. They got the concussive blows. Oh,
wow, nice charm.
Jim
Nice
falls.
charm.
Incredible preparation. Polestar, they came to handle some business today, beatdown.
Oh, and they handled it. You just using the power of that level 1 Braum. Adam starts charm just to make sure that they get this locked down, and they do. Bio getting first blood means after that first clear, he's just going to be that much stronger than Dardoch. He's going to be able to have a bit more of influence, more power, and he's also playing the Xin versus the Nefiri, so you have more gank potential. You have more early game influence.
You do indeed, and anything to get yourself ahead, anything to get an advantage will be opposite side starts for both junglers. Exactly what Bio can do with this Xin Zhao. Obviously didn't spend that early advantage just yet. The quick clears and the maybe opposite side focus is the more important part of things.
Yeah, that's right. So now Bio, he has a big opportunity with this kill to have more of an impact for his team, which, he had a good impact in game 1, so getting a head start like this is a good look here.
Take a look back at that level 1 gameplay. It was really well timed. I mean, they literally hit that Winter's Bite as he turned the corner. Like, I don't even think it was on vision, just knowing that he was coming around the corner at that time.
Yeah, kind of on Aojun a little bit in those situations. I think you just got to respectfully flash immediately. Don't try and wait it out. Don't wait till the last second. And he ends up giving away his life in that scenario.
But everything's okay after giving a first kill away. It's not going to be the game deciding factor, especially since things have evened out a little bit with that small advantage. Charm going to come in. Aljun has to get away from Adam a little bit. Trying to keep as much priority. I mean, if you look at the map state right now, Dardoch has his pick of the litter. He literally has prio at all 3 lanes.
He does. And wow, Crimson having a really good advantage there onto Dr. Calculus. Partially a testament to how well I think he's playing out this lane, since it's really supposed to be more favored for Renekton until we get into side lane later on. And that's what Jax really is supposed to turn on to really turn up the heat.
Things going well for CCG. Want to see Dardoch be the biggest dog he can be after going for this first pick Nefiri. And realizing the respect that's at stake, but also not only that for CCG, like you talk about Polestar on the other side of things, like you want to be in the playoffs. You want to be in the top 6.
Yeah.
There are still 2 spots that aren't in playoffs, but also aren't in the promo relegation. And going to 3-3 CCG, maybe looking to keep their heads in that playoff spot here if they can win this one against Polestar. Yeah. And that was a nice little gank from Polestar themselves. They will end up getting the flash out of Breezy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great look. Really good pathing to path through Dardoch's jungle, since he knows he's going to be on the opposite side of the map. So you get a flash out. Now you back. He's going to come back with the tunneler, courtesy of that first blood he was able to secure onto Aojun. Now he's Bio's a problem, Mazel. Anybody who runs into him is going to be very sad.
Very sad indeed. There is the question of the objectives coming up here, though, Beat, as there is the first dragon. We did see blue side try to take a little bit of advantage of that in that last game, but ends up being a soul developed by Polestar. Really well done there. But it should be an interesting affair to see if they just want to highlight this top side of the map in these grubs early.
To be honest, I'd be expecting them, just because of this bottom push that they've had since forcing Breezy's flash, that they would actually use this opportunity to try and secure Drake. I mean, even now, they probably don't know Aojun is looking to recall, but this ends up making it a really good timer for Polestar to go for this one. I think they're just going to start it. Maybe they're looking to see if there's a play, but I really think it should just be start the dragon and walk away.
Looks like he did pull out the dragon, so he'll use that tunneler strength early to take that dragon before the grubs have even spawned.
Yeah.
We'll be a little bit late to the grub spawn for sure, but if they can even at least contest over one, steal one away, not give over all three, that'll be massive. So really good macro play from Polestar right now, and that's been a theme of the day so far.
It has been. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about these grubs just because Nefiri actually takes them pretty quick. So I think it's just going to be about getting the dragon, making sure your bot lane can get the wave in and get it back off, and then you just fight for the grubs later on at the next spawn of grubs. But actually, there's a dive angle too. The only CC Breezy really has right now is the Q. It is that fear. After that, very vulnerable.
Yeah, they get the silence down. The CC chain is not there, and there's the kill going the way of Bio. Insta-flash kill. No, that's both summoner spells and a death for Hub.
Not the worst. Not great, though, because the kill goes to Breezy, so you don't feel as bad. But Hub dying while using both summoners is what is not great for the side of Polestar. But I like the aggression. They turned that one into a kill. Array also used both his summoners and fell. And with that wave bouncing back, he stands to lose more than Hub. So I still think that's a slight win for Polestar.
Small little things, but it's still a dead even game. Did have that grub spawn going holistically the way of CCG. So as you had said earlier, Polestar definitely going to need to contest over that next one. Don't think we've seen it go well for any side that has gotten a bunch of or at least let the grubs go by to the other side of things. But now we do want to check in on the map a little bit because Aljun actually working with a little bit of a lead over Adam. Has had a steady 10 CS lead over Adam so far in this one, and I think keeping pressure on Adam is super important because we talked about how mobile the Ahri can be, but if you're keeping presence, keeping priority, it's so difficult for Adam to get involved on the map.
True. And then Adam was pretty involved in that last game on the Yone where he had a favorable matchup. It was a lot easier for him to shove and roam, and he had that impact that you were talking about. I'm sure he'll have impact in these fights, but I think, yeah, this is a reason why we're not seeing that strong early start we saw in game one, because Aljun is able to clear waves, is able to pressure this Ahri in lane.
Yeah, to be fair, it took a while for Adam to get relevant in the game on the Yone. Did eventually have a good save, but it was definitely the Hub bridge building that helped him get there. This time around, not going to have that massive advantage for Hub in the bot lane so far. But as we get back into the culmination of paths, Crimson getting pressured by Dr. Calculus. You did have Dardoch up on this top side, who has yet to get really involved, but does have about 14 CS lead over Bio right now. And it's been fluctuating a little bit, but still having a lot of tempo in the Nefiri clear.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of how you want to be playing it out. You just want to farm as the Nefiri, and you're just looking to, hit that first item. Breezy, this is awkward.
Bison dies through, gonna get the fear, the damage is there. He's gonna try to look for it, doesn't get the distance on it. Just gonna try to run out, goes with the flash, knows that Dardoch was right there around the corner. Will end up backing away, does have to burn his flash though, and that's pretty massive when we do have that next spawn of grubs coming out.
Yeah, now that Breezy's hit level 6, he has the Crow Storm, and just a reminder, the value of that from Fog of War is so important. So Polestar, their vision game, the pressure to have it be on point in this game too cannot be understated just because of how fight warping that ultimate tends to be. If you're not careful and Breezy gets a big fear, a good fight could turn into a disaster very quickly.
It absolutely could. Bio will be spotted out on the top side after he clears away all that vision. And there's going to be a little bit of quiet on the Rift. Still some awkward lane setups right now, at least with the Adam answering of Crimson. See how that exactly goes, but he wasn't having a great time against Aljun in the mid lane, so maybe trying to change that one up a little bit.
And right now, a little bit of setup coming through here so that Polestar can make an angle for that next spawn of grubs. They gave up the first 3. Oh my god. They gave up the first 3, and they really can't afford to give up the rest. But you can kind of see just how powerful that Fiddlesticks really is. The effigies as well, from the passive being able to make it easier to
Bio.
show wards and clear them out. They don't know Bio's around.
Oh, he knew something was going on, and they get the pounce. Big Crow Storm, and Dardoch finally gets impactful in the game. Has that Shojin's item completion as well. TP's coming in from both sides, but here goes the rampant destruction that CCG were trying to rain. Insta cleanse into the bullet time now, though. As Array is trying to separate the fight a little bit. The Darkened Daggers will not connect, though. Dardoch able to get away for now, but Adam hunting him down here as well. Has the Spirit Rush, has one more charge, but the Charm not going to be enough to take down Dardoch. Dardoch in a sticky situation now, though, because Bio is heading out from base. The fear is there, and they take down Adam, not respecting the fear from the Fiddlesticks, and now they're just going to be taken down under turret by both Breezy and Array. A double kill goes the way of CCG's 80 care, but Bio's here now. We don't stop fighting until the night gets over here, as they just want to try to go in on Breezy. He's not going to be engaged on. Tubbs not able to hit that Winter's Bite, and Bio sticking around now, but trying to at least take one of these grubs away.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. He gets one. Oh, he's 2 levels down, but he's still strong.
Oh, 3-town strike stops the jump, and now Tubbs is here, but Alchin, Polestar, they tried to get a little bit of something. They did end up getting 2 grubs away from it, but they just sacrificed everything for it. Dr. Calculus will buy time, but will also go down to Aljun, and kills across the board for CCG.
Oh, game 2 looking like it's falling apart a little bit for the boys on Polestar, because it started out okay, but really, I wish we could look back. I want to know how they knew Bio was sitting in that brush. He must have walked by a different ward, so it gave Breezy the perfect opportunity to ult and CC chain this Xin to his death.
That is one way that the cookie crumbles, and now a lot of gold going the way of CCG. They're going to be at 1.5 items for a majority of them. There is another dragon spawned, but Polestar not really in position to do this one. Bio really needs to catch up on his clear, and this should just go fully the way of CCG.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy. They're very strong at the moment here. And in terms of itemization, pretty much across the board, everybody's ahead of their counterparts. But CCG not actually rushing to do the dragon just yet. Dardoch really just making sure he's sticking to his farming. Actually almost finished his jungle quest. And I'm assuming he's just going to go for the dragon after.
You have time, you have money, everything is possible, Beatdown.
Yeah.
Including dragons in a game called Summoner's Rift. Would be stopping of the Polestar kind of win condition in the dragon stacking they were going for early. They do have those first items starting to come up, starting to crop up for Adam, Hub, Bio, Hub, obviously already having his Adam a little bit far away. So the dragon should just go the way of CCG. And this is much more the style, maybe the level that we expected from CCG coming into that. And that's saying that the first game was a bit of an upset for Polestar.
Yeah, it definitely was. And I think part of it is that I think Polestar are kind of thrown for a loop with this Fiddlesticks, because this is more of a newer thing that's popped up very recently. So I think something that tends to be hard too when you're a team that is really looking to improve. You're good playing against the standard stuff, but when you get something weird like Fiddlesticks, it is really hard to respond. And I think it's proving true, because they are having a difficult time keeping track of Breezy and making sure that he can't get the jump on them with the Crow Storm.
4,000 gold lead, about 14.5 minutes in. Polestar struggling to find some stable ground to put a foot on. They are searching in mid lane, going to clear out a ton of vision there, though. They were completely spotted out. And as we look at things here now, again,
Yep.
He's dead. Okay.
He's gone.
Cool. Yep. Dr. Calculus dead in the side lane. Feels bad. Crimson also takes the turret, so even more gold now dumped into the pockets of CCG. And the map state is in full control about 15 minutes into the game, as we're going to take a look back.
Yeah, we're going to see a replay of what took place here, and Dr. Calculus didn't have access to that level.
Breezy's despicable, man.
You know what I mean? Like, this is what I hate about Fiddlesticks. It actually pisses me off. It's actually just so obnoxious, and if you get caught by that fear, like, you can't play.
All right, Adam gonna be forced to burn the Spirit Rush on the back of the Between Worlds from Algin. He's gonna make it out alive though, at least for his own sake of things. But yeah, we could see the impact so far. 100% KP by Breezy in a masterclass game number 2 from him on the Fiddlesticks. Had some tough moments in game number 1 on the Alistar. So definitely happy to be back in the driver's seat now and on a pick that just causes so many problems, so much trouble. And now that the Rift Herald is coming up, CCG maybe look to respond as Polestar are in position to start it up.
Yeah, they are going to get that first touch. Dardoch being on the other side of the map, that makes this one possible, but the trade is a lot. Tier 1 turret's already down. Dardoch's going to be able to take jungle camps from it, and there's that pressure to Adam, making it harder for him to farm.
Oh, flash out. That'll be Breezy's flash down. Taking a long time to take this Rift Herald. They need to go ahead and burn it down now and get out of this situation because both Dardoch and Aljun are on their way. Crimson was thinking about blocking off the exit. Will just be the doorman to see everybody on their way out. Okay, a little scary. Aljun, again, they're just being kind guys. They're just letting them know where the exit is as they're walking them to the exit of this Summoner's Rift game number 2.
And that they are, but the wasting of their time is so important because look, mid lane. Array is still there. He's able to push this wave in. If not for Adam, we would be able to get a lot of damage on this turret. And actually, okay, sure. I think Adam's fine. I think he's fine.
He still has Spirit Rush, still has Flash, so it should be just dandy. Turret will go down. That'll be the last outer turret remaining for Polestar, who have not gotten a turret in themselves. I don't even think they've gotten close to taking down a turret yet. And the lead continues to grow. Dardoch sitting at almost 60 CS over Bio now. Just had to be let loose and off the chain here as the Nefiri.
Yeah, and 2 levels, more than 2 levels up in terms of experience over Bio, which is a testament to how much he's been farming and how well he's trusted his team, because he hasn't been involved in as much as someone like Breezy. But the team has been able to hold their own while he got to a point of power, and Bazel, he's there. Let me tell you, he's very strong. Just hit that Black Cleaver as well.
Yeah,
so that extra bit of HP, it's going to be harder to kill this dog.
That's 2 items for 3 people on CCG at 18 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
See, that's a pretty hefty advantage. Hub has the Rift Herald in his pocket. Maybe look to get some of that standing gold. Maybe at least take 1 turret. Now this Crimson gonna have to pop the Counter-Strike there. He's gonna make it out just fine, but Dragon is coming up in less than 20 seconds now. And I think Polestar are just gonna have to hold on.
Yeah, holding on though isn't good enough if you want to be able to get the win here. But this is really difficult. You don't have the power to actually fight for this Drake. I mean, a trade is definitely what we want to see, but top lane was pushed in so far that they can't actually stack a particularly big wave to hit that top tier 1 turret. Plus, everyone else from CCG is backing, redeploying on the map, and ready to respond to this Herald. But this
Let's go, Herald.
It's all they can do.
All right, they're not gonna guide it in. They're gonna try to go to top side here. That Dragon is gonna go the way of CCG, so there'll be second Dragon for them on their way to a Mountain Soul. Polestar, okay. I was gonna say Crimson makes it out. Did still have Flash.
Wow.
Gonna use the Leaf Strike, and that'll be the turret. An objective bounty playing by Polestar on the top side of the map.
Yeah, pity prizes in full effect. Kind of feels bad that they're falling off immediately, but you know, who am I?
Oh my gosh. Dr. Calculus getting chunked by a bunny.
Hey, just sleep, bro. It's okay.
It's okay.
It really is.
He did hit the 10 stack mark on his Rod of Ages. Dardoch looking to help with the turret. Adam is here though, trying to clear the wave. Should be okay on that regard. Atacon just spawned, signifying how early it is into the damn game, and they have such a big lead. It will be on the bot side of the map. Instantly turned onto by CCG, it looks like.
Yeah, that's right. Now, it's just going to be a really easy Atacon grab. It looks like Ruin is Otacon as well, so they're going to be able to get even more experience from those Blood Roses, which I actually think is arguably more detrimental to Polestar's cause this game.
I'm just trying to see who will watch the Azale video. It'll be the hot dogs left to get up all the roses. Breezy's there to help. Emotional support fiddlesticks.
Yeah,
but honestly, if we're being real about it, he's like the carry. I mean, he's still got 100% KP.
Yeah, he's part of everything. And Dardoch, he hit level 14. Not only is he the highest level of the game, he's 3 ahead, excuse me, of his counterpart in Bio.
Which is absolutely insane. Like,
the jungle, I feels terrible.
That is ridiculous. It might be a lead of all time here, but it is a signifying of what we maybe should have seen from CCG in game number 1. Maybe a lack of respect, some really good game planning coming through from Polestar, some good executionary play from Polestar as well in that game number 1, but CCG maybe slapped a little bit and woken up.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's what they needed, that game 1, to kind of get themselves back. Like, wait a minute, we're in 4th place. Guys, what are we doing? And now it looks like what they're doing is winning, because the objective bounties, they're back on the map. And it really feels like there isn't much for Pulse to play for. I had Hub, he's hit 2 items, which is pretty important for the on-hit Varus, but he's still behind everybody else. So I'm kind of struggling to think of an avenue in here for Polestar.
Now CCG looking on the top side though. There's Polestar right there as an answer, maybe catching out Dardoch. They can't get him though. Dr. Calculus down about half health there, as now Dardoch will go back to the invade style jungling as Crimson unanswered in the side lane right now. It was Polestar who committed everything to top side, and they'll just lose a tier 2, maybe even more because of that.
Yeah, I mean, no one's going to be able to actually do anything to him, as he's still pushing unencumbered. Dr. Calculus is recalled, so he's going to respond, but I think the tier 3 turret is just gone.
The Crow Storm with the bullet time. I think Breezy might die. Okay, he's going to flash out of the Glacial Fissure there. That was a really unique combo, the Crow Storm plus bullet time combo.
Yeah.
Crow time? There you go. And
yeah, there you go. Okay.
Yep.
Or Bullet Storm. I mean, Bullet Storm sounds cooler.
Yeah, true. That sounds like a video game. Anyways, Adam almost taken out by Aljun, but had that last Spirit Rush because Bio was right there. They wanted to try to take him down. Hub in some trouble now in mid lane. Oh, God. It's just not going to be an easy way to get out. He did flash. Got a little bit of damage back. Now this on-hit Varus is pumping a little bit. Crimson going to have to burn his own flash to get out of that one, though. And it is Dragon time in about 50 seconds here. Would be Soul Point on a Mountain Soul for CCG.
Which is just making Pulse's game that much harder, because every Mountain Dragon, it makes CCG tougher, tankier, harder to kill. And it already seems like Polestar is struggling in that regard, too. And you can look at bot side. Bot wave is pushed in. It's a really big wave. There's just nothing but blue wards in this neutral part of the jungle, even into Polestar's side just a little bit. Again, this Fiddlesticks just makes it so much easier for you to clear wards because of the effigy and how it functions similarly to the sweeper.
Yeah, exactly. And now we actually see Crimson running down Bio here, already down half health.
Goodbye, Bio.
Yeah, I think he's just fighting for his life. Meanwhile, trying to call Dr. Calculus over. Dr. Calculus a little bit slow to the get up. That'll be a big pick going the way of CCG.
A very big pick indeed, while Dardoch is very happily just doing the Drake. This is a play we need to see.
And yeah, they might be able to. Aljun pop in the between worlds, and Dardoch coming over now. Hop and skip, and the buddies going to town as Dardoch finds his own kill in that one. And this is a bit of a whimper to finish this one out.
Yeah, and finish this one out is looking like that's what CCG are potentially going to do. They get they didn't actually end up finishing the dragon. I think Dardoch hopped off just to contribute to this play, but I mean, they can do it whenever they want, so it still works out just fine. We're already at 10k gold in CCG's favor.
And you have to expect that to be a decisive victory for CCG moving forward. That being said, Some question marks, some scratches of the head from game number 1 for sure. But again, a team that has shown they're usually at the top of the table, below that top 3 conversation, and really fighting for that kind of 4th, 5th, 6th place in the playoffs, and really needing a win here. Like, again, I know we're at this pivotal point where it seems like every game matters, every series matters. They do, because the season is a single round robin. So going to 4-2 versus going to 3-3 in this setup, and especially in the state of the game when we only have 2 weeks left after this week, it's definitely a big difference. Yeah.
Now Aljun doesn't have flash.
How many times can you try?
Oh my god.
Apparently not enough times. So Bios could try to run away from the evil bunny. There's the TP coming in from Polestar, but now it's CCG. Trying to take down Dark Calculus. Can't get the reset there. Bullet time going to be flashed out of. Adam is all by himself and can't even use the rest of his Spirit Rush charges. Throws up the Braum emote. And I think we all know where this one's going. Right to the Baron.
Yeah, I think there's really no argument. There's no response. Unless Bio goes for a miracle flip, it's going to be so easy. And Dardoch, I look at him. He's more than Flame Horizon his opponent. He's level 17. Him and CCG really came back in this game too with a vengeance.
And that feels really good. A guy, veteran of the scene, obviously, but a big case in point of the direction of the team for CCG. I know him and Breezy are kind of the primary shot callers, the directionary tools for how this team wants to play. And it's really nice to see both of them kind of have a pop-off moment. I mean, you grab this Nefiri saying, I want the sticks, I want to carry, but Breezy had that impeccable early game to really launch him forward with that.
Yeah, he really did. And again, it's just goes to show you how impressive this champion pick is, but also how good of a support player Breezy generally is. Not only in how he plays out team fights in standard situations or plays the map, but also a champion pool. And the Fiddlesticks is not something I had on the bingo card. It's something my cousin would have told me about like 5 years ago when I started playing League of Legends, but Breezy makes it look OP. And honestly, it kind of looks like it is, but that's neither here nor there.
And now with the final touches here, the Baron buff still up for 2 minutes. Maybe one quick catch. The dog's going a little bit wide. The turret gonna fall instantly into the fight. Goes Dr. Calculus. But the rebuttal is definitely there. The Unbreakable gonna block a ton of damage, but Bio now caught, gonna have to crescent guard his way out of that one. Dr. Calculus playing with his life, and an inch of it goes down as CCG run rampant into the Polestar base, snuffing out that bright star. Looking for more for this man in the mid lane, Aljun, who is on a 5-1-4 spree on the Aurora, but that'll be an evening of the kill and an evening of the series. 1-1, CCG take game 2.
And a very powerful bounce back coming through from CCG, reminding us why they are the 4th seed team, only dropping series to people above them in the standings. And while that game 1 was quite a surprise, this is more of what we're used to.
Yeah, it absolutely is. This is the team that had put themselves in that 4th place, even though, it's one game that separates a ton of the teams. This was kind of the showing that we expected coming into the day for them to kind of handle business over Polestar. Polestar coming out with that massive upset in game number 1, but now showing some of those weaknesses in game number 2 that have been the hallmark of the split so far for them. So now it is all a question of what we get for that game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? It is Fearless, so I'm very happy to no longer have to see Fiddlesticks for the rest of the series.
True.
And we'll see if they have anything spicier or something on that level to throw off Polestar once more.
Yeah, I think a lot goes into it as well. We'll see exactly what the draft is going to be looking like for game number 3. After a short break, we'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL 2025, and we are back with a 1-1 series going into game number 3.
We sure are, Mazel. Game 1, CCG, kind of faltered where Polestar showed us a really good look. Probably the best look we've seen from them all split, but CCG remind us who they are in Game 2. With probably the most one-sided game this entire split.
Yeah, it was one-sided after a little bit. I think in the early game there were some good things for the side of Polestar for sure, just as has been in a lot of their games, but it got one-sided very quickly, especially with the breezy diff made in the early game, and especially with the impact the Fiddlesticks had, letting Dardoch get to a point where he was just kind of untouchable on this Nefiri.
Yeah, it was hard too because you have the Renekton in the hands of Dr. Calculus, but Crimson was kind of owning him in the early lane, and that's really not supposed to happen. So it also felt like some of the early game tools Polestar had not really able to be utilized, and yeah, once Breezy just continued to be the GOAT, it just got to a point where it was impossible to win.
It did, and it was just hard because, I mean, they continued to try to commit to plays, and I think that's the right thing to do in a situation where you don't really have anything going for you, but it definitely was a bit of a toughie for sure for Polestar, and maybe a little bit of an aligning of what the series expectations were beforehand, because you have to remember our predictions, they were completely one-sided, but that did not show off the fact that we got a Polestar that we did in game number 1. And now hoping we get to see that maybe again in game number 3, as they will have side selection choice here, as they did take that loss.
Yeah, and I mean, that picks like the Nefiri that Dardoch have been so good on, not available. The Fiddlesticks that I'm sure threw Polestar for a loop is also unavailable because fearless draft, guys. So now it's going to be about what side they choose, what picks they secure for themselves, and, you know, the game.
The game. A great hard-hitting analysis, you know.
Thank you.
That's all we could ask for. But it is refocusing of why this series is important. I mean, we still do have another day this week. We still do have 2 more weeks before the regular season is over when we go into playoffs. And if you remember the standing situation, it is 9th and 10th who are put into the promo relegation. 8th and 7th who are going to be in this kind of weird middle zone, and then top 6 make it into playoffs. So for Polestar trying to stay away from relegation, that would be absolutely massive to get a win here, to kind of tie up Blue Otter and Supernova, who are right above them with 1 game win, or 1 series win rather. And then for CCG to lose this game puts you in a tough position in that big middle chunk of the pack, but winning this puts you just under that upper echelon.
Yeah, really can't stress how important it is for Polestar to be able to win this one out, because the rest of their split is going to be really difficult, Mazel. And if you want to keep up with the rest of the split and follow all things NACL, hashtag NACL. We're on NACL. We are NACL on YouTube and Twitch, and it's Watch NACL on Twitter. I will never call it X.
But you can follow all that and more over there, as producer also says never. But that does mean we get to a game 3 position that maybe CCG didn't expect them to be in. I did kind of expect that wake-up call to be there, kind of slap in the face, a little bit of splash of water on the face in the morning after that first game, but we definitely got that response. And now going into this next game, Polestar gonna be on the red side. It's going to be CCG on the blue side. No Nefiri to pick, at least first pick this time around, but still a lot of things on the table for sure.
Yeah, red side's been the name of the game today in terms of side selection, so Polestar continuing on that trend. And again, big reminder, this would be a big win for Polestar. This is game 3, series ends no matter what. And if Polestar were able to get their first win, it would go a long way for improving their chances to stay in the league and not have to fight their way back. Because remember, after today, they face Conviction, they face Supernova. Their last game of the split is against Near Airport. So do with that knowledge what you will.
That's some dark knowledge there for sure, at least for them. But it is a path they have to take nonetheless. Again, a squad of 5 players that maybe didn't expect to be here, but are taking advantage of every opportunity they get. And then getting games at this level, no matter what is going on with it, is important to highlight. That is a good thing going forward for a lot of these guys. So going into it, CCG had banned away the Scion and the Skarner. We do get Polestar banning away the Rise and the Jace. Very similar bans across both series so far today.
Ooh, Pantheon, though, being that new one.
That's different.
Yeah, and I mean, it is good. You just, I like this targeting to BIOS champion pool because it's just good recognition from CCG to know that a lot of Polestar successes, a few that they may be, come from this top side, especially Bio. How well he's able to set up the early game. He's been pretty huge on champions like the Skarner. He does like the Pantheon and has looked good on it as well. So just trying to limit his options to help his team get wins is important.
The Gwen sneaking on through. If the Gwen made it through in game 3,
I would just take off the headset. You know that picture of the guys being like,
play. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just let it play by itself. We'll just play it out. Anyways, though, that being said, do we still see that reliance on early picking the top laners, or does that change a little bit?
I feel like a lot of the really strong top laners are out of the picture now, so I think we're kind of done with that for the moment, especially because Aojun is going to go for that Talia, really signature champion for him for that first pick, and I think it's fine.
All right, we like it. A little bit of spatial setup for them.
Yeah.
And especially a lot of mobility still out of that mid lane.
Oh,
I think was super important. Yeah, it is up. It was banned away in the past 2 games as well. Maybe a little bit of a 1-2 punch there coming through.
It could be. We'll see. There's a couple of different angles to go here. I think Maokai is good, especially because when I see Talia, I'm already thinking of a comp that's probably trying to move forward. So anti-dive is going to work very nicely. And of course, Corki. We know how plays that one a lot. You mentioned it at the top of the series. And he's going to play it again.
He is indeed, and the Maokai can still be flexible. We saw it earlier as well, but just trying to have that utility. The saplings provide so much vision control, and you can at least still be flexible with the Corki too in mid lane or bot lane. But we'll see what that kind of rounding out of the first phase is going to be for CCG. I expect top and jungle to be primary picks here at least.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy, it's kind of early, but Poppy sounds good. It's been banned away from Dardoch a lot. Something he plays really well. And I think it just fits really nicely with the Talia. There's no Vi, there's no Xin, so I'm just kind of like cycling through the jungle options in my mind, and I just kind of land on Poppy based on previous game bans.
There's going to be the Gnar locked in, at least right now, here for Crimson. So providing some engage comboing as well as just side laning strength in that one. Also pretty easily picked into, but still always is viable in a lot of these situations too. See what they want to round it out with here, though. And it is the Mundo. So it could be that Mundo jungle coming through. I think it is. Okay, let's go, Dardoch. I mean, he's already played it before. We'll see if it's going to find a dub.
I am. Oh, wow. Okay, so we're just going to instantly lock in the Silas. I'm pretty sure that's for Dr. Calculus. Because it was either him or someone else who's played that into the Gnar on top side. It is pretty good for Silas. And overall, just a lot of good ults this field so far.
Yeah, I want to see exactly what he wants to go with in that one.
Yeah.
Or see who's going to be going with that one.
Yeah.
I guess. Still a lot of flexibility that Polestar are playing with. Just hope they don't flex themselves into a hole they can't get out of. It is going to be the Callista ban to start off that second phase from them. So definitely heavy focus on the bot lanes here in the phase 2.
Right, and it makes sense just because they probably want to limit the options for Hub to make sure that he's the one who ends up getting the Corki. They don't want to give them any lane dominant options on either side, it looks like. So that's just kind of how it's going down. I'm trying to think if they're going to ban more marksmen or maybe just start hitting that support pool.
You can see that support pool. I mean, there's still so many engaged champions on the table, but looks like they want to take away any of that utility as well from that bot lane. The Jin's still available, but the Ashe not going to be on the table.
That's true. I mean, these guys don't play Jin as much, but it's possible, Giselle. We could still see Jin come through. And look, both teams have their 4th pick. Just saying.
Just saying. It's crazy how many times. That's all I'm saying. Crazy how many times he finds his way to 4th picks or 4th ban. Usually not bans. I'm just saying. It's the final ban here, though, is going to be that Poppy that we did see banned away throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, so it is just removing a sort of another anti-dive option there. We know Poppy is really good with that. So it's just about what are we picking here? Are we keeping the mystery of the flexes alive and picking support, or are we going to pick a marksman and just kind of decide how the rest of these champions are going through? And that's the $1 million question.
As you do gotta expect a little bit of preemptive setup. They still have the kind of counter pick to play with that flexibility in the comp, but the Leona is gonna lock the Maokai into a potential jungle situation for them there, and that does give them a lot of long distance engage to follow through.
It does. Really useful. Very tanky champion as well. And if I'm looking at what CCG have so far, they really don't have the damage to really cut through something like the Leona, especially once we get to later on in the game. So there's still bot lane that needs to be picked here. And I'm trying to think what is left, what is available. Oh, I mean, if it's 4 and 5, I guess we just Zyra Rakan. They must be picked together.
Lovers duo is going to be locked in, provides a lot of safety for Array, but also a lot of viability for Breezy, also one of his better champions, one of his comfort champions there himself.
Yeah. And it is kind of nice too. It's tough because you're seeing Silas on the other side, and it does give that opportunity to steal away the quickness, which I think is one of his most effective ultimates. So there is that, a lot of potential for Dr. Calculus to go big here on the Silas. And we are getting that confirmation. It is Silas in the top lane. Jinx is coming through for Hub on the bottom side. Not very mobile, so the top side of CCG's comp, they have a lot of opportunities to, force splash out of this Jinx, take this Jinx down, especially when you look at like Gnar, Talia, and things like that.
I mean, I just think they had to get something that has kind of sustained damage that can really kind of chunk down this Gnar, but also mostly this Mundo for Dardoch. I think Mundo is just going to run rampant into this team. They've got to find a way to kind of lock him down, to shut him out. And that's important as well because the jungle has been a huge trendsetter in this series as a whole. I think Bio had a really good game number 1 start. Dardoch having a beautiful rebuttal on the Nefiri in game number 2. Now game 3, it all comes down to this. Polestar, they're looking for their first series win on the season. We're in week number 5. We don't got more games, man. We got 2 more weeks left in the regular season. And Polestar trying to put it together at the last second. But it is the other side, CCG, a little bit more weight on their shoulders here, not only to not give that first win over to Polestar, but to put themselves in the top conversation in playoffs. Yeah, and I really cannot understate how big a deal it is for Polestar if they're able to get this win. The fact that they have been struggling throughout this entire split and being able to get that one win under your belt, it just does so much for a team's confidence as well. And considering they do have at least some winnable matches left throughout the rest of the split, it could be the beginning of an incredible turnaround for this team. And again, after realizing that coming into the split, these guys had everything stacked up against them, just trying to get games in the NACL is a benefit to them. Just finding any wins. They have found 3 game wins now after today's win. Yep. Just trying to stick that together to a series win. But we're getting the Dardoch special here. I think he's had enough of the funny business. They had a tough game number 1. He whipped out the Nefiri. Now he goes on the Mundo. And Mundo goes where he pleases. I don't know if you know that beatdown, but he does. I have heard. No, you are correct. He does do that. I think immediate things that concern me about Polestar's composition is that there's a lot of bite in the late game in terms of scaling, because we're talking about a Jinx, we're talking about Corki, we're talking about Silas, but not as much power in the early stages of the game. I know Mundo wants to scale, but we're thinking Gnar, we're thinking Talia. These champions are pretty strong at 1 to 2 items. Same with Xayah and Rakan. So CCG in this draft, they have a lot of agency in this early to mid game, and that is historically when Polestar doesn't do their best work. Usually they
do better when they have early game agency, when they have early game tools. So if they're able to weather the storm in the early game and minimize their losses, they have a really good chance of winning. But that's a big if.
It is a big if, and very difficult to get a handle on for sure. But we're looking at the second half pathings from both these junglers. Bio is potentially going for a little bit sticky here. Level 3 gank in the mid lane from the bot side. Aldun just not ready for it. Here goes the flash play. Can't flash away from the trees as they're coming for you, Aldun. And Adam and Bio will combine for first blood for Polestar.
And Aojun flashes and dies. That's so big while Adam retains his. So that's absolutely worth it for Bio and Polestar as a whole. And for this Corki, who needs to scale, getting an early kill is great. And we talk about early game agency not really being there for Polestar.
Oh no! The flash play, Dardoch, you menace, man! We'll go down to the counterplay from Adam. That'll be a kill back and the first kill for CCG.
I mean, I think that's fine. Like, Corki now has 2 kills. He's going to be able to TP catch this whole wave. I actually don't think that's worth it for Dardoch. So I'm really just not too worried about this opening for Polestar. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, Mazel, as a mid laner, if my jungler helps me kill my opposing mid and they blow flash, and the enemy jungler dives me, we go 1-for-1, I'm cackling. I am laughing. I'm telling my teammates, this guy sucks. I have 2 kills now. I can't even believe this. He died for nothing. I would be talking so much trash. You have no idea.
Well, we see a replay of that initial play there, and a really good combination. Aljun, again, had no idea that this was happening, in a really good path sequence by Bio.
Yes, absolutely. And we talk about how I mentioned overall not that much agency in Bio's composition, but Maokai, I neglected to mention, is pretty active in the early game. It has a lot of tools to do exactly what we just saw. So Bio is the bridge builder this game, as you like to call it, Mazel. And that's why you see teams, particularly CCG today, ban away things like the Pantheon, like the Skarner, and things like that, those playmaking champions, because that's what Bio does best for this team.
He's starting off with the Faded Ashes as well, so he's going with a little bit AP-centric, at least for the first item there. First dragon is up on the table. It is an Infernal Dragon, pretty nice to have early on in the game as well. But we have seen both teams really willing to go for that. This time around, maybe a little bit different. And Aljun getting ganked on by another member of Polestar, and he'll go down. Feats of warfare completed. Polestar, they're starting off strong.
Hey, it's a great punish. This is exactly how you do it. It's a great roam from Tubbs, following Bio's visit to the mid lane, so it just keeps giving Adam these advantages. He's going to be able to shove in another wave. He's going to get another good base off. And he just continues to go ahead. It's not just that. Adam, he's sitting on a call. He's already stacking the tier, and he's still stacking up kills, CS, and things like that. So it's a really great start for this Corki.
Dr. Calculus has the Gnar ulti. He's hit level 6 before Crimson did. Looking for the play, gets dodged out of, and now Dr. Calculus in a lot of trouble. Looking to just go down to the might that is Mundo, and that'll be a second kill for Dardoch.
You know, Dr. Calculus, he was almost the GOAT. I respect the effort in going for something like that, but he does fall. It does mean Polestar will not be able to actually do anything about these grubs. Maybe Bio can just smite one away, but he's 2 levels down on Dardoch.
That's
which is
wild, man.
That is pretty wild.
What the heck? I mean,
Bio
last
must
game
be
he
at
was
the edge of
4
5.
levels up.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts.
All right, Weaver's Wall. Bio is stuck in this pit with him, but Aotud is here as well. Bio trying to get his way out, healed up nicely, but that's the Mega Gnar from Crimson. That's the real deal. That's no knockoff, and that's CCG winning that fight.
That's very true. 3 grubs and 2 kills. You take that deal any day of the week. CCG get a nice turnaround, leading to a 1,000 gold lead at Dardoch on this Mundo jungle.
Dude.
He's a 3-1-1. I will say, when staring down the barrel of a Corki and Jinx, it's not as scary as it sounds, because they have a lot of tank killing potential on their side, but it is still a little scary.
I don't. Yeah, it depends how quickly this lead develops for Dardoch. And if I know if there's one thing Dardoch loves to do is he loves to take leads and just absolutely win with them. A guy who's been really interesting to watch in the jungle here in the tier 2, tier 3 space, but a guy who has gained a lot of kind of reservedness, but also a lot of respect from the players around the league and things like that. And it's been really nice to see him kind of take lead position on this CCG team. And now in back-to-back games, not only the Nefiri first pick there, but saying, give me the Mundo, and I'm going to run all over these fools. It's been really, really nice to see that kind of level up from the guy who we've known for a long time.
Yeah, even players on the team credit the leadership, the advice that comes from his wealth of experience as a player here in North America. Breezy has said as much in a recent interview last week about how helpful he's been.
Io looking for a play on Aljun. Unfortunately, gets caught there. Gonna catch Adam a little bit with his own damage now. Dardoch showing up, says, Bio, I'm tired of you ganking my mid laner. It's my turn, baby. As he can't be stopped, Mundo goes where he pleases. Did you not get the memo?
Wow, okay, that one is not a trade. So it's 2 more kills, a double for Dardoch. And it's a great read. The first 2 plays, they worked out, but nobody ganks Dardoch's mid laner 3 times in a row successfully, Lennon.
Mundo, 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 Mundo. That's pretty much all you need to know. And now CCG feeling the energy coming alive for them from their other side of the map. They're looking for a play in the 2v2 while they're taking Dragon. They're getting everything.
Yeah, they are. And it's a really good play there from Array and Breezy. Doesn't force summoner spells, so that feels really good for Hub. It's really just about, as long as Hub is able to farm, it really isn't that big of a deal, because I don't think there's a dive angle that Dardoch and the rest of CCG want to go for. So this is what CCG needs to be doing, because Polestar's comp, it scales really powerfully. So if they don't keep the pace up, Gorky, Jinx, we'll just own them at the end of the game.
It's all about that momentum.
Look at Dardoch. He has Heartsteel already.
Yeah, baby. Gotta keep stacking. Come on, 32 stacks already. Let's go. Let's see how high I can go. Mundo's doing push-ups with the Heartsteel. Tubbs always looking now, as they actually have a nice angle on the Breezy. And that's the grand entrance to get away. Was waiting for the traps coming through from Hub. Pretty aggressive back from Hub. He will make it away, maybe leaving Tubbs out to dry. Not going to take that engage, though, and not going to go any further with it there, as we are looking at a pretty even map state, but moving into the next few moments. We will have the next spawn of grubs coming up, and could be 5 grubs for CCG, could be 4 grubs for Polestar.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that Polestar let this one go, because for their sake, it doesn't feel good to let that many grubs go. But if they make a play elsewhere and secure kills either onto Adam or Hub in exchange for some grubs, I think that's well worth it.
Crimson trying to bait in Dr. Calculus a little bit. Did have Dardoch right behind him. Now Dardoch leaving and going to the grub spawn. Which it does seem like Polestar are willing to give this one up here and just go back to farming. So should be 5 grubs completed by CCG. Their siege potential will be nuts, but Polestar, they're putting their eggs into the scaling basket.
Yeah, I think this is fine. I would have liked to see a response play elsewhere, but trying to fight for these grubs and dying would definitely have been much worse. So they back off, they just go back to farming, and everybody keeps up with what they're doing. I will say we have minor farm CS leads in mid-end bot, and it's really nice for them too, because they're also sitting on calls that they're going to finish very soon. So that's going to feel really nice for Adam and Hub.
Very even game state if you're not looking at the jungle stat, as that's where all the gold is. About 2,000 gold in the lead is Dardoch over Bio. But the thing about the Maokai, you will still be a functional champion. You still got a lot of utility as time goes on, and a lot of space control in those objective setups. Now Polestar getting pushed out of their bot lane as they go, because Dardoch is in the vicinity. You do have Bio over here trying to clear out the rest of his camps on the bot side, but going to be pushed out. Maybe no, not even a little bit, as Dardoch going to go back over the wall and just walking around answering phone calls. I don't know what you do.
Yeah,
Can you imagine being on Summoner's Rift and just hearing some guy talking on the phone, walking around the rift? Like, that sounds so wild. Just
Dude,
answering phone calls, man.
Yeah, he's on important business, Lennon. Like, don't worry about it.
Incredible stuff. But Dardoch really is on important business. Not only for himself, but some of the legacy he's been creating. He's really been taking like a mentorship role, I feel like, on a lot of teams we've seen him with recently. And it's been a new version of Dardoch that I've really appreciated seeing in the league and having around, because provides a nice point of leadership to kind of guide these teams. And obviously a big center point for CCG there. But him and Breezy cooking, man. Like that last game with the Defiri, the Fiddlesticks, and obviously now a little bit more tried and true, but the Mundo nonetheless for Dardoch showing his colors.
Yeah, it is definitely very interesting to see what they cook up so far in some of these games. And, oh, hold on.
Oh, really good knock away there, Adam. Forced away in that fight. They did end up forcing Algin to get the back out, obviously. Is Breezy going to be trapped down by the sapling in the end. But Dragon is coming up here rather shortly. See who can take that next step. It's going to be 2 Dragons in a row for CCG, or tie it up 1-1 for Polestar.
Yeah, that is going to be the question. And considering the movement from Breezy, and also Dardoch, I think they're going to have put a lot of effort towards setting up that Drake. And I think just the fact that Hub hasn't hit his first item yet and is playing Jinx means that Polestar not actually in a position to really go for this. So I think they just walk it out or just try to keep farming and just do their best to just keep scaling up. Again, the slow early game, I think it's fine for Polestar. They're down a good bit of gold, but a lot of that is on Dardoch. So if they fight away from him, or if they manage to pick him off, that gold lead means much less.
Pick off Mundo? No way.
I mean, I doubt it. That's one of those things that I technically have to say that, because it is technically true.
Contractually obligated by the
yeah,
Mundo
but
contract.
will it happen?
And I will just give kind of a little bit of a tip of the hat to Polestar. I think they're only down about 2,000 gold right now in this setup, and obviously they are the team comp that scales very heavily, and I really want to see that play out. But even taking 1 dub off of CCG already makes me so happy to see some of that growth from this team. And they still have a lot to go, but a lot of things going their way, at least in terms of them being very reserved in this game. Like letting some of these objectives fall early to try to scale into it is massive. And they're on their first item here, starting to work on their second.
That's right. And I think when we see 2 items come through for the side of Polestar, that is really when I imagine they're going to have a lot more influence on what goes on this game.
Oh, no. Yeah, be Mundo, Dr. Calculus. Be Mundo. There you go. Made a good decision.
Nice. Darda. Oh. I feel like he still might be in trouble. He's still there.
Algin looking for the play on the Tubbs. He just walked into it. Unfortunately, now Breezy goes a double knock up, and Breezy gets the kill on the Tubbs.
Wow.
And now moving forward is Algin. Array coming behind. Hub is just stuck in it there, and now that rock does fly towards him. Algin will get another one, and there goes Bio too. Array is making mincemeat out of him, and Adam gets locked out here. Crimson, oh, they actually got him.
The sapling
from Bio takes down the kill, but Adam falls too. And that's 4 people down for Polestar, and CCG ballooning their lead to over 4,000.
Yeah, now this is where things are going to start to get a little bit difficult. This is a big gold lead that Polestar cannot afford, and yet it continues to grow anyway because Dardoch is just going to keep bashing his head into that turret and knocks down yet another one, and yet another one is going to fall. This is starting to get really tough for Polestar.
It is indeed. 5,000 gold up now, even after I just spoke, it was 4,000. I find another pick here. Tubbs just goes right in. TP play coming out for Polestar. There's one thing I'll give them. They never give up these fights. They continue to go for it. And Adam Forced the Valkyrie away immediately. Rift Herald started up by Polestar. CCG are right around the corner. If it breaks here, this could just be the dam overflowing, but they get breezy before anything kicks off. Now Array, free tapping in the side here, has been untouched, has so many feathers going. Bio trying to take him down. The blade caller's not going to hit anybody, and Array goes down, but Dardock's been walking at him. He's strutting his stuff. He's answering business calls, and all his business is to put Polestar out of their lives. A double kill for the big man, and that's CCG continuing to dismantle Polestar.
And that's 4 for 2. Hub is not able to get into these team fights. It's so hard for this Jinx to auto attack and have space made for her. So CCG, they find another good angle. This Mundo keeps stacking kills. And now CCG got the Rift Herald to top it all off, and that's more turrets that are going to be knocked over.
Mundo do good. As he's doing Rift Herald right now. He's doing pretty good. He's already on second item there. 7-1-3 for Dardock. Soloing down the Rift Herald. And what a clutch pick from the guy himself.
Yeah.
Obviously 2 quick games, 2 great games from him. Tubbs going to feel the wrath, but maybe Dardock overextending now. This is a big Nature's Grass coming through. Double CC chain. They want Dardock. They want the shutdown. And it goes straight to Hub, who gets excited. He had too many calls. He was on too many lines. He couldn't even focus. And now Aljun follows him to the grave. Couple kills going the way of Polestar now and having that lead.
Yeah, and it's a great catch out. Much needed shutdowns going through. It only slightly eases the sting of this big lead CCG are looking for, but it's in the right places. Adam, Hub, they're the ones who picked up a lot of these kills in that fight. And when Dardock's off the map, again, I gotta remind you, he's most of this team's gold. So if picks like that happen, Pulse's chances of winning team fights go up dramatically.
Taking a look at him.
I love it starting here.
Rift Herald. Good time.
Look at him.
Look at him go. He left.
Oh my God, he left the eye.
He left it. We talked about veterancy. We talked about, you know, all these things. And Dardock left the Rift Herald eye, which, you know, we'll come back to bite him. Can't teach that. Can't teach old dog new tricks. But it is going to be the dragon taken by CCG, so they will have a soul point on a Hex Tech soul, which is big in of itself.
Also look at top lane. Aljun is no flash.
Oh no, the sidestep, but he might still go down. A lot of damage. They can't connect the CC, and they realize TP's coming down. They have to immediately back away. Crimson will have to jump away as the fight kicks off. Dr. Calculus has joined. He burned his own TP. Gonna pop the Mega Gnar ulti, and Polestar. No, okay. They're just gonna ward it up. Just walk away. Good idea, as Runes Hadakon would have been bold, but it is spawned, and Dardock is taking all of Bio's bot side jungle.
Yeah, it feels good to get that a turret and force Aljun off the wave, but there's still a bit of a loss on that cross map there. This Mundo is just going to continue getting fed and becoming stronger, and he's going to continue to be a problem. We've shown that he is mortal, though, that they are able to take him down. Adam has most notably hit that second item, the Evolved Muramana, so this Corki damage is really going to start turning up the heat. Hub is getting there as well. I gotta imagine he's sitting on a lot of gold and is closer than he seems to getting that Mortal Reminder too, which will be huge.
Going with the early heal cut, which I think is really nice against Dardock, who is very strong already.
Yeah.
And going to be really close to his Spirit Visage, which is just going to make him very difficult to deal with, even with some heal cut. So trying to see how they want to layer that into their composition. But now I like this from CCG, just taking all of the resources away from Bio and away from Polestar.
Yeah. I will say it feels bad, and Dardock has a big lead, but it's not the end of the world. Bio still has very useful spells. As long as he can get his ult off and one rotation of spells, that could be the difference in a lot of these team fights. So it sucks, but Bio still has ways to play this game and interact, and that's going to be really important because Otacon's being taken. This lead for CCG is going to grow that much more, but more importantly, their Dragon Soul is coming up very soon. And with that Dragon Soul goes over, CCG will have all the tools to close the series.
That's a lot of roses and a lot of advantage going the way of CCG, but this is a rightening of the ship again. That first loss in game number 1, it was a spectacular one, but it was not an expected one.
Yeah.
And CCG has definitely shown up in these last 2 games. The decision-making around the map has been pretty clean for the most part. And now almost 5,000 gold up. Dardoch has hit his 3rd item. Still a little bit wary to go into a 1v2 with the rest of Polestar missing, but he's still fighting his way through here. Has not popped the ulti yet, and the rest of CCG signaling the charge. Here comes Dr. Calculus with a big Mega Knock. On the 3, finds them. Featherstorm combo. Breezy with the 3-man knock-up. Gets a double kill going in Array. Blessing once more. And that's a quadra kill for the man himself. Call him the lethal marksman and give him the feathers. Polestar's done.
And a big setup there from Breezy to be able to make that play possible. Polestar looked like they had something. They looked like they had a play that could swing the game in their favor, but Breezy and CCG say no, as CCG will knock down the walls of Polestar's base.
That lead is now almost 10,000 gold. And maybe with these structures falling, it'll burst over that. A wonderful rebuttal play, the kind of riposte in that moment from the play that Polestar were trying to go for, and Breezy initiating that comeback fight. What a play call from this team.
Yeah, really big. And we're getting closer and closer to that 4th dragon spawning. I mean, once they back and spend their gold, the item difference is just going to be too great. Yeah, Hubs hit 2 items, but it's too little too late at this point. It would have to take...
That's 3 items for Array, no doubt.
Yeah, and it would have to take a miraculous fight for Polestar to be able to come back from this one. There is that value there in the hijack from Dr. Calculus. Maybe a big Gnar ulti, a big use of the quickness. Maybe that's the way you could turn things around. It is going to have to be a really high level of execution from Polestar to come on top.
Bio gonna have to pull the trigger on the Nature's Grass there. Array now looking on the side. Breezy feeling confident to move forward. TP on the back line. Breezy can't find the grand entrance. Now he's just getting chunked. Crimson coming over though. Adam gave his life for the support. And now CCG, they're a little bit careful. Need to be careful. Hub though, he's completely caught. Wait for the seismic shove. Is gonna connect on the Tubbs of all people. And here comes Crimson. Mega Gnar into the wall. And Bio's gone. Everybody's gone. Dr. Calculus tries to signal back home. There's nothing there. It's all static as CCG are bursting down the base.
And not only that, they're headed for the Nexus. Dr. Calculus is the only one left, and I don't know if he's got it in him, Lennon.
Polestar were so close to finding their first series win, but it'll be a story many like their other series. CCG wake up, they find 2 dominant wins, and they will move themselves to that upper echelon, and they will go to 4-2.
And Polestar are going to drop to 0-6, and their season is in turmoil, Mazel.
I think 0-6 is definitely a hard comeback to come from, but it is Polestar who are starting to show signs of life, and CCG snuffed that out as soon as they could. Really, really impeccable performance from Dardoch across both of these last 2 games. Game number 1, you can ask all the questions you want of CCG, what the hell happened, but game number 2, game number 3, it was clinical.
It was, and I will say, I'm glad that we saw a little more out of Pulse in that 3rd game. I was really afraid they were just gonna roll over and die game 2 and 3, and it really just shows the improvement that we've seen from them so far this split. It's unfortunate because they started from so far behind everyone else given the circumstances, but this improvement is still good because even if they are in the bottom 2 at the end of it and they go down to the promotion tournament, they can win their way back. So that's what the improvement is for, at least. It still matters.
Yeah, hey, and more games. There you go. It's the bright spot. But it is really all teeing up for that summer split where that LTA spot will be on the line. And I think it's really, really important to show and highlight the subtle wins that we get from Polestar. Obviously, we got to see them kind of take wins over Winthrop in their 1 game as well. And they've gotten 3 game wins so far, but it still is a lot to ask of a team that was thrown in and trying to find the best of a bad situation. But on the other side, I love this capitalization from CCG. This was a team that was threatened to be kind of put back down to that conversation of, are you going to make it in the playoffs? How is that looking for you? And now with this win, kind of solidify themselves there. Obviously some tough opponents to come for this squad, but a lot of things going right for them in these last 2 games.
Yeah, and again, they really just show their skill in these in the back half of this series and show us why they're a top 4 team in this league. Again, very solid 4th place, can even punch up to the top 3. We'll have to see in their upcoming match against Luminosity Gaming. I believe it's their next one next week. So that'll be really exciting to see. And it'll give us more of an idea of where we can place CCG, because at the start of the split, it was CCG and Supernova who I thought could also kind of tangle a little bit in those upper echelons of Challengers League. I was wrong about Supernova, but CCG, they're looking pretty good.
They are indeed. And Crimson got to go back on the Gnar. Had some good moments there, but more importantly, I think the Dardoch Mundo reigns supreme. Will be a pick that people have to be a little bit wary for moving forward. And I don't know if it's the same, but CCG look really good when they're being a little playful with the meta. When they throw in a wayward pick or so. It was the Fiddlesticks last game, but as well as the Mundo this game.
Yeah, really important, especially in Fearless, to be able to have a lot of these pocket picks, and CCG seems to have them in droves when you consider, especially the new addition of that Fiddlesticks into the support pick. I really want to go back and just look at my response, because in the moment, my brain kind of stopped because I was like, huh?
It is really funny to look back. Hey, hindsight's 2020 though, so that's what you have to say.
I gotta watch the games yesterday too. I gotta catch up, but yeah.
Yeah, you do. There's some interesting ones for sure.
Yeah.
A little bit of a shorter day than today. We got 6 games today.
I know.
I'm happy. I think that's the first time we've gotten to cast 6 games here this year so far. So.
I think maybe for you, I got to do one with Eric a couple weeks ago.
Oh, I see how it is.
It's not my fault. I just knew. I told him at the beginning of the show too. I'm like, I saw the teams. I'm like, Eric, this is gonna be 6 games. Like, don't say that. I'm like, don't get mad at me. This is who these teams are, and that's what's gonna happen. Yeah,
it's just like me calling the 45-minute pause today. It's fine. I'm not gonna be.
It's the truth. It's not your fault. Yeah, it's the
exactly.
Exactly. So you get it.
Muted by production. Shout out production, making it through all that stuff. Liga Ace has been awesome. They've been really fun to work with as well. But now, the ultimate thing. I mean, Dardoch, like whoever we talked to, we got to ask. Did they even realize that they left the eye? I don't even think they did.
Who needs it? I think I'm gonna call it an active choice. They're like, dude, we're owning these guys so bad. I'm just gonna not pick up that eye. That's a joke, by the way. They definitely said like a minute later. They're like, I bet one of them said, hey, where's the eye?
Trinket, yeah.
And a ward drops or a sweeper. He's like, what?
It's the opposite of what normally happens when people try to ward and the Rip
and then the Herald.
Oh.
Yeah. Exactly.
Dude, Dardoch's Heartsteel stonks going through the roof here. Man was just walking around, answering business calls, smacking people in the face with a briefcase. He died twice? Once? Twice?
I think twice. I wish I was looking at the Heartsteel stacks, because I was trying to keep a mental note of that, just because it's always fun to watch.
It got to like 200 something, I think.
I believe it.
Something along those.
And he had it at like 8 minutes in the game too, or something stupid like that.
Yeah, it was really nuts, man. It was really nuts. I think getting to see how he kind of just ran around the map, it was so impactful across the table. Dude, the gank on the mid lane and then the return gank from Breezy, I was like, oh my gosh, it was so funny.
Yeah. You love to see plays like that. We love to see activity, even from our bottom teams in the league. And we'll see if Pulse can get some activity going as they have their couple of remaining matches left. They're in a really difficult spot because not only do they have difficult matches ahead of them, they really don't have much going for them in terms of tiebreaker. They've already lost to Blue. They've already lost to Winthrop, teams who are more likely fighting to stay out of the... Yeah. If they beat Supernova, like, that's literally the angle. Yeah. True. We'll see.
It is tough. Like you talked about it, obviously the CCG series here, but Conviction coming up next, Supernova, and then Near Airport for Polestar. So it's a definitely tough competition there, and trying to find wins is going to be harder and harder as you only have 3 series left. On the other side of things for CCG, likewise having those 3 series left. Next week they do have to play 2 series, and that will be against LG and AMI. So trying to find a win over LG is a difficulty of its own right. AMI, they've been a little bit more shaky. Maybe that's where they can find another win and kind of secure that top 6 spot.
Yeah. So a lot of ifs, ands, maybes, possiblies. We'll just have to see how things end up actually playing out. And I think at this point, though, especially once tomorrow's matches happen, I think we're really going to see, for the most part, a real solidifying of our standings. I can't imagine there will be any significant movement after that.
Yeah, I know. They're still. I feel like there still can be some little movement.
There still can be some little movements.
We'll
I'm talking about the big ones.
Yeah. Okay. Well, still 2 weeks left. Still a lot of games. Hopefully for a lot of our teams to find those last-second wins, maybe upset that top 3 conversation. Because the fact that we have 3 teams at 5-1, feeling very, very strong in their own right there. But now it really is about trying to figure out who gets this MVP in this one. I think it's hard not to say Dardoch.
It's probably going to be Dardoch.
But we do base it on KDAs. So
that's why I think it's Dardoch.
Like, he did have a little bit
it's
of a
Dardoch.
We'll get to the MVP a little bit later, because I do believe we have our interview ready to go with Array as well, joining us from the side of CCG. We welcoming him over here hopefully soon. Here he comes. Array, my friend, taking the dub. It maybe wasn't as clean as you wanted, but a dub nonetheless. And now you kind of push yourself up into that top 6 conversation. Is it playoffs or bust for this team? Are you guys just fully focused on what's going to happen once you get to playoffs, or do you feel like you still have some growing to get there?
I think going to NACL, like, I knew we'd make playoffs, but it just depends, like, if we can compete with, like, Dragon Steel or Dark Zero, Near Airport, and Luminosity. And I think definitely after today not being very clean, I think we probably need some more work, but thankfully we have like a few more weeks before playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, on that note too, I gotta ask, somebody has to, what's going on in game 1, man? I mean, I think Pulse played actually pretty well, all things considered, but, you know, a lot of people have you as miles ahead of them. So from your perspective, like, what went wrong?
I think bot lane, we died to Sedge twice, and it was like pretty bad for the game. And then I think we just messed up like our Herald or our Grubs fight, and I think after that it was pretty unplayable. I think the Grubs fight is like Ezreal got like 4 kills or something, and he had like Trinity Force, Manamine at like 16 minutes. It was pretty hard. I think we almost came back, but they were just kind of too far ahead, and we kind of misplayed the fights.
Yeah, understandable. But I want to talk about you a little bit more, Ray. I want to get your perspective on what this split has been like so far, and like what has been your biggest growing moment? Has it been like a lesson that's kind of stuck with you so far in the split you've been keeping on?
I think I've always been pretty good. Like, I think I'm always like top 3 in my role, but I think this split especially, I have like Crimson, who's like pretty new, and like Johnny or Aeojin, who's like also pretty new. So I think like I'm mostly just trying to like help them, and like especially Johnny, because we both kind of play like a similar like carry role. So like how to like team fight and like take up space, I think is like something that I'm trying to help him on.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about your next match coming up. It's against Luminosity. It's your last match against one of the top 3 teams of the split so far, and you're going to be up against Tactical in the bottom lane. I want your opinion on what you think of him as a player and how you think you guys match up into that bottom lane.
I think Tactical is good. Obviously, he played LCS for a lot of years. I think he has a lot of experience playing against like really good people, but I think me and Breezy have been playing pretty well. I think today was like, in game 1 at least, like the first day where we weren't like having a huge lead, honestly, in like all of our games. So I think I'm excited. I think they're like probably the best or the second best bot lane, so should be fun.
That's exciting. I want to ask you one pass-off question before we get you give some shout-outs. What is it like being in comms when Dardoch is just running around as Mundo, affecting every single lane? Like, is he just having fun with it, or is it all business?
He has a little bit of fun. I think he had a little bit too much fun at the Raptors when he gave the
I
shutdown,
think so.
but
He also
I mean-
forgot the eye. I don't know if he realizes that. He forgot
yeah,
the
he didn't even
Riptail eye.
realize until after the game. But
Wow.
I mean, I think it's mostly business, though. I think he wants to win too, but it's also like kind of fun when he's like walking at the red buff and he has like 4 people hitting him for 5 seconds, and he's just like, guys, just fight. Like, they can't kill me. So
Incredible. I want to give you a chance to get some shout-outs here, Ray. Who do you want to talk about before we let you go?
shout out my family, my dad and grandpa and my brother. They watch my games. Shout out my team. I think everyone's working pretty hard, and I think we're just gonna try to win.
Love to hear it, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you getting to chat with me, and looking forward to see you against that Luminosity gaming squad. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Alrighty, we're gonna take it back from them, beat down, and we're gonna close down the day. What a day it was! 6 games total, and CCG pushed themselves into that serious playoff contention, right? That 4, 5, 6 spot that we've been talking about so heavily.
That's right, and now I wouldn't say it's necessarily locked in. There's still a possibility for movement, but I mean, having this many wins and the rest of their schedule after Luminosity Gaming shouldn't be too difficult for them. It's like what I said about Conviction earlier on in the day. It's not about if they make playoffs, it's what seed are they going to be.
It is what seed they're going to be. I think it's important to think about when you have 3 teams like Near Airport, Dark Zero, and Luminosity. Let's give away our MVP, and it was not the KDA supposed king of Dardoch. It was Aljun, who had some pop-off games in Game 2 and Game 3, and ends up taking the MVP for the series.
Yeah, and I think overall it was a pretty good series there for Aljun. He was the subject of a lot of ire in Game 3 of the series, but I think overall he played well, and he's had a really good split so far, especially as a rookie.
Yeah.
So it's been great to see from him.
That's the biggest thing is he's been doing all this as the rookie on a decently veteran squad. I love to hear from Array and kind of trying to teach him the ways of a carry performer. I know Array has a lot of experience in that. I love to hear a little bit of the side confidence he had in himself there, because he is absolutely deserving of it. But trying a little bit of a different role and trying to teach Aljun, one of the rookie mid laners, one of 4 in the league, how to be that carry. And I think we got to see a lot of that here today.
Yeah, we did. And it's a really great look for him and the rest of CCG to be able to close the series out. Yeah, I agree with you. It's nice to hear good things about him from Array, his teammates overall. And it's really such a great environment for him to be in, to be able to learn from all these experienced players. You look across the board here on this team, I mean, maybe Crimson, not quite the most experienced, but comparatively to Aljun, even that is a big deal and something he could probably learn from.
Yeah, and you know, having a guy like Dardoch who gets to take control of the game and run away with it, literally on the Mundo, must feel really good. I think that's the importance between pairing up kind of newer talent with veterancy. You kind of show them the ropes. I mean, it's always been a tried and true strat, not only in traditional sports, but here in esports as well. But man, what a day. It was a 2-1 victory for CCG, and a deserved one after those last 2 games. Even though it was a little bit closer in that game number 3, definitely ended up being like an over 10,000 gold lead. So CCG right back to where we expected them to be at the start of the day.
Yeah, and we'll see soon when we look at the standings, just an idea on where things have moved, if they have, or maybe things have stayed exactly the same. And, well, right on schedule, it is going to be our standings. And it looks like no movement has actually taken place, even though Blue Otter, unfortunately, have another loss for themselves. And same with Polestar, who are 0-6. And this is just brutal for them because now they have a couple difficult matches ahead of them. And even if they won them all, they've lost to all the teams in that bottom 5 area. The only one they'd have a tiebreaker win over is Supernova if they win that series in a few weeks' time. So, yeah, Polestar, I don't know if it's 100% guaranteed. We'll have to do the numbers on that one, but it's almost 100% guaranteed. But CCG, 4-2, 4th place. That's great.
And I just on your point, I think there is still some room for movement. Obviously, we still have 2 weeks left, and like one win here or there matters a lot in terms of getting away from the relegation spots. But it is still getting more difficult, and as you say, if you kind of take into context any of the games and things that are coming up. But I'm excited to see the breaking point of that top 3 here one of these days as we get further and further into it. Let's go ahead and talk about the final day of week number 5. I can't believe it. After tomorrow, there's only 2 weeks left. Well, we have a super week in the last week, but still only 2 weeks left. Winthrop taking on Conviction. Can Conviction go 2-0 and get themselves in that conversation just like CCG? Or on the other hand, can Winthrop get that little bit of a comeback win? And now Blue Otter versus Supernova, another very important series for the bottom of the table.
And that one is interesting too, because both teams are 1-4, and only one of them can actually go down to 1-5. So one of these teams is going to take one step closer to being out of that red zone, being out of that bottom 2, and then maybe they can think to themselves about trying to get playoffs.
And that's the hard thing is, like, we could talk about those big name matchups all the time, the top 3, who are they facing, all this stuff. But the real nitty gritty is when you get down to the end of the last couple weeks of the season, those kind of middle of the pack teams trying to make that separation for themselves and seeing who exactly is going to be forced to go face off against some very tight-knit tier 3 competition moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, again, before we close things out, we got to remind you guys one last time to check out our socials. It's hashtag NACL. We're NACL on YouTube and Twitch. And, of course, we are Watch NACL on Twitter. Follow along to keep up with all the action and all things NACL. And if you don't, Lennon will refuse to start future games. So please, guys, I'm begging you, you have to interact so that Lennon won't cause any more delays. Please.
I've got a button right here.
He does.
Right there.
I've seen it.
I'm not going to show it. I'm not going to show it because then you can copy it. It's my button. Nobody can touch it. I'm going to go ahead and press the button to end the day, though, because that is it for day number 2 of week number 5. I've been Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown. Shout out to Liga AC Sports for everything behind the scenes, getting through all the technical difficulties today. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. Don't you dare miss it. And we'll see you on Summoner's Rift. This might be enough to turn it. Stand United flashed out of the shockwave from Darkwings. Darkwings still going to go down. Hoarder overcommitting himself. Now you got that reset from Music. Going to join the fight and find another one. Hoarder goes down to 0-3. Meanwhile, Levitate going for the play on to Chrome. Chrome takes him down. Sit down, my son, says Chrome, and Rovex gonna have to dredgeline his way out, slowed down by the flail, and the rest don't have any more minions coming, and Hoarder getting a little bit lower, gonna go down here, he's gonna go zombie mode, but maybe it's just enough for Conviction to take down the whole of Blue Otter. The Elder Dragon starts singing, and the wings start flapping. That'll be a Conviction win of 2-1 as they put down Blue Otter's hopes of finding an equalization, and they will continue to be in the playoff conversation.
Damage as it did, it's just going to make it so hard for CCG to engage, but they still want to try.
Oh, caught lacking and caught slacking. CCG just gonna get whipped up into a maelstrom. Maybe big play from Crimson and Array. Can Array be the big difference maker? Reset's not gonna be there just yet, but here he goes. He wants to find another one, but it's gonna be the pickoff on the Crimson. Oh, he knew something was going on, and they get the pounce. Big Crow Storm, and Pstar finally gets impactful in the game. Has that Shojin's item completion as well. TP's coming in from both sides, but here goes the rampant destruction that CCG were trying to rain. Insta cleanse into the bullet time now, though. As Array is trying to separate the fight a little bit, the Darkened Daggers will not connect, though. Stardock able to get away for now. Adam hunting him down here as well. Has the Spirit Rush, has one more charge, but the Charm not going to be enough to take down Dardock. Dardock in a sticky situation now, though, because Bio is heading out from base. The Fear is there, and they take down Adam, not respecting the Fear from the Fiddlesticks, and now he's completely caught. Wait for the seismic shove. Is going to connect on the Tubbs of all people, and here comes Crimson Mega Gnar into the wall, and Bio's gone. Everybody's gone. Dr. Calculus tries to signal back home. There's nothing there. It's all static, and CCG are bursting down the base.
And not only that, they're headed for the Nexus. Dr. Calculus is the only one left, and I don't know if he's got it in him, Lennon.
Polestar were so close to finding their first series win, but it'll be a story many like their other series. CCG wake up, they find 2 dominant wins, and they will move themselves to that upper echelon, and they will go to 4-2.
And Polestar are going to drop to 0-6, and their season is in turmoil.